Hello, hello, hello. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. How are we all doing? I am doing great, actually, because we just beat Villa 3-1. Solidified our spot in third. Hopefully, Champions League next season. But another good game. Sesko scored again. Bruno put on a blinder. So I am happy about that. And we're going to actually start 1.1 today because I haven't actually played any of the new patch. So I'm looking forward to that. I was playing a little bit before the game started earlier because I still need to trim my medals on the second side of Umbral Monument. So we might do that at some point this week. I've got the medals trimmed on the first side, but we need to do the second side now. So yeah, we might do that at some point. And yeah, man, just go through the content. That's the plan anyway. Check out the new factory stuff, the story stuff. I'm hearing through the grapevine that there's been a bit of an improvement on the story stuff. Still not quite where I guess it needs to be, but apparently it's an improvement on what we had before, which I'm happy with that. Obviously, I think we've still got a long way to go to be where we probably expect to be if you're coming from Arknights, but I'm okay with waiting, actually. So, I do want to get round to watching this cookie video as well, because people keep telling me to watch it. I don't know if we'll maybe do that tomorrow, because that's probably going to be a long reaction, because it's a decent-sized video, and I know when Cookie talks about this stuff, he usually goes quite in-depth, right? And as he comes from an Arknights player's perspective, you know, I'm probably going to have a lot to say about what he's got to say as well, so I don't know if we'll do that today. We might do that tomorrow. So, you know, we'll have to see. But let me get Shadow. Oh yeah, I do have the School CJ video. I want to look at a couple of excerpts from his video, actually, regarding like the agenda around Enfield. I tried to get an extra clip as well, but I can't find it, which kind of added to to the funniness, I guess, of the whole situation. But how are we? What's going on? Shami, welcome to the stream. Ducklord, how's it going? Ikmin, welcome. Baku, welcome. Enz, hello. Flicks, welcome. How's it going? Did I say all right to you as well, Ducklord? Welcome. Yo, Ken, what's going on? Karma, welcome. Vlad, BS Commissions, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on, HH? It was a filet nothing burger patch. I'm okay with that. Like, I've already saw the 1.1s are always apparently the biggest and best thing sliced bread, right? But a lot of 1.1 patches tend to kind of be like, you know, the wrap up the little bits of story that maybe not have been wrapped up or start new strands in a tapestry. They tend to do, you know, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Every game's run differently, right? But 1.2s always feel like a little bit more chunkier. At least, I don't know. Maybe I'm pulling that out my arse. I don't know. But I don't mind. I don't mind. You know, one of the biggest things for me, obviously, I want the story to get better, and I want progression in gameplay with characters. Really, I want some cool endgame, and I don't mind waiting a few patches for that. Honestly, personally, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Maybe I'll change my mind when I play it to be like, yo, this sucks, right? You don't like the tonal shifting in the story, but overall better than Valley 4 for sure. I think the thing is, Valley 4 was such, I don't want to say it was terrible, right? But it wasn't great. It really wasn't great. So like, I think it's difficult to not be better, right? You know, I think if it's worse than Valley 4, it's like we should be really, really worried. So yeah. Also, am I doing the cookie video today? We'll see. I do want to do it. Have you seen the new CJ? Yes. That one's crazy. So, you'll have to let me know if we drop out as well. I'll know as well. But if the stream drops out, because I am multi-streaming, but I'm trying something different now. I've uninstalled the item suite that we had before, which was causing disconnection issues. And I've gone back to using multiple outputs, the old RTMP plugin for OBS. It's like 5 years old. It's got less bells and whistles. It's literally just got a start, stop tab, and like settings. But old is gold, right? It's stable. So hopefully we'll see if there's any issues there. And then we can start to be like, okay, so it's either something with my PC settings or my net. But I'm hopeful that switching from item might have been a good move. Touch wood. Anyway, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I like G, so I pull. No save for Madwoman. Yeah, man, I'm looking to get Rossi. 1.1 are usually fixing what they didn't quite get. Yeah, that's always what it feels like, right? It's like 1.1s tend to be like QOL patches, don't they, for a lot of games, you know? Did you hear that Saint is saying Enfield is viewbotting him? He also accused Hypergryph of being money laundering black company. Damn, man. Like, bro's gotta be, like, you gotta be careful saying this stuff in public, man, you know? It's all good when we talk about companies doing some shitty stuff, right? And we say, this is shitty. And we can objectively say it's true. I don't know. Say they introduce a character that power creeps the fuck out the game. We can sit there and say, this is shit, and these devs are doing shit things, right? And they can't say shit about that. And you start throwing around these statements, you know, as a point where a company might be like, you know what? I think we're going to send a cease and desist towards this person. You got to be careful, man. And dude's been saying some wild shit about Hypergryph, hasn't he? With no basis for anything other than I want to shit on the game. Because we're going to talk about that in a second, because obviously it's all an agenda, right? Dude doesn't hate the game the way he says it. Dude is farming it because it's getting him his most views at the moment. Other than when something new comes out on WoW. And that's... like, even that's down for him, really, if I'm honest. So, rage bait is the agenda on the table for him. So, it's what he does, right? Valley 4 was rewritten too much in the pacing all over the tutorial blocks in between. Agree. Marco, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Enfield still has to figure out where they're going in terms of story and themes. Yeah, I agree with it, especially on the thematic side of things. I don't think we've quite got into what the themes are and the tonal side of things, because obviously we had older stuff that definitely had a bit more of a dark tone to it, didn't it? And here and there we see those little shoots and then they kind of move on from them. So it's like, it's almost like, I don't know, there's part of me that's like, are they testing those little drips here and there, those little drops of like, ooh, would you be interested in something that's a bit more on the darker side? And then let's move on quickly to see if people like it and see feedback. I don't know. Maybe I'm just coping there, but I'd like to see that. Because I spoke about this in the Gilberta quest. Where if you haven't checked it out, nobody's really checked it out anyway, but check it out. Last video I uploaded, where I was talking about my thoughts on the quest. And I think the Gilberta quest was a perfect example of it, right? It was a pretty... It wasn't the best quest, right? It was clear that it was gutted, but towards the end, they sat down and they're having a conversation, and Gilberta turns to the admin and says, like, you know, what does it feel like to basically live with, you know, a black hole of the memories? And, you know, she said about it feeling cold and something else, but then she went straight to, it's okay though, I got you. And I was just like, you know, I felt like we could have really gone down a really interesting conversation there, because those conversations were starting to get with the admin. I said this about the Levy quest, right? The admin's actually a really likable character. I haven't used the male voice actor, which I should try really just to see what the difference is. But with the female admin, I'm finding her very endearing and human, you know? So I want more of that. I really want more of that, because you can see that they've got the chops when they apply the self, right? I don't think it's necessarily lacking the creativity and the ability in this team. I think they got the handbrake on, you know? And I don't know if that's to encourage the wider mainstream audience off the launch, and then maybe we see something like that, or we just never do, I don't know. 1.0 in general, stunk of dev hell, but I've got a good bit of hope they're going to improve on it. What's going on as well, Easy? Welcome to the stream. Arknights are well known for their slow burn, so I'm still trusting them to deliver. When they launched OG Arknights 6 years ago, the first 3 chapters of the main story was mid, but after chapter 40 it became epic. See, like, I actually really enjoyed Arknights right off the bat, but I get what you're saying. Like, post chapter 6, it really started to heat up. Welcome to the stream as well, Yamato. Apparently Arknights is known for their slow burns. Yeah. Ruling is kind of tied to China image. They can't get too creative and show the negative stuff too much. I don't know. When it comes to, like, when it comes to Arknights, OG Arknights, they weren't afraid of that there at all, really. So I don't know. Maybe when it's a bit more mainstream, I don't know. I'm happy to see Sane talk himself deeper and deeper into shit. Hopefully he gets slapped for it soon. I wouldn't say that Arknights is now for slow burns at all. I don't know, like, obviously I wasn't around when Arknights first started. For me, I don't know, I wouldn't even say it did have a slow burn initially. I think it just kept escalating in quality, right? You know, that's so, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose I wouldn't necessarily call it a slow burn. I suppose you could argue it's a slow burn in the sense that there's a lot, right? There's a lot more. Yeah, I don't know. What would you guys call it a slow burn? I don't know. Saint Tobo collab when? Yeah, I don't think Tobo wants to be working with Saint, to be fair. When I've spoke to Tobo in the DMs, man, bro does not like those comparisons, man. I think out of all of the things people have thrown at Tobo, I think that's the one thing that bro is not feeling people calling him, you know? Which I can understand. Yo, Neo, how's it going, dude? Welcome to the stream. Bro, I meant to DM you freaking yesterday, man, but I ended up getting drunk. My bad. How's things, man? How's the kitty cat? I meant to message him, man. I do apologize for not messaging him. I'm a terrible person. But hopefully, you know, it is at least comfortable. Same really is cruising toward getting a legitimate lawsuit. You got to be careful throwing things around about corporations, you know. Next thing you know, you've got some litigation on your hands. And I don't think, you know, these Oilers can afford Chinese corporations. They might be able to afford fighting content creators, but I don't know about I don't know about corporate entities. Wooling's not as saintly as I seem if you read the law tidbits, to be honest. See, this is what I was talking about, because I said this. I says I reckon we'll start to find there'll be a lot of machinations going on between these different factions and entities within the world, and people like, we've had no evidence of that yet. It's exactly, you know, maybe we have through some of the law, as you say, but I think we'll start to get potential political tensions and stuff going forward. I do. Same issue with Yan events in AK. You really don't see social issues happening a lot, mostly magical forces being a nuisance. Yeah, that's fair. But there's plenty of those darker moments. Those devs seem to expect you to go looking for them. Your video lacked the actual tier list images, which is your face. You can't do tier lists without editing lists. They're stumbling on production and putting pieces together. Yeah, well, you got to understand as well, guys. They've gone from making a 2D tower defense game, right, where the writing team just gets to write books, basically. That's literally it, right? And they can have a little bit of separation between the gameplay integration and the story, can't they? Write a story. Can you here and there make it so it sets up a stage, potentially? But the stage can be really, just, you know, totally separate in a sense from what's going on in the story, can't it? Like, so really they're just like, here, write a book. So the writers just have full control over that, don't they? Where now it's totally different. So I think it's going to take a while as well. Even if you took the same writers, which I'm assuming probably not. Maybe some teams are, I don't know. But I think even if you took those same writers, I think it'd take a while for them to really get, you know, get up to speed. Yes, I think we might, as you said, Ken, in that comment, I think we might dedicate a stream to actual changes in some of the quests. I think that'd be actually interesting. Oh, do you know, I didn't blow the gulags of Long Moon, but they did kind of back away from it a bit. It wasn't a slow burn for you because you didn't wait up to dates. All right, let me catch you up. All right, Sam wants to invite Cookie onto his podcast with ALG and Razor. Yeah, I don't know if Cookie'd want to do that or not. It's up to him, totally. I definitely would, but I also think doing the first chunk of the story while it's all available changes your perception of that. Yeah. See, now, I didn't see as the importance to kill Berta so much, bloody. It was more there was a potential for some expression of actually the feelings, you know, of being an amnesiac, you know, and the questions of oneself and the sort of, I guess it must be a bit of a scary situation, right? You know, it must be an unnerving thing, and I was hoping that we'd get that, and immediately you turned away from it. I was like, that could have been an interesting conversation, man. That could have made me like the Endmin even more. Saint even Shadow and Tobo, I ain't seen them collab with each other. Does Pixel have an alcohol problem, too much drinking, not enough streaming? Like, it's good. I ain't drank all week, actually. First had a beer Friday and Saturday. Gilbert's story is clear sign of production issues. Gilbert was more involved before Soul Quest to make sense of that was cut. What you had to help. Are you joking? I'm sending my love, bro. Obviously, I know I don't mean shit, right? In these situations, they are family. I know how you view your animals, just like me. So, sending my love, man, to you and the missus. Yeah, it sucks. It fucking sucks. They bring us so much joy and then rip our fucking hearts out, don't they? At least she's not suffering, you know? Sending my love, though, Neo. That sucks, man. Sage and Arknights are generally fit in the story, but they don't necessarily correlate timing-wise to when fights are happening. Sort of. Sometimes they feel like they're a little bit just totally abstract from what's happening sometimes, you know? Especially enemies, right? You know, they don't have to correlate that at all. Completely different teams, but yeah, 3D issue presents issues. Yeah, agree, Leech. Something about VN structure as well is that they have to outright explain everything. Exactly, yeah. You get a lot more see and don't tell now, don't you? Pretty much writing books into writing, mate. Yeah, kind of, right? Kind of. Essex Tang to that. I'm probably not going to pull on Tang. I'm going to be pulling on Rossi. Oh, okay, Bloody Fish, okay. The main thing I can spoil about the old script right now is the entire plot of the quest is just entirely different and also ends completely differently. Okay. Giovanni and Wolf got a completely different characterization too. Yeah, that did feel a little bit... It felt like there was massive amounts missing, right? Because it was like... You know, it was like a story of honor, betrayal, but there was like... It just felt like there was a lot missing from going from this connected group to where they were at. It was like I needed more of that. Could have been a cool story to tell as well. I'm curious, is the sarcophagus plot in beta 1? I like though. In beta 1? Oh man, you're asking me a question now. It means something to me because you're a huge animal lover like I am. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's one of them things, isn't it? Like, it's just words of platitudes, aren't they? And obviously I know there's meaning behind them, but it's hard to take anything from them, isn't there? But it just sucks, right? It just sucks. And even though it never goes away, time is one of those things where you can, you know, you start to think about them a little bit more, and it's less that gut wrench and more of the smile of all the good times and the loving memories and stuff, right? Like, I'm still at that 50-50 stage with Woody at the minute, you know, like, Rosie showed me a video the other day, and you could hear him in the video, and I was just like, oh, like, it was really nice to see, right? But it was like, ah, oh, that stings at the same time. Is Pip the only one that's still going now? I'm downloading Will right now and becoming a Kurobot. Don't do it! In CBT1, Emin was transported around via an airship in the sarcophagus, and the landbreakers shoot down the ship, which damages it. That's why Emin has amnesia. Yes, I remember that now. I do remember that now, yeah. But, yeah. Oh, guys, check this. I started being a little bit immature, and, you know, I just got some things to play around with on the stream. Just for, I'm thinking about, I'm gonna start a new channel, guys. I'm gonna become a VTuber, okay? I'm gonna become a VTuber. You won't even know it's me. Right, you won't even know it's me. Give me a second here. Where is he? Yeah, you won't even know. Where is that? Okay, here we go.
Check this out. Like what a sexy VTuber neighbor is. So that the accent though. You know, well, we can make it work. We'll make it work. I'm sorry.
I'll turn it off now. Real voice leaked, right? Yeah, I got a new toy. I got a new toy, chap. You know.
We can have a gas mask, boys. You know, when we're feeling a little bit, when we're watching stank content, put the mask on. You know, for the toxicity, keep ourselves safe. We don't want to destroy our lungs. So yeah, we'll put this on. Hey, check this one as well.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. That's a good one.
Anyway, all right, I'll stop now. Let me switch scenes and get started. How we doing, boys? How we doing? Yo, casual, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. What tool am I using? It's voice mod. It's voice mod. I thought, fuck it. I was bored, man. I paid for the subscription. It's like 23 quid for a year. I was like, fuck it, yeah. You know. But yeah, agree with bloody pattern of speech is way too manly. You would have to try with way so more soft spoken to pass as a girl. Do you reckon? You reckon we? I don't know. Could we pull it off? I don't know if we could. I don't know if I've got it in me. Check. This is supposed to be Chen. It doesn't sound like Chen at all, though.
You reckon? Just doesn't at all. She sounds like a little kid. So, yeah.
We got the Warhammer Hawk. We got the Warhammer Hawk, boys. Hoomies. Them hoomies. Oh, I'll turn it off now.
Alright. I can't help myself. It's the piece. Hey! Don't judge. It's Western, bro. It's Western, okay? Alright? It's Western. It's not piss. It's Western. Alright? This raises your testosterone, man. It raises your testosterone. You know? There's actually ones that can, like, they're a little bit too much, though, man. This is like the over-the-top podcast mic. Checky. It's, as if you want to sound like an alpha male and breathless, because it picks up all the sounds of your voice. Yeah. There's a Donald Trump one as well, and a Joe Troll one.
It's a little high on Markiplier.
The accent, man. I ain't got the accent. Anyway, should we yo, dude, there is actually like Xbox 360 mic ones. There is actually Xbox 360 mic ones. Check this. Where is he? Where's the Xbox 360 mic? And then here's this one. Is this it? You sound like you're on Xbox. Right, guys. That's when you're expecting a bunch of racial slurs, you know, and squeakers. You should use these when you read AK Story with different. Oh, actually, yeah, you could do that, couldn't we? That could be kind of funny. Because there's actually a bunch of Arknights sounds on here. They actually have got a bunch of Arknights sounds as well. Yeah, look, they've got Limbus ones as well. Like, they've got Cruise. For some reason, though, I've got to figure out what's going on because there's an echo on them. If I turn that off. Yeah, for some reason there's like an echo. I don't know why. I don't know why the echo. Yeah. All right, I'll stop playing around with the toy. I do apologise. I do apologise. It's a. I'm a big kid, man. I'm a big kid. You know. The old COD days, right? Then they miss in the background to yell at you pretending to be your mom, right? Mom, get the camera. Classic clip. Classic clip. Yo, guys, as well, if you haven't already done so, drop a like on the stream. Let me have a look. Where's his cookie video? Where's his cookie video? How long is he? How long is this video, boys? How long is he? Which one is he? A scathing review. It's 35 minutes. Shall we? Shall we? Should we do it? No gameplay, no like it's actually a good idea. Yeah, I like the idea of doing the voices. That could actually be fun. That could actually be fun. We'll try and go through some different voices to find right. CJ also watched that video yesterday. He's making the rounds. Well, speaking of CJ, I just wanna quickly speak on something right. Give me a second here. Let me get OBS up so you guys can see this. I'm not gonna watch the video, the entire video. And the only reason for that is because I've watched it. So, no point me reacting to a video I've already watched, really. It's not really what I do. Oh, I wanted to pull up a couple of points in the video. Because I think they're worth talking about. So, let me fucking turn this music up a second. Alright, and so let's talk about this one from CJ then, shall we? We're not going to watch the entire video. I just want to speak about a couple of points that he made here at two different parts of the video that I think are worth talking about because they show the real grifting in this space, right? You know, there's a lot of the allegations of grifting coming from Saint and his community and parts of the Wuthering Waves space that's incredibly toxic and incredibly vocal. And we're not talking about the grander Wuthering Waves space because we know it's not them, right? But it is coming from within that space. But we know it's a subset toxic part that's led by the Bannerlord and that Saint, right? And it is grifting. Like, to call somebody like Cap a Enfield grifter, it's kind of asinine because she's made like maybe 1 or 2 videos. If she was grifting, she'd be consistently making videos on the game for the sole reason of making money without actually giving a damn about the game. Now, I don't know if she gives a damn about the game, but she's definitely not like farming the game, right? But there's 2 points in this video that show perfectly how Saint kind of grifts with this game, right? Now, we've said this before, and I think you'll find within the Arknights Endfield community, or at least the people who aren't being silly, right, that people are actually quite critical of this game, hypercritical in fact, actually, and especially the people who've come from the Arknight space. I think they're even more critical than any of the people coming into the game from other communities because they expect so much, whether that's fair right now or not, but the expectation's there. It's just a fact, right? And I'm one of those people who expect a lot. So this idea that it's just a super toxic positive space, I just don't buy into, right? But what we can safely say with Saint and a couple of orbiters of his, that this is pure agenda driven from the side of rage bait, right? This isn't about the dude feels personally this way about the game, or at least I don't think. I can't really honestly say that because I'm not in dude's head, and fuck would I want to be, because damn, that would be a scary time. I could never imagine that. I'd want to backflip in front of a double-decker bus in Minecraft if that was the case. But this is a guy who has apparently been playing this game so much, was ahead of everybody else quite early on, and he was quite advanced in his account quite early on. Bearing in mind the fact that he didn't play massive amounts on stream, which was, I always found a little bit interesting, right? And then there's a clip that I haven't been able to find again, but you might have seen it. And if you don't believe me, you don't believe me. I'll try and find it at some point and we can watch it. But there's a clip of Saint just not understanding the basics of the inventory in this game, of moving items from your backpack into your pack, right? And if you've interacted with most just other video games that have inventory systems, you know, you'd probably understand that you don't have to drag individual items, especially even more so when, like, right at the bottom of your backpack, there's a fucking tab that says Quick Stash, right? That says Quick Stash, and you can actually drag stacks across. Well, not drag, like quick select stacks across instantly in our Arknights anyway. And that was the first indicator. I was like, does bro genuinely play this game off stream? Or does he have a pilot? Does he have a proper account manager? And then we started to see his gameplay. Now, I'm not one of these people claiming to be insane at the game, right? I'm not, when it comes to PvE games, I don't sweat them. I just play them and I have fun, right? I've only trimmed my medals on the first Umbral Monument side at the minute. I haven't actually attempted to trim the models on the right side, but I'm going to do that. I don't claim to be this guy that's, you know, done all of the content at the highest level, okay? I'm still pretty much on a free-to-play team, even though I've spent money because I haven't pulled on the banners. But that was things that I was like, okay, this doesn't look like a person who actually is playing the game. And then we see clips like this from CJ kind of just really confirm that, right? Now, Saint's like level 56, 57 or something like that. And at that level, you would think you'd have, you know, even if you don't know the most efficient ways to do things, you'd at least have a basic understanding of the systems, right? Just a simple understanding of the systems, because artificing and etching in this game, it's not really complicated, right? It's a pretty self-explanatory system. If you've gone through actually unlocking the systems, the game kind of explains it to you, and it's like, okay, all right. Now, there's obviously going to be people who are going to be able to min-max the shit out of it and show you how to do it at the fastest way possible and get in the materials as quick as possible and all that sort of stuff. We know what it's like, right? To not, like, even have a basic comprehension of it, a little bit sus, right? So let's just watch these clips here a second.
I'd like to know. Now, this is a video from Mr. Tauntus, the absolute peak in Arknights Enfield content. The #1 content creator for Arknights Enfield. He knows everything. If you want to know anything about Arknights Enfield, you absolutely want to watch Mr. Tauntus. Let's go ahead and hear
It's the guy to go to, right?
what he had to say.
You want to hear insults about the devs?
Low-key even forgot that gear artificing was in the fucking game, bro. I low-key forgot this shit was in the fucking game. I'm just gonna be so for real with you. Great, I got to artifice this.
Now, bear in mind, look at his mats here, you know? He's got everything he needs apart from the other gear components, right? So, I forgot about it, right? Now, watch, he doesn't know what he's doing here, but he's got all the components to make it happen, which is a little odd, right? You know, that's like having the lettuce, the ham, the butter, the bread, and being like, well, how does sandwiches work? What do I do? Where does, wait, do I put the butter on the bread? What's going on? You know?
Great, I don't even know. Gear to consume. What the fuck? No gear selected? Bro, I don't even know how to do this shit. Bro, wait, how do you even fucking do this?
Bearing in mind, this is not complicated. So this is not a game issue, right? This is not a game issue.
Wait, I need to make a copy of it? Artificing progress? What is this? You're telling me this system is better than Echo's?
Yes. Don't get me wrong, especially when it comes to the essence etching, yeah. I would like, you know, what are they called? The permits. You know, the permits you buy? I'd like them to be a little bit cheaper. They're fucking expensive, right? But yeah, fundamentally, it's a better system. Now, that's as basic as it gets, right? Now, if this dude had been playing the game as much as he claims he had, this is a really weird thing to just not understand. Even if you'd unlocked it hours ago and hadn't interacted with it, it's like, and remember, this guy talks about how amazing his memory is, right? I find it incredibly interesting and a little bit sus, if you ask me.
This is your guy? This is the guy that you guys watch for Arknights Enfield information? This is...
But let's be honest, and I know CJ knows this, majority of people who are watching Saints Enfield videos aren't there for the information. You've got the people who are there to watch the hate, because he's got a certain subsection of an audience that just likes to hate everything, right? If it's not Wira, they want to see it insulted constantly because it makes them feel better for some reason, because it's a weird trait to have. And then you've probably got other people in who are getting pulled in by the algorithm who maybe are fans or a little bit in between and maybe getting rage baited, right? This content, for the most part, when it comes to Saints around Enfield, it's pure rage bait. And if you haven't figured that out yet, I'm here to tell you that's the deal, because this is what this content is, right? It's purely to drive clicks to the channel, because honestly, now this dude gets a lot more views than me, but this is his career, so I would hope he would if he's going to pay the bills with it, right? But it's trajectory in terms of sub gains, viewer gains, all this sort of stuff, it's not exactly on the up and up, right? Kind of interesting. And it was kind of in that sort of state prior to Enfield, and then Enfield dropped and he pumped out loads of videos and they were skyrocketing, like they were doing really well. And then the drama happened, obviously. And I think just those coming together, I don't think they've really done him massive positives, to be fair. Anyway, I don't really care about how many views you get, if I'm honest, it doesn't bother me. Actually, we could probably continue just watching from that clip, right? Let's go to here. Let's get to here.
Know what they're for. You just didn't. You bought them because shit, that looks shiny.
Right? Dude's got 240 of them and doesn't know what the deal is. Doesn't know that you need other gear, right, to feed into the gear. It's like a really simple system, right? It's a really simple system. You probably get most of your levels by doing dailies, however, he probably has an account manager. Oh, for sure. And look, I have got no issue with content creators having pilots, having account managers, right? Because making content requires, especially if you're trying to be at the forefront of multiple games, requires you to have more time than you're ever going to have. And if you've got the money to pay somebody to play your account, have at it. Just be honest about it, right? That's all I'll say. And don't use that as some form of argument that I have the knowledge to talk about how bad this game is throughout and everybody else doesn't play it and they're idiots and they're grifters and they're lying to you. I'm the guy that's actually playing the game, but I don't know how basic things like artificing gear works, right? Or I don't know how to move items from a backpack to my pack quickly, and I'm literally missing the big button that says quick stash, right? And just having some basic experience with inventories in other games, because the keys binds are there to allow you to do things that you can do in a lot of other games, right? So it's like, that's what it is with me, you know? It's like, honestly, so many content creators do it. Have at it. If you want your account built for the new content, but you're main in other games, makes sense, right? Makes sense. But just don't pretend that you know more than everybody and that you're the guy to come to. These guys don't even play the game. And then dude comes to Artificing Gear and he's like, what the fuck is this? It's like, what are we doing? You know?
You bought 240 of these and you didn't know it was for artificing. You forgot it was in the game. Yeah.
Right? You know, it's almost like he didn't actually buy them. His account manager bought them and forgot to tell him exactly how to artifice gear. So when he does it on stream, he ended up looking like a tit.
Sure, bucko. Hold on. I want to show you guys something else, right? I want to show you guys a little bit some. If you guys pay attention to this fetus's video, you will see that down here you can see
all the different like creative insults. And CJ comes up with, man,
his
fucking
account
fetuses.
UID. You will see that you could see his account UID. If this wasn't enough, we have another video where you can see his account UID. This right here is Bobby Lee's account UID. Now, this is his account in Arknights Endfield. You guys,
which is interesting. Like, you know, this here, typically, I'd look at that and I'd be like, whatever. You know, some people just don't bother with their profile. Like, in a lot of games, I don't, right? It's like, it's whatever. But he was actually going through, I don't know if it was his friends list or it was Pokey's friends list from a video. And I think the top person on the friends list, their profile looked like this. They hadn't put any of their operators on showcase. They hadn't added any of their medals. And he was just like, so this is how much these people care about playing this game. Just an interesting thing, right? This itself doesn't mean much to me. It just means that, you know, it's kind of what you'd expect somebody who's maybe piloting your account would do, because they don't necessarily know what you want to slap in here. I'll just play the game for him and let him play it on stream, you know?
We'll see that it has the same UID right here that these two have. This is his account. He's level 55. He's found 87 files, and everything else is where everybody's at, right?
Yep.
Exploration level, value.
And doesn't know how to artifice gear. Doesn't know how to move gear from your backpack to your pack, right? Yeah, what you just said there as well, Ken, about V saying that everybody else is with numbers. Like, they're just not, though. You know, I don't give a damn, because this is not like my job, so I wouldn't care about metrics, right? You know, you care about your hours you clocked in at your job. and what you're getting paid and whether you're getting overtime and what your holiday pay is and all that sort of stuff, right? When you ain't working at the office, I don't give a fuck what they're saying. But yeah, I said this to V actually. I was like, it's funny. It's obvious that he's got an account manager, right? I can't prove it, but it just seems obvious. Dude didn't know how to artifice gear and didn't know how to move items from his backpack in bulk to his freaking pack. And he was like, damn, man, you guys really are stalking Saint, right? And I was just like, what? What are you on about, man? Oh, like, you know? And to be fair, most of the times, people do send me links to his videos and I'll check them out and I'm like, oh, let me go back and have a look at the stream here. Let me see what's going on because it's funny, right? It's just like, yeah, that just made me laugh. But again, as I say, I think it's quite clear, right? And again, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have an account manager, to have a pilot, but to then argue yourself as the voice of authority, continually and constantly shit on the game. It's just a bad look, right? If you're going to have an agenda, at least attempt to, like, I don't know, do it with some gusto, you know, not to be so obvious because, as I said, it's clear it's an agenda, right? Again, you might not like Arknights Enfield, and I'm not here to tell you you're wrong because if you don't like it, you don't like it, right? I've had plenty of people who I respect massively and respect their views on games, tried the game and been like, not for me. Makes sense, right? Just because I don't like a game doesn't mean the game is objectively bad. There is objective issues with this game that need fixing, right? But the idea that this guy, this little manlet, is the man who's been honest and open about all of the things that are wrong with the game, it's just not true. Doesn't mean that in his diatribe of insults, right, that he can't be right because a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Don't mean the fucking clock's working and he's going to let you know when you need to be up for work, right? It's just clear as day. And like, it just makes, look, anybody who's been following recent trends, right, you know, Saint is a dent. Dude's an idiot. He's a massive, cringy weirdo. Right? And I'm not even saying that as banter, right? It's just not. Because if you've watched him, he's weird. He's a weird guy and he's cringy. And it just makes him look even more dented and cringy. But I suppose at least with this stuff, he's making money off it, right? But trust me, it's not for the benefit of the game in any sort of way. Like CJ goes on here to obviously show off his account and stuff as well, which like he's got a bunch of trim medals and stuff, which you know, I haven't gone through all of that myself in regards to the trim medals, if you will, but I know how to artifice gear and I know how to move items from a backpack. And if there was another clip here that I wanted to look at.
This video was the first video.
Okay, I think this is just where he was like responding to the very first video, because let me just show you a clip here as well, actually, which I found kind of funny, right? Where is he? Where is he? Give me a second here, chat. Give me a second. Let me just find this. Let me just find this. Damn, I need to clean up my drive, bro. My drive is fucking full. My drive is seriously full. Where's that clip one? Give me a second here, boys. Yeah, dude, I need to clean up my drive. I've got like 50 gig left on my drive, bro. It's wild. That is wild. Where is it? Hold up a second, boys. I will be with you. I will be with you. But it just made me think of this, actually. Where is he? I'm a D drive. Is it on my C drive? There we go. My D drive. It's on my D drive, boys. Hold up. Hold up. Right. Because remember, Saint likes to keep saying all of this started because of his Enfield takes, right? Now, there's, I guess you could argue there's something to that because, you know, CJ made a response video to his asinine statements, but he went a little bit deeper than that off the bat, right? That was just like the jumping off pad, if you will, the launch pad for it. But this didn't spiral and become what it is because people are offended by his Enfield takes, even though he likes to make it out like that, because it really makes his opponents look like they're stupid, right? And it's all because they can't take negative opinions about the game they like, which we all know that's not the case. Let me just get this, if I can find it. Would help if I sorted out my my clips so I could actually pull them up. Where is it? What the fuck? Where is this? Too many different recordings of gameplay at the minute. I'm recording a load of Star Trek gameplay. Give me a second here, boys. Give me a second. I'll find it. I'll find it. Hopefully. Maybe not. Maybe it's just vanished. Got too much Star Trek recording in here. Holy shit. Where is that then? It's basically, once again, him trying to say, everyone hates him again for his 1.1 takes, when we know that's just not the case, right? It's just not the case. It's because you're a fucking idiot. You know? I was hoping I could get the clip up, but I can't fucking find it now. I've got too many video files in my this folder, but I can't actually see. Too many Star Trek recordings. Yeah, I don't think I can find it. Whatever, anyway. It's an important clip. Basically, it's just him saying that people have got an issue with him, a bone to pick with him, right? Because he's got issues with 1.1 again. Because apparently 1.1's the worst update in Gacha history, right? Yeah. It's the worst update in Gacha history. Again, I'm yet to play it, so I can't actually speak on it. He might be right. I don't think he is, because we've seen some pretty shitty patches across the years on different games, right? So, what was he? Was it 1.2? Was it 1.2 now for Wuthering Waves? That was a pretty bad patch. I wouldn't say that was the worst patch, though. You know, the one where we had the stupid little fucking festival that went on for far too long and had fuck all to do. But I wouldn't even call that the worst patch. Or yeah. It's a pretty obvious situation where we're at, right? This dude, right, is just here to rage bait the Hypergryph community, the Arknights community, if you will, right? Because you look at his content, look at the stuff that tends to get more views now, right? And even that shit doesn't really get that many views. Those views are down a lot, man. 11k views 3 days ago from Mr. Metrics. Right? Kind of crazy that, really. Like, again, views don't bother me at all because, as I say, this isn't my livelihood. But from a dude who's obsessed with metrics, it's crazy to see his metrics are not exactly doing brilliantly at the moment, you know? A Wuthering Waves video here, Goodbye Sigrika, 16k views. Man's killing it. 16k. Right, it's time to quit Enfield, 22k. Right? These views are just not insane. He gets the odd video here and there that kind of pops off, right? But his average views now are like 15 to 25k, where I could have swore, if we go back 4 months or so, I'm sure his views were at more like 30 to 60k per video, right? It's anecdotal. I'm not going to go back and look at everything because I truly cannot be arsed. But from a guy who's constantly talking about metrics and keeps referencing, he won the drama because all of his ops, like he's a roadman, he likes to say, their views are down. Or a lot of us have views are never crazy anyway. Of course, they were higher when we were clapping at Saint because lots of people fucking hate the dude, right? So, of course, we're going to get more views. And also, you got to take into account, there's going to be, because I've got viewers like that, don't want to listen to this shit. So they'll back off from those videos, won't get notified about the non-drama videos. And, you know, but like, I don't care anyway. I don't care if I get 5 views on a video or 50,000. It doesn't bother me. But from a dude who you know it does bother, to see these numbers must be hurting, you know, must be really, really hurting. His views are down, like say here, the last week, 2.9%, even though he's spamming content, right? Yeah, man, it's not looking spectacular for Mr. Metrics, if I'm honest. And again, that might seem, well, I know the response back from Saint to be like, bro, you only get like 3K views when you talk about me. Okay. It's like, yeah, you're not incorrect. It's like, it doesn't hurt me though. You know? And over a fact, when your Oilers have gone, because they will one day go, they won't be there forever, right? Because just the kind of person you are, they will go. And nobody keeps an Oiler forever. The sponsorships, apart from like the LD sponsorships, seem to have dried up. The views are drying up. And bro's burnt so many bridges and attacked so many communities. If the Wuthering Waves train eventually leaves the station and doesn't want to be bothered with him, the major part of that community, where does he have to go? Like, where does he have to go? Do you know what I mean? Like, dudes salted the earth wherever he's gone. So, you know, this is why he's doing what he's doing now. Because he knows what he's done. He has to keep this up. As I say, he's got a viewer base that desire it. They want it. They want him to shit on Hoyo and on Hypergryph and on any game that potentially can challenge their little safe space that they think is Wuthering Waves, right? And anybody who speaks up in defiance, they want him to go after them as well. Other than that, they really don't care. Because you've seen it in CJ's video. I don't know if it was in this one, but when he switched from Enfield and just went to playing Wuthering Waves, the views just went like that in his stream. You know? Why? Because those people don't care about watching him play Wuthering Waves unless it's like something good going on or dudes shitting on another game, which, hey, people have built long careers off that. I don't think this guy's going to do it, though. But as I say, I think it's just pure agenda. It's hate traffic. That's all the dudes trying to generate from Arknights Endfield at the moment. It's clear as day. And you know what? I am not offended by it in the slightest. And I don't think majority of the Enfield community are, because I think most of them are quite critical of the game anyway, if I'm honest. And they'll accept criticism. But I think most people can also clearly see as well the agenda. Some people hide it well and rage bait people quite well, right? Because they actually genuinely look like they're either stupid or they're misunderstanding. I think people can see exactly what bro's doing, right? So it's just not even impacting anymore because they're like, okay, he's going to say some dumb shit. He's going to bring up Google Trends. He's going to bring up Twitch Tracker. He's going to go to the category for the game. He's going to talk view botting. He's going to talk gacha. He's going to talk devs are retarded. And it's the same video over and over and over and over again. Bro's got nothing left, right? Again, do you know what it goes back to? I'm telling you, man. I think this clip for me, this is true.
I've got nothing left. I've got nothing left.
Oh, just me.
That's why bro stalks Captain Cabinets to this day, because he's got nothing left, man. Bro's got nothing left. All he's got is metrics, and when they've gone, this bro's cooked. This bro is cooked. Straight up. Straight up. He was going after Super because he didn't understand rage bait. Yeah. The thing is, Super just ain't bothered. And the funny thing is as well, Super's got hands, you know? Super can offer it the smoke. He just don't want it because he don't give a fuck. You know? It's rage bait. Definitely. Definitely. Where's that from? EastEnders. It's a soap opera from the UK. It's Ian Beale and Phil Mitchell. I just thought I'd put Techie and Saint in there because I thought it was funny. Yeah, I think with every video he makes, you can knock off 10k views and 1.5k likes and you get the actual metrics. Yeah. Well, you got to take into account as well. I think reason why, like because when it comes to new character stuff with Wuthering Waves, right, you got to be careful. I don't know if I'm not going to accuse a corporation of doing it because I don't want to get fucking in trouble, right? But we know Chinese companies do viewbot things, right? And am I saying that Hypergryph haven't been doing that? I don't know. I'm not accusing them of it, but I don't think that there's individual companies that, they wouldn't do that. But we've seen it with Wuthering Waves, right? We've seen it when characters come out and certain things happen, people get viewbotted, whether that's a third party or what. It happened to Amethyst Abrams. It happened to Ajek. It happened to a bunch of people who typically, when they do that sort of content, might get 1,000 to a couple of thousand views. On a good day, 4 or 5, right? These people were getting 100,000 plus views on the video, And they even came out themselves and was like, yeah, I've been viewbotted, It wasn't me. At first, they were like, I've had a really good day. And then they found out they got viewbotted. So, you will have those videos with Wuthering Waves that do exceptionally well, but you'll start to notice his other content with Wuthering Waves isn't doing so well. Because why? Because the people who are going there to hate watch him don't want to watch him talk about Wuthering Waves. They want to watch him talk about things that pisses them off because that's what we're like as human beings, aren't we? We can't help it sometimes. We're attracted to things that annoy us, right? There's a reason why morons get big on Instagram and TikTok because people can't help but click on that divvy who's just like 62 IQ, has to wear freaking water wings when they get in the bath so they don't drown, right? These are the sort of people that we can't help but watch sometimes. It's a car crash, right? And that's why that sort of stuff gets popular. I've said this before. I don't know if, I know these allegations of viewbotting on the Twitch. I don't know if he's doing that right. I don't know. Because Twitch is a cesspit for that anyway. I think everybody at some point on Twitch has been viewbotted by somebody. I know it's happened to me because I've seen my views on Twitch at points go into the hundreds out of nowhere and nobody's talking, right? It's happened in the past. And I've been raided by, big streamers and had like 6,000 plus people watching. And you know the difference. You know the difference even if you're a viewer, right? It's full of it. So I wouldn't even stand there and say, well, I know he's doing that right. But one thing I will say, I reckon 30 to 50% of his viewer base is hate watchers. Honestly, I do. I think it's people who are watching his content to see the next dumb thing he's got to say. There's probably 40 or 50 people recording and clipping him to see the shit that he's going to come up with next. I think if that's what, and I think he understands that. You know what I mean? I think he's aware of that. That's why he keeps it going because he knows without those, his numbers would drop rapidly. And the people who like him, who are there for the PvP, if there was no PvP, a big portion of those would go as well. If you strip back to Saint's viewership to the people who are there for him and guides, I bet you it's probably 25% of what his actual audience is. You can say I'm a hater, right? You can, because I am. I don't like Saint, but I don't care. I'm not one of those people that it makes me sad to see him doing well. If he's earning money, he's earning money. It is what it is. He's still a dickhead, right? So it's not even coming from a point of view for me where like I want to pretend it's not the case. I just think it is. I do. I think it is. I honestly think that's where his metrics are to be. I reckon the bit 25 to 30% of his actual numbers if it wasn't for the drama, for the hate watchers, and for the people who are there to cheer him on because they just like to watch the world burn because he's got a big part of his audience that do that. I don't think they actually care for Saint. They just like to watch the circus. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, well, a good way to see when it comes to like view botting on a video is with like the plugins, let me just show you. You see like this sort of stuff here? This is normal. Typically, you'll see a video kind of like have a bit of a curve like this and then flatten out. Usually, there's an easy way to see if something's happened where, now, this can be down to the algorithm sometimes, right? Because the algorithm can kick in when stuff goes viral. We're talking virality there, and the numbers would be like a lot higher, where you'll either have a vertical shoot up and then it flattens out, where all the bots are coming in off the bat within the first hour or two of the video uploading, or you'll have a curve like this and then it'll just go parabolic, right? Because typically your first 24 hours of a video, unless it either gets picked up by the algorithm at some point or it gets shared by a big creator or something along those lines, right? Because things can happen like that. It typically, you'll have sort of a linear sort of growth to it. And then a video will get to the point where it kind of just flattens out, right? It's got no more room to grow, or at least that would show up here, you know? So it'd be pretty flat. But typically you'll see that parabolic move at the start or a random parabolic move out of nowhere. That's usually when it's like, okay, something happened here. And again, I haven't looked through his videos to see if that happens because I don't give a fuck, honestly. Like I say, I don't care that much in that regard. I can't be asked to sit through and look through all these stats and numbers because to me, none of that makes a difference. Dude's just a dickhead. You know, Ro could have 1 million subs and he'd still be a dickhead. It's just what's it? Oh, go on. You've tempted me. Let's have a quick look. You got me doing something that I said, what I'm going to do now. Let's have a look at his, I've spelled his name wrong. Let's have a quick look. And again, I'm not saying anything is a fact here because I don't know, right? I don't know. Probably not best to look at videos when they're brand new, right? You want to look at a video that's had a bit of time to marinate in the what's it, right? I suppose let's have a look at some of the ones that have got higher views, then, right? Because I think his numbers now seem to be between 15 to 25k. I think that's a normal video for him, right? So let's look for something that's out of the norm, I guess, then, shall we? Like 40k plus, maybe. Damn. When was the last time we had a 40k plus video? When he's talking about us, but I think that's fair to say that's probably... Shit, damn, dude's videos are down. Views are down, aren't they?
For fucking...
That looks pretty normal. I wouldn't look at that and think anything sus, personally.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That looks sort of normal as well, if I'm honest. Yeah, I don't know. Is any of his recent videos been... Let's have a look at popular. Insanely, well, there's no point looking at this because it's probably got botted by
that some Gacha
the company and impressions as well, because of the type of video it is. I don't know, to be fair. That's a healthy graph. You don't care about the numbers, what I know, right? It's everything, bro. It's everything. Here we go. I don't know, these... Like, I look at these. Yeah, that looks...
Ladies and gentlemen, our resident, our favorite nerd is back at it again, Void Enigma, with another video on the Gacha space. It's going to be focused on a very, very big issue that we've been seeing pretty much in every single big Gacha game.
Good, though.
And the topic is going...
Anyway, I'm bored now. Okay. Honestly, okay. Like I say, I'm not even accusing him of actually doing it. I'm not saying he isn't, and I'm not saying it's not happening to him, or... you know, it doesn't, it's not something I actually, care about, honestly. I think fucking so many people are doing it, right? So many people are doing it. It's just, I just thought it was worth referencing regarding Enfield in terms of the piloting stuff. Because even though that's somebody that a lot of other people are doing, they're not using it as a tool to attack communities and stuff like that. Should we watch this then? Shall we watch it? Let's watch it and then we get into the game. I'm blaming chat for this because they asked for it. I wasn't planning to, but I'm blaming chat. There's one video where he's... yeah, somebody will have to link it to me. I honestly have no care to go looking through that. I honestly don't care. I don't care, man. You know? See, this is a video you can tell where a bunch of people have reacted to it, right? See these jumps up here? They were saying how you can have these jumps. You know what I mean? Oh, this is his total views, actually, isn't he? This is his total views. Shit, man, he's been killing it recently, hasn't he? Fuck. Who's been killing it? Okay. Let's, this cookie vid was a miss. Really? Okay. Likewise, it's doing pretty good. So, he must have some valid points. And, I think Cookie is quite level-headed, isn't he, as well? And I think he's open about his biases when he has them, right? So, let's check out this video. I know it's been doing the rounds. I haven't watched it myself yet. I saw an out-of-context clip from, I don't know if it was on Twitter or I don't know where it was now, but I did see an out-of-context clip that was partly way through the video, and all I could garner from was that my first impression was I didn't know if Cookie was asking for a little bit too much, a little bit too quick, but I want to store that away because it was out of context, and context matters, and I know Cookie is incredibly level-headed. I've got a lot of respect for him. Dude's the OG of Arknights, actual vampire for luck as well when it comes to it. So let's see what he's got to say about Arknights Endfield's version 1.0 review then, shall we? Because I want to say it again. I think the Enfield space is quite critical of the game. This idea of toxic positivity, I think it's a bit of a falsehood because I think there's lots of people who are critical of this game and it's on a spectrum. Some people are seriously critical about most things in the game to some people having, you know, less strong critiques of the game. But I think the community is quite honest about the feedback with the game. So let's see what Cookie's got to say about this then, shall we? So let's give it a preemptive like. And yeah, man, let's see what he's got to say about Arknights Enfield 1.0, granted, because I've got my own issues, but maybe we can talk about my own issues as we react to what Cookie's got to say then. So let's get into it. Let's do it.
Let me start the video with mad heat. Okay, I'm just gonna
Mad
tell
heat?
you
Oh,
my
shit.
straight up opinion of Arknights Endfield, and that is I don't like Arknights Endfield. Well,
Hold on, let him speak.
doesn't mean that I dislike Arknights Endfield. It's more so that sit in the shoes of me. All right.
Oh, as a game. Dude doesn't like it as a game. Okay. I didn't expect that, I'm not going to lie.
Right, as an Arknights player who is someone who really loves Arknights, right? You can call me biggest Arknights hypergrifter, okay? But when it comes to looking at Arknights Enfield as someone who's transitioning the two games, I want to be able to tell people that Hypergryph is a fantastic company, that Arknights is a great game, and therefore Enfield is going to do the same. But there's just so many things that Enfield just didn't seem to learn from the development of Arknights. It's
Okay, interesting. I find that an interesting use of words there, because maybe it's a cultural thing, but I don't ever think like that when it comes to a game where I feel like I want to express to people about how the people who make this game are a good corporate entity, right? You could talk about individuals that you like, you know, with particular developers and CEOs and whatever, but I never have that desire to say, hey, look, I'd like to see them in a positive light. I always just think about the product. I just find that interesting word in there for me personally.
true, there can be people who's falling off of the game right now, they've realized the game is not for them, they think the game is boring, and there's even Arknights players who's out there telling people that this game is disappointing. I was once an AK player and Enfield just doesn't hit the mark for me. And
Well, that's fair.
oftentimes when they compare...
And I mean, that's really expected as well, because they're different games, man. They are whole, like, take out the lackluster story, your potential issues with the gacha, systems, whatever it might be. If you're a massive fan of Arknights, right, we're talking totally different games here in general, right? And that's going to affect the way the game is portrayed throughout its entirety, right? Because I said this to people before the game came out, right? Because obviously people in the Arknights space are incredibly excited about Enfield. And I said to people, man, I guess you need to potentially temper your expectations and maybe some of your excitement, because we're in a whole different ball game now. You know, we're talking a whole different kettle of fish.
AK to Enfield, they're saying that AK is a fantastic game right now and Enfield just don't hold a candle. But they are usually comparing to the current state of Arknights, being the 2026 6-7 years version of the game. I'm sorry I said that number, but it really is what it is. Nonetheless though, the starting of Arknights in year 1 and year 2, those were the times where a lot of you who play AK aren't actually here, and you guys only joined much later.
Yeah, I did. So I can't speak on what Arknights felt like or played like or how the experience was on launch, because I wasn't there, right? I came in much later with the breadth of content and fell in love. I love Arknights. I think it is still now, it's the best gacha game in the space. I do, honestly. I think it's the best gacha game in the space. And at the moment, I want to play Enfield more than any other gacha game, but objectively, I still think Arknights is the best gacha game in the space, right? But I do definitely think a lot of people are looking through the window or the tinted glasses of Arknights in year 6, comparing that to Enfield in month 2, which it's just a little bit unfair, right? Of course, you can look at, well, the mistakes that they made now, they shouldn't be making those mistakes, but we're in a different ballpark. So I expect some of those same mistakes to be trodden because they're doing an entirely different thing. And new mistakes will be trodden as well and made because they're doing something entirely different. But it is, for a game that has so much content and quality and insane updates still coming now, it is a little bit unfair, but it's expected. You know, our biases come for a reason. And even if you're cognizant of it, you know, the game is going to be treated with that, you know, that treatment, even if it feels a little bit unfair. It's just how it's going to be, right? Because you can't expect people to remove those 6 years of quality and not compare it to it. It's just going to happen, isn't it?
As someone who's played AK in that starting phase, I feel like history in itself is repeating, where the starting part of Enfield has the exact same problems and troubles that AK had in year 1. Let me get this straight early in the video as well.
Okay.
Enfield is definitely in the same genre as Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves.
Oh, for sure.
3D semi-open world RPG type of game.
For sure. Well, they're open world games. I suppose you could argue they are semi-open world in a sense because it's not one entire world. There is subsections to a degree, but they're more open world where Enfield is semi-open world. But yeah, this is their competitors now, right? Where Arknights was never competing with these games. Now, monetarily, you can see them as competitive competitors, but they were never in the ballpark. You're not arguing over the same players, really. They are now, right? It's their direct competitors.
And if they choose to do that, I totally don't mind. But in order for me to respect that sort of choice, I really want them to be a different feeling of a game.
Okay.
Something that really feels like its own. Which, I'm not saying that Enfield's not different right now. Yes, the factory is a very unique thing that definitely don't appear in other games. It's a different way of getting the materials, the gear that you want for your units. And there is also the combat, which if you actually delve into the intricacies of all the stuff, you'll realize that it's so different in the way that you think, in the way that combat flows.
Agree? I think Enfield separates itself more from Wuthering Waves than Genshin than Wuthering Waves separated itself from Genshin. Is this crossover? Of course. But it's an action RPG in a semi-open world. Go to box price games. There's crossovers all over the place, right? So, yeah, I think that's fair. There is things that do make it similar, but I think it does enough personally. Again, this is a very subjective thing to separate itself for me. It's just in the places I'd like it to do better. It's not doing as well as I'd like it to at the moment.
So, those things I don't think are enough for me to say that Enfield is a really different and high impact of a game. So this is what I want to cover during this video. There are 3 main problems, alright? Okay. Gacha, difficulty, and replayability. Okay. But before I talk about them, I know some people...
Okay, so regarding the gacha, I've said this before, right? I know people say I'm insane for this. You know, I honestly don't find the gacha that bad person. I just don't. I don't care. I'd like to get more currency in game. That's another argument. Difficulty. I don't mind the game where it's at the moment. I just hope we get genuine difficulty. And already I kind of like what they're doing with Umbral Monument, and I think that can be built upon and we can scale out from there. Because for me, difficulty as well, people always look at, it has to be harder. I like my difficulty to have something a bit different to it as well. You know, difficulty can kind of go out horizontally and be better, if that makes sense, right? Because it just engages your brain in a different way. It doesn't actually be something that you can, you know, show by metrics that this is objectively more difficult than this. Because difficulties like learning. Different people find different things difficult, right? Now, some people who are really good at reaction-based games would come to a game like Arknights and find it mind-boggling, and vice versa, right? So, like, difficulty is not always about harder for me. I like variety. Replayability, I need that. As somebody who can get bored quickly of grinds, I need replayability, I do. I need a reason. I can't just be doing it for the sake of it.
Saying, wait, there's so many other problems, and I totally agree. Those are not problems that I want to focus on in this video, because the only solution I can propose is do better Hypergryph. They can only fix it in the future patches, because these problems are confined to 1.0. The main two things being weak, unappealing storytelling or way too much tutorials. Even if they were to revamp it, all of us have sat through the experience. We're not going to re-sit through that kind of thing. So all that can happen now is give us much better patches that are
onboarding for new upcoming future players is also important now. I've got no issue, because I've seen some people say that, well, why the fuck do I want it changed now? I've had to sit through it. That's fucking me over. But I'm like, but if you want the game to be better, that requires constant onboarding of new players. You want that onboarding to be better, because that can facilitate a better experience for you in the future as well. More players, more money, better experience. Hopefully, you know?
memorable. One last note before the meat of the video, that is, some of you might be asking me, wait, you're suddenly all like wanting to spill the beans on the bad stuff of this game. Why didn't you just do it earlier during beta test 2, where all the people were, you know, doing all the kind of reviews that they did? The thing is, I didn't find any glaring issues with beta test 2, because I think the core gameplay of Enfield is fine. It's fun to do the factory.
That's interesting, because, okay, I want to see the reasons for that then, because I think not much has changed. But also, it's a beta, so there's the expectation that stuff is going to change as well, right?
It's fun of a combat, but the story part, yes, I feedback that it was pretty weak, and it turns out they didn't change anything. I was actually very surprised, because I got to play beta test 2, I was invited, and I'm very grateful for it. But I got a shock of my life when I found out that the launch patch of 1.0, 80 to 90% of the content is the exact same as beta test 2, which I just think, isn't it very weird of a strategy that Hypergryph chose to take? Because it's almost like you revealed your full hand, and then everybody...
I don't know, it's a difficult one, right? Because typically that's what you think betas are there for. But I said not much was going to change, or it had already changed, right? The feedback was never going to be implemented, right? Because between beta 2 and launch, it was either an old build that had already had changes applied, or it was the build that we were getting because the changes were not going to be made in that time. So like, yeah, it is an odd decision, but at the same time, you know, I never believed our feedback to have much impact. You know, people ask me these questions, do you think this would change? Do you think that would change? I'd be like, what? In 2-3 months? No. Ain't no way we're getting those changes. There's just not enough time to make those changes. Like I said, the only changes that potentially would happen will be multipliers, potential things like rates on gacha, you know, currency that you get in the game, multipliers in terms of like damage numbers. Everything else would not be able to change in such a short period of time.
You got excited of the game. The streamers or the people watching those streamers are experiencing it all, and then when they actually play the game for themselves, they realize, wait, there's no new other additions. I don't know, strange little rant that I have to go on.
I suppose as well, really, sorry to keep pausing you. I come from like multiplayer shooters as well, and especially when you play games like COD, you know, that's the fucking game. You're getting a fucking early access, you've spent money to get early access, really. It's not a beta, it's an opening couple of weekends, like a month before the game comes out, right? So I suppose when not much changes in betas for me, although I'd like things to change, I don't really have a mass surprise, because I'm like, a lot of the time it's the way for companies to sell copies, or in this case, to get people ready to be engaged when it launches, right?
I didn't have issues with beta test 2. The issues that I was looking out for is all going to come when the launch patch happened and all the subsequent updates. I was worried about the content cycle of the game, and now that we're starting to see it, I really need to address it. Okay. So let's start. First thing to talk about in this game, difficulty, which I know some of you wanted to hear Gacha first. Gacha is going to be last, okay? There is kind of nowhere to truly test the units that you have in the game. A lot of the difficulty that happens right now is all self-induced, meaning to say, you have people like me who's playing with full level 60 squads, not even doing any masteries. I'm just playing my units.
Is that true? But I don't know. Again, I'm not a sweat when it comes to PvE games. You'll see me want to get better and better and better at games when I'm playing against other people. Typically shooters, right? That's when I'll want to improve and I'll lock in and get the most out of it. But as somebody like who I'd say I'm probably just average at the game, right? Again, I've got trim medals on the first side of Umbral Monument at the moment, not on the second side because I haven't attempted to do it just yet. And there's still content, endgame content that I haven't done yet. Not because I've been failing it, just because I haven't got round to it. But I felt like there's a definite challenge for me in the content that requires, well, not necessarily requires me to play the units in a specific way, but I do because I want to play them in that way. I feel like there's a bit of a challenge to the game. Is it hard? No. But I feel challenged somewhat. I don't know. I guess it's different for different people, right? And I am somebody that enjoys a challenge. You guys look how I play Arknights, right? I don't know my account's a lot better now, but look how I've gone about playing Arknights. I find a little bit of a challenge to it. Umbral Monument's not the honest. RE Crisis. Yeah, that's the yeah, I've done some of that. That feels like that might even be harder than Umbral Monument, actually, because some of the enemies are incredibly aggressive right off the bat. I remember the first time I went into that, and you got like that, I don't know, it's like a saber-toothed cat kind of thing. That thing fucked me up the first time I went in there because I wasn't expecting it to be so aggressive. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. So far, difficulty for me, I haven't been like, this game's far too easy. But as I said, difficulty as well, the enjoyment I get is not always about let's dial it up, because all you get then is HP inflation, resistances, shit like that, right? And stupid damage windows that really don't make things more enjoyable. They just make you sit there and sweat more. I want a more horizontal form of difficulty. I do interesting mechanics that make me think, where it's like, wait a minute, why am I fucking up here? It's not actually that it's majorly hard in a reactive sense. It's just like, I'm not thinking it through. And I hope we get that sort of difficulty as well, I do.
That skill rank 6 talents a lot, and I've still stuck there at this point of this game. There are other people who's doing things like solo runs where they use only a singular character to play, and it's interesting that it's possible to use a max character to defeat a boss, for instance. Or you have people that is just using singular team, trying to max them all out. Like, a lot of the difficulty that people try to find are all self-created by the players, but the game itself, I feel, isn't really offering difficulty.
That's in Arknights as well, though, right? Arknights is genuinely difficult, though. But there's plenty of self-inflicted challenges in Arknights, specific factions, E0s, E1s, freaking playing like one tile stuff, all that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? So like there's plenty of self-inflicted challenges as well, but also it's not fair because the game does have genuinely difficult content.
Umbral Monument tries to be dead, but I don't know why everyone in this community has been calling Umbral Monument an endgame.
It's
when
EX
it's not
stages.
an endgame. If I compare it to Arknights, it's almost like as if a new event in Arknights appeared, like a side story event, right?
I will say there though, a lot of people are calling it endgame, Cookie, because that's what they used to, whether it be WoW, Genshin, Zenless, whatever it might be. Umbral Monument's a very typical endgame-like content for those games. So if you're coming from that, and Umbral Monument seems like this is what I'd expect, I think dude's coming from the Arknight space here, which I understand because the end game in that game is fucking amazing, right?
They release a stage and the stage has a challenge mode. It's just a regular stage. That's all it is. If you think about endgame that exists in AK, it's a whole different story when we talk about contingency contract, DOS, vector breakthrough, and the tons of other things that they're doing over there. There is no
vector breakthrough, clap my cheeks, man.
Endgame in Arknights Endfield right now. But guys, the game just launched. Why is there a need for endgame when people are still getting accustomed to—
I've said this. I honestly don't mind Umbral Monument for what it is now, right? And it's good as a little stopgap. And I would rather Hypergryph take 2, 3, 4 patches to get a good mode that's something like what we got in Arknights and us wait rather than them rushing something out now in this desire to fill the void, and we just get static garbage, right? I really would rather them take a little bit of extra time, because I'm willing to wait for that, because I think really good replayable content takes a little bit of time to craft. You got to look at things within the game as well, feedback, how are players playing the game, what are the things that we can introduce to really add some replayability, rather than just being like, okay, we got an idea, let's go. Then maybe they already have, and it'll be amazing. But I'm willing to wait for something really good. I am.
The many things that happens within the game and trying to understand the different units and how they work, we're not at the point where we need to be tested just yet. But now let me bring in my stance as an Arknights player looking at how Enfield is. I don't think the thing we're looking for is endgame. Endgame is such a loose term that I don't know from where or why it got perpetuated so much in the global gacha community. But funnily speaking, the term endgame is not something that we use that much in Arknights. We don't really go looking at a new game mode or a new event saying, whoa, that's endgame and all that kind of thing. AK is a game that is just full of difficulty. Every new event and game mode they release,
you know, some people point to R15 a bit of a filter. Just saying, could it be me? Could it be me?
New challenge for you to take on, and it reframes your understanding of how you use your units with the likes of integrated strategies, reclamation algorithm. In recent times, we got rebuilding mandate. Like AK is all.
Okay, we're back. We had a little hiccup, so that's not gone. That's not gone. It's still here. It's still here. Hopefully that just buffered for you guys. It just disconnected entirely for me for a split second. Continue on. Continue on.
About giving us innovative and also caterable difficulty. Because that is what Arknights is, playing Arknights Enfield feels like a shame for me, because I want to be able to brag to people that that's what AK is all about, but Enfield's choosing not to explore that very early in the game.
I honestly think that will take a while to get to, because, and I don't think we'll ever get to that level. I think just by its very core design, Arknights will always be superior in that regard. It will just always be superior because of its core design, right? And Enfield will never be that. I don't think any action gacha game will ever be able to stand up to that. Now, that doesn't mean they can't try, and I definitely agree with what he's saying here, but I also think we've got to temper expectations. It's never going to be on the level of Arknights. I'm going to stand by that. I'll stand by that till the EOS of us all, because I honestly, I just don't think any other game can do it because of just the way it's designed. It's so modular is a perfect word, yeah. It's so modular. It lends itself to iteration on a next level, just by its very design. The way you can like pull in and pull out mechanics into the game, stage mechanics, boss mechanics, the different events and stuff. I don't think we'll ever have anything like that in Enfield, personally. I don't.
You need to understand that, yes, there are people who's getting used to the game, there are free-to-play players, there are players that don't really have a lot of time to invest in, and then you have the high end of players, the whalers, the spenders, they're gonna be maxing out everything as fast as they can. With everybody at different phases of the game, there is a sort of need to cater to where they are at this point. That is something that Contingency Contract Beta does pretty well. To those of you who don't play Arknights, let me explain to you one of the very first endgame, okay, let's use that word, first endgame modes that appeared in Arknights. So, Contingency Contract is a game mode where they have a singular stage. They do have other stages as well, not important, but whatever it is, this singular stage, they give you a whole table, list of conditions that you can select. So you can actually handpick how much more difficult you want to make the stage.
I do think
so you can increase
a CC type mode would be cool in Enfield though, because when we had that like Trials, Crisis, Protocol, whatever the fuck it was in WoW, that was fun. That was actually fun.
The enemy's HP, you can lower your unit's attack, you can make enemies maybe perform a
It's
different
quiet.
way within
Shouldn't
the
be.
stage, add more enemies into it. So you modify the stage according to what you yourself are able to achieve. The great thing for that is that when it comes to rewards that you can get from playing this event, they didn't make it such that you have to select every single difficulty. They kept it at the familiar naming, which is Risk 18. So a lot of people try to strive for that, and then afterwards, anything beyond risk 18, there's no reward. But if anything that happens, it's for your own personal satisfaction. No medals or anything. If you want to just show off to people...
I would honestly, though, after the little I've played of CC, I would argue it's endgame content. Like, because it's a sort of content that just requires understanding, right? And there's usually things, and I know, like, these are just terms, which I think, like, when a game is endgame content, right? It's usually designed for people who either have insane account status, whether you're in an MMO or fucking gacha game, whatever it might be, or comprehensive understanding of the mechanics and systems within the game to counteract the more difficult things that are thrown at you, aren't they? Which to me, just I feel like it is endgame at that point. I do think he's right, though. It's a term that we do get wrapped up in a little bit too much, because I think it locks the content off when you call it endgame, because I think it allows for focus on what it should be rather than what it could be, if that makes sense. And I think that's why we have so many similar kind of endgame modes, really, because it's looked at through that lens, if that makes sense.
People that, hey, I can complete the whole table, or I can do like, you know, -5 of the conditions. You can do that. The great thing is
integrated strategy is way more fun as an endgame mode. See, that's where I think IS, even though technically it's an endgame mode, right? It feels more like it's a mode. It's just a different way to play the game. And I think that's why it's so good, because it was fundamentally designed from the ground up to be more than just an end game. Do you know what I mean? It was a core philosophy from its inception, and I think that's why it's so good. And I think that's what we require in a game like Enfield. It's not like, let's tack this on for people who've got to the end of their grinding. It's like, right, let's create a parallel version of the game so they can go and, you know, kind of like how you might have a PvE game that has a single player mode, and then you got multiplayer. You know, I'm thinking like you got GTA and then GTA Online. You got COD Story and then you got COD Online. Kind of like that, if you know what I mean. So it's like I'm playing the same game, but it's inherently just a different version of the game. I think that's how you truly make replayable, good endgame, if you will.
In quite a lot of contingency contracts, you know, from the multiple seasons, there are times that people cannot finish all the difficulties. And because of that, for the bigger spenders or for the people who are like so into the gameplay, they become very invested that they can put the time into really challenging and pushing the units that they already own. Whereas for the other people who are like just starting out the game, the newer to the game, they don't need to feel so bad that they can't do that kind of like high difficulty stuff. They are given a position that even as a person who doesn't understand game mechanics or a new player, they can still
you're right, Ken. I get what he's saying.
So what I mean to say is that there is
and I don't disagree either.
Place right now in the game where I feel it satisfies the higher end of players. I think it's okay for, you know, all of us budding new people going to school and experiencing the first day of class type of vibe. But again, I do think there's a big category of like rushing type of players, especially the content creators. I feel like they're the ones that are very loud about how the game state is like not very nice, but I think it's also self-induced because you rush the game. As a result, the game not having anything that's catered to you makes you think there's nothing.
I've got to agree here. Now, that doesn't mean that some games don't lack content, right? And hopefully that's something that it doesn't matter how much you rush content. If you do have something like an IS or IS-like that's replayable, that it doesn't matter then how much you rush content because you've got something to go and do. But we have to understand that we clear content in these games, even if you're going into slow pace, 10 times faster than they can make it. And when you've got people who are like, hammer the fuck out of it day one, and then be like, I've got nothing to do. It's like the patch came out yesterday and I'm finished. It's like, oh, okay, all right. A little bit self-induced there, right? You know, if the game comes out and in the first week you've done everything and you're now complaining there's nothing to do, you know, I'm not saying you haven't got validity to what you're saying, but at the same time, you have gone like fucking, you know, a spedhead, right? You've gone into it rapidly. That's why I've enjoyed taking my time with this game. I've still got side quest missions to do from Valley 4, right? I only finished the main story quest about 4 days ago or so. I don't know when it was exactly. And I'm happy I took my time. I've still got loads of stuff to do.
Nothing going on. It's not the content creators' fault or such rushers' fault that they are doing this. I think it's for the game to actually do that job. to make sure that they feel like they have a place to play within the game. There is already.
I think if a game's mature, you can argue that. But I think 2 months after launch, I think that's a little unfair. Because, like, I think we're expecting a little bit too much maturation out of Enfield, if I'm honest. And I'd say a lot of that probably is coming from Arknights players, and it's understandable because they've had that. I think that might be expecting a little bit too much maturity out of a game that's not quite there yet, right? You know what I mean?
Opportunity for difficulty to exist within this game with the likes of Edge Space Salvage, which, by the way, of all the different innovative and bright stuff that Hypergryph has ever done, I need to just straight away tell you, this is the worst game mode I've ever seen Hypergryph make. The
Yo, man, I think that game mode's got so much potential, but in its current state, fair.
concept of that game mode, I like it, but the execution of it is so poor. Okay, I feel like I'm not in the position to speak about what I think that they should improve about the game mode because I'm not someone who studies game design. But
yo, Baku, thank you very much for the member, my guy. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. I want ARPG systems to play with, nothing to do with maturity. Now, systems are different. Right, systems are different, but I do think when it comes to replayability within a single-player game, let's remember, I know they're live services, but at the core, they're single-player games. I do think it might be expecting a little bit too much too early. Maybe that's just me. Because I think, personally, with a game like this, especially considering it's new for Hypergryph, right, I would rather them ingest a bunch of feedback to give us something better. I've said this about Edge Space, right? I think Edge Space in a year is going to look vastly different because I think it genuinely is a mold that's been put out there to be iterated. I think it's early access at the minute. It's like alpha. I think Edge Space is an alpha, I do. And I think Edge Space has the potential, personally, to be that other mold that sits alongside Enfield. I do, honestly. I really do.
I do think I have some concrete things that still runs along this line of having difficulty in the game. So the whole purpose of Edge Space Salvage is that you run around within the world, you collect the items, and then afterwards you have a backpack, right? At a certain point, if you run out of backpack space or you run out of time, then you are needing to leave the space. And then midway through, you find some chests, you kill some enemies. The crazy thing about this game mode that I feel is, how did you create a game mode that makes me feel like there is no risk or no loss?
That's
there
true.
Are such genres of games like dress-up cosmetics game, but in a game where
I agree with that. Risk isn't a part of that. And what it's kind of trying to be is a pseudo extraction game mode. And they inherently are made better by risk. So I do think some kind of risk, and I'd get rid of the insanity thing straight away and legit have extraction points. I would. I'd lean into it like that. I'd lean a little bit more extraction style into that mode, I would, and really start to build on it from there, personally.
it's combat-based, how do you manage to do a game mode that just makes me feel like I'm walking around aimlessly? I'd rather play The Sims, which is a great game, by the way, but there's more risk for me to feel in that game because my characters can actually die if I don't feed them or let them go to sleep. The genre
Reckon
of this
build on
game
derangement,
mode
do you
is basically
reckon?
called Extraction, which
I
is the
don't know.
most famous
I'd like
game title that
if people could proposition me with some cool ideas to build on derangement, I'd be happy to hear it.
has Extraction is Escape from Tarkov. And even a game like that has its own risk involved, where if you die within the world of Escape from Tarkov, you lose a lot of the progress they've already made in the game. So it's all about getting back safely. And when it comes to...
Well, I know what he's saying. He's talking about the rain. It's less progress in the game. It's specifically gear you've took in and acquired while you're in there. Your account progress is still there. Dependent on certain things, you know, whether it's just a mission that kill a bunch of scavs or kill a PMC or something like that, that don't matter. But if it's grab this item and extract it, then yeah, that's gone. And in terms of that, progression is gone.
getting back safely, the concept of extraction in that game is very different. You don't just leave the world at any time and then come back to the spawn point. No, when you go further and deeper within the world and you've collected all these stuff, you need to go back to your safe zone and then TP back into your own home. So there is a sort of risk where if you don't do that, you might lose all the...
Give us things that happen at certain derangement thresholds. Make derangement like Rad certain in Fallout. It doesn't make you force exit. Instead, it diminishes your status till Q. So, like, I would be okay with having the derangement inflict certain things on you that makes it harder, right? But I would like to extract. Obviously, I'm an extraction enjoyer, right? I like extraction shooters. So, like, I'd be okay with the derangement mechanic applying stuff and changing the run itself. But actually, to pull you out, it just feels like in that regard, for me, I don't find it interesting. I'd rather have a set timer. You got to get in, get shit done, get out, and the derangement affects the run in different ways and stuff as well, right? Whatever they could be, that'd be up to Hypergryph to potentially add.
Items, there's pressure within that. So that becomes a thing where your sanity management of your derangement and time becomes very important. But as you progress in HP Salvage, it's kind of irrelevant. You don't need to be so uptight about it. And then this is also another...
You need a risk of gear loss. Right, the items that you've picked up, because some of them you need them for missions, right? You get like, what is it, the little fucking, I don't know, you can get them at the little vending machines. You need 4 of them or 6 of them. There needs to be that risk of that thing I've got, I can lose, and therefore the mission's over. So you're in a position where I've got those 4 things. Let's say I've got to get 4 pieces of this one item. I've got the 4 items. I'm genuinely at risk of losing gear, so let's get the fuck out. Right, that's where the excitement of extraction type game modes comes in, right? Is the, do I carry on? You have to weigh these things up, and that's when it gets incredibly exciting, where you're like, oh, let me just go in there and loot that, because I might get that one item and then get out, right? And then, obviously, you got the PvP element to it as well, which adds to that also. But, acquiring the thing you've needed to acquire, and then deciding whether you want to get out is the thing. It's not designed in extraction, it's just exploration mode. But that's where I think it fails, right? Because as an exploration mode, it's uninteresting, right? I don't think we need an exploration mode in Enfield because the game's got great exploration. So to add this arbitrary exploration timed mode, it's just not an interesting premise to me.
Strange game design that I feel from Hypergryph, which is they decided to scale the levels of the enemies with the zone that they are in, which I don't disagree to it, that Zone 3 should have higher level enemies than Zone 1. And because Zone 3 is further in, maybe the resources are more valuable or rarer, right? Then yes, they should have harder enemies within that. But there is, again, no penalty in the amount of time that you spend within there. Why is the scale only located?
Because it goes off the derangements, you just do what you're doing until you can't do it anymore, right? And there's no risk. I think that's where the derangement needs to change to either proc stuff, or there has to be some way you end up, you have to weigh your choices to not lose out. Because at the minute, you don't, do you?
Of time that you get. So you imagine this sort of concept where the spawn point that you have is where you need to return to. There are other safe zones actually in HP Salvage, but let's just say that you only have one return point, right? You go deep into Zone 3, you spend a lot of time. For every minute that you spend there, the enemies become more dangerous. And since you need to get back to the spawn point as well, imagine that with more time that you spend, you get random enemies that spawn, and they have other stuff that goes on within them to stop you from trying to get back into your safe zone. That makes HP Salvage a lot more exciting.
I like that idea of enemies getting stronger.
Yes, I
do like that.
These stuff, but at what point should I start making my way out of this place? Time as a difficulty scaler is not unheard of in Arknights. They do that with Stronghold Protocol. They do that with SSS, where the more time that you take, then they will make your life more difficult. Why aren't they doing that with HP Salvage? It's such a boring game mode. But this is what I mean, that difficulty is so important to the game, and Enfield needs to do it to impress people. It comes in the form of future enemy designs, future game mode designs, and improving on whatever that they say are permanent game modes. I think it's a little bit... what's the word for this? Humorous? I think it's really harsh for me to put a word like this, but HP Salvage is an embarrassment to Hypergryph's brand. And if you call it...
Yo, Ro went in and said it's an embarrassment to the brand. I don't think I'd be that scathing personally. I honestly, it's not where it needs to be, honestly. But I genuinely, this is copium, but I think it's in a test phase, man. I do think it'll change. And if it doesn't, then I'd agree. What the fuck are you doing? If in 6 months' time, Etch Space looks exactly as it does now, yeah, I'll get on board and say, yeah, they fucked up bad. Like, why did you think that was going to be a finished product worthy, like, mold? But I do like to think it's something that's going to change. I do. There's part of me, obviously, again, I might be looking at it in a different way, right? But I do genuinely think Etch Space has so much potential. Should it have launched like that? I think that's a fair thing to say. Maybe it should have. Maybe they shouldn't have put it in the game in its current iteration. I think we can have that conversation and say that's a totally fair conversation to have. And if it gets better quicker by pulling it out of the game, do that right. Maybe I'm being too kind, right? Maybe I'm being too toxic positive here. But I think, and I would hope, because if not, then I think they've messed up. I would hope that it's going to change massively. I would hope. Because if not, yeah, then I will join being very scathing about it as well. I think it's an embarrassment to the brands. Harsh. But hey, I respect it.
A permanent game mode, treat it like one in terms of your development. I think they can fix it, and that's why I'm even proposing solutions for it. Alright, 1/3 done. Next one, replayability, which is kind of linked to difficulty. When there is difficulty within the game and you cater to the various players can feel more aligned with the game. So doing the things that I said in front can make the game feel like it's more replayable. But it's not the only thing that should happen. Two parts to this discussion. Firstly, the current replayable loop, which is also really not fun because...
Yeah, it doesn't have a massive replayable loop at the moment, really, does it? Like, you clear your Umbral Monument. There's not really a desire to go back and do it unless you want to do some content with different teams just for the sake of it. All the content that's in the game that's the more difficult content, if you will, isn't replayable. At least for me. Again, I'm not that type of person that can just do something over and over and over and be like, oh, I did it 5 seconds quicker than I did last time. So I definitely agree there. At the moment, we are definitely lacking replayable content, even though I'm not at the point where I need to be doing that, because like I say, I've still got plenty of stuff to do because I've been taking my time, but I'm cognizant to know that if I didn't have anything to do, I wouldn't be logging in every day to just go run Umbral Monuments, right? I just wouldn't.
Why is it that every single day when I...
Okay, but what was the repeatable loop in Arknights in the first 6 months? I don't know. And that's a fair comment. I wasn't there at the start of Arknights, so, And again, this is something that I don't know. I would hope would come, and I wouldn't expect on day one. But it's just a fact, right? It's a fact. It's not there at the minute. Now, you can be on 1 or 2 camps where you're like, well, I want it now, and it should have been there now. And that's a fair thing to say. It's a fair thing to say. Or you can come from the camp of, well, let's wait and see. I can wait a little bit, right? I'm in the latter, not only because I don't mind waiting, but because I haven't rushed through the content. But it's subjectively true at the minute. There is no replayable, repeatable content in the game, really, to be fair, in terms of molds.
Login, what I have to do is basically to deal with my outposts, to deal with my stocks, to do my delivery.
The point is, you should already be aware of all these issues because Arknights had them too. And that's not an unfair statement to make. I think I think when you're like in any sort of design, right, it's easy to make the same mistakes, right? Especially, now, it doesn't mean you have to forgive mistakes, right? We all see things differently. And it's still something that you can be critical, right? Okay. You're doing the same shit again. Why? Fair. Absolutely fair, right? Again, wasn't there in the early days of Arknights, so I can't specifically, point to things, right? Again, I am that guy, man, there. I'm like, well, let's give him a bit of space. It's just that it's something totally different for Hypergryph as well, right? But at the same time, I don't think that's a fair excuse. It is and it isn't, right? It is and it isn't. As a corporate entity, they really shouldn't be repeating the same mistakes. But as I say, we're in a different medium. So it's almost like they're repeating the same mistakes, but they're in a different space. So you could argue that the different mistakes, do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm not trying to excuse, well, I guess I am. I'm not denying what you're saying is true, right? It's just, I suppose I see it as it's because we're in a different, like, it's a different game, right? Different ballpark entirely. But yeah, man, you know, I ain't gonna argue that point. It's a fair point. Fair point.
Like, the thing is, I kind of don't give a damn about them at some point because you really don't need to be so sensitive to collect the bills all the time. But yet, because the game puts it there that, hey, this is something that refreshes daily, go and do it, you of course feel like, okay, fine, I'll do it. But it's not that interesting to constantly be ziplining down to deliver to the same guy or to transfer the job to someone else. And even for the...
I would like the delivery stuff to be different. I'm a little bit different, right, in this game. I still just enjoy walking everywhere. Honestly, my zipline network is shit. But I would like to be delivering some stuff to different people. And I do hope the delivery stuff gets made better. I actually don't mind those little bits of busy work in Enfield. Maybe in 2 months I'll feel totally different though. But I think it's a fair critique to have because people don't like busy work and they are chores at the end of the day.
Outpost, of course you don't have to sell your products every day. You can do it every 2 or 3 days. But even then, like, why must I click? Why can't it be automated? Which is gonna be crazy if I tell you that in beta test 1, the factory outpost was automated. Like, they remove automation of the outposts from beta test 2 and the launch.
I'm totally cool with having the ability to consume some materials, automate stuff as well. So when you're like maybe a little bit tight on mats, you just go do it yourself. Or when you're flush because your factory's profitable and you're sitting on mountains of materials, be like, you know what? Let me consume a little bit of materials here just to automate those systems. I'll be cool with that as well. I think that's fair.
I do not understand why
I like having the choice, so
that
personally.
sort of burden to the players to always need to check in on the screen that doesn't add enjoyment.
Probably
to
can, yeah.
game.
Probably.
The thing about the actual current daily loop of Enfield is that it's.
I suppose if they are keeping it to the same routes because you've got your zip lines built, that shows a lack of confidence in the actual mode from the developers, right? Because they're thinking, well, if it's not necessarily in the route of your typical route, you're going to have to walk. That's going to be frustrating. So then by proxy, is the mode a little bit frustrating and seen as a chore by the developers? Should they make it like that? Probably not. I think there's ways to improve it, definitely. I do like the idea of a potential option to automate it and stuff. Again, I think I just don't mind. I just like sometimes just, you know, doing it. But yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. It is a chore. It is a chore. Sometimes I like doing chores, though. I'm an idiot.
Quite okay. It just takes 5 minutes for you to just click around. But the trouble with this 5 minutes is it's a very unentertaining 5 minutes.
That's
like
fair.
compared to Arknights, where you log in, you just check in your base, collect all, then you go into your stages, you farm it once, you collect all your missions in one go, you check in on just minor areas, and then you log out. Like, that one feels a little bit more peaceful, I would say. But then in the...
See, I suppose I'll see a bit different. I find doing my delivery a much more cathartic experience than going into my base, clicking, click, you know, rest and go in to do my clues. I honestly kind of find that a bit of an annoyance, personally, in Arknights. It's so quick that it's a minor annoyance, right? It genuinely is. I find it less of a cathartic experience than just wandering through the map to make it, you know, each to their own, though, I guess, right? Each to their own.
case of Enfield...
And I don't take away that lots of people will see it as a painful chore, because lots of people do, and that's fair.
You get a lot of screens that just makes you go, must I really do this? It's just really strange that it's a game that prides on automation, but I don't see the
Some people will say both is as well.
My daily life in this game. The daily loop needs fixing. And then, of course, you guys are going to start talking about pool economy, okay? Wait. Gacha is the last problem that we'll talk about later on. The second part to this is that...
Nah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Scars. You're not wrong. There is that extra level of, like, you know, your outpost and then, you know, your elastic goods and all that sort of stuff and your credit thing and that. There is definitely extra layers to this. There definitely is. Not denying it.
Stuff after you've done your dailies. Like, why would you stick around to play the game more than just the daily missions you have to complete?
I'm kind of the same as well, Easy. I often do skip my depot runs as well. And I I suppose I don't feel the FOMO as well from that little bit of extra. I suppose it's how you look at things, right? Like, man, I've been terrible. I haven't logged into Arknights for like 4 days. But I'm okay with that because I know the game respects some time. So when I get back in, I'll just enjoy my time. If I end up having to swipe, I'll have to swipe. Well, you know.
In Arknights itself, we do have the ability for you to play not just from your stages.
It's not animation to copy. Oh, yeah.
There are tons of things that you get to do in order to push your teams without the use of your own energy. With
Like,
the likes of
do you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see, like, in regard to the depot stuff, right? If you could either potentially automate it or like have some sort of system. Now, this probably will be seen as a chore by people as well, but like, I don't know, like, you know, like in like Destiny and stuff, like in these sort of games where there's like a merchant and they're like, they require certain things and you can either like craft certain items to go into depot runs that go to these merchants or craft specific items that they want and they rotate and stuff and you get little extra things for them, whether it be for like artificing or etching or potentially sometimes Ouroboros or Arsenal tickets and stuff. I think something like that would be kind of cool as well, actually, as a way as well to have like a weekly rotating like little chore to do with the base, the factory. So for the people who are like maxed out in their factory and are not touching it because everything's automated and it's just doing its thing. It's like, oh shit, I need to craft, like, I don't know, just make some new items. Like, you need to craft fucking some water tanks, and the water tanks are made out of bottles and something else, and it's a new formula that for that week, and you craft that thing. It's not used for anything other than that. Maybe later on it can be if needed, and you just sell it to merchants, like, you know what I mean?
Algorithms, SSS, Annihilation, side story events, main story chapters, holographic combat matrix, paradox simulations, any old stage that you want to revisit and put your units to the test, there's like 20 different things that you can do after you're done with the daily loop. Enfield, what?
Hear me out, Pigs, hear me out. Depot run escort missions with Rhodes Island operator NPCs where you have to protect convoy delivering a group of the inhibitors to nearby settlements while getting attacked. I'll be down for something like that. Definitely. Black market merchant that pops up on random maps. Yeah, like, I think something like that would be kind of cool. So, like, you know, do it like Destiny on a Thursday or something, which I suppose maybe people would hate that because gacha gamers hate having particular times to do stuff, don't they? But I was just thinking it my arse and, you know, like, dude pops up on a Thursday and it's like, right, for 24 hours, that merchant's open and you can go and dump a bunch of stuff into them to get out of, like, you know what I mean? And it could be, like, cool stuff, like, if robot operators do come in Enfield, they could be... Yeah. I've always said I'd like to see the depot stuff expand to the point. Because remember when we saw the initial trailer? Remember when we saw on board the Zhejiang and we saw inside the cargo hold and we saw like those... they almost look like bombers, right? Like fucking B-52 or B-2 bombers kind of thing, right? I'd like to see a distribution network spread out from the Zhejiang where we have like a planet-wide distribution with automated aspects to it as well.
Can I do?
Yeah, escort missions.
I did start the video saying that Enfield is repeating Arknights history, where in the first 2 years of Arknights, all these delicious game modes that we brag about don't exist at that point in time. So there's a part to say that Enfield doesn't require it at this point in time. But again, as a successor to Arknights, a part of me feels that if you want to give AK players the ability to, you know, go tell everybody else that don't play Arknights that this is why Hypergryph is so good at making games, I kind of wish that they offered better replayability. Again, Edge Space could have been that opportunity, but it's lost on that part. Or it could be anything else.
I'm going to stick to that. I might be wrong, and I'm okay with being wrong, because I don't mind being wrong. I honestly think Edge Space is going to have so many iterations, it's going to be unrecognisable within the year. I honestly do. And I think it is going to be that element that's going to offer a major amount of replayability. Like I say, a parallel way to play the game alongside, hopefully, because that's why I say what makes IS so good. It's not so much an end game. It's a different mode, right? I do think it's going to be that. We'll check back on this in 12 months' time and you can all call me a fucking moron.
Really. And that's something that they really need to work on. And not just in
terms of Blizzard combat, shit,
but also the factory. If I observe a bit of the community reception into why they like Enfield became the first touch point for a lot of people to experience a factory simulation game. They've never purchased one before in their PC or phone, and Enfield being the first time they experience, they realize, hey, actually this is really enjoyable. So Enfield could be capitalizing on this opportunity.
I think that's a fair statement. I know we can't prove this. How true do you think that is, though? How true do you think that it is that this, I'm not saying it wasn't people's first factory experience, but have gone on to then play factory type games? I'm not saying it logically makes sense, right? But I wonder how many people who play gacha games would go on to, well, fuck it, I'm going to go and buy Factorio or Satisfactory or whatever the fuck, because they're typically box price games, right? So I bet that conversion rate wouldn't really be that high, if I'm honest. I think you'd probably find that most people enjoy the factory side of Enfield have already played those games, and that'd probably predominantly be PC players, right?
Making sure that the factory is a strong point, something that people can always look forward to when logging into the game. But unfortunately, they didn't do that. Once you've built your factory,
is that what he said though? I thought he meant that Enfield is not doing. No, I know what he's saying, but because that is an argument that people make, and he's made that statement that it'd be their first experience, of the factory type game, right? At the end of the day, you've got to also take into account Enfield is never going to be something like Satisfactory or Factorio, right? It's just not. Like, they're not going to be a true RPG. You gotta. Some games are trying to do multiple things well, while other games are trying to do one thing really well, right? And the intricacies in something like that are always going to vastly outweigh it, aren't they?
Your outposts or your main bases are already built and you can satisfy the outposts. That's the end of it. Why would you...
AK being a gateway drug to Factorio is crazy talk.
You explore to build the factory even more. Maybe you want to do a bit of funky design, but there's only so much time that you want to do weird stuff with the factory, and eventually you start thinking to yourself, I can't really do very interesting things as compared to the actual bigger factory simulation titles.
That's true.
Hypergryph should be well aware that people really do enjoy the factory aspect of the game. And there's even people who are saying things like, I hate the blueprint, I wish people weren't copying, and I wish people learned it more.
Nah, I think the blueprints are great. Like, my factory is probably like 90% my own. I've used blueprints. What I'll tend to do if I do use a blueprint, I'll take a blueprint just to speed up my process, and then I adjust it to be my own thing anyway. But yeah, I've used a couple of blueprints, right? I know. But yeah, I remember when the blueprint, when Tolburu went kind of, he wasn't a fan of that. I was always like, I like that. I understood the worry that maybe people separate themselves, that don't engage with it so much, maybe it becomes less and less of a priority. But I also agree with the argument that Supermed that it potentially allows for a much more complex system as well, right? For the people who do want to engage in it. Doesn't look like that's what we're getting. But yeah, I think the blueprints are cool.
All right. So I totally agree. In this case, I feel like it's on Hypergryph's part to, again, be able to use their expertise to be delivering a sort of replayable feeling towards the factory. There's ideas that I have, but it's definitely less concretized, I would say, compared to the things I proposed before. Like, for instance, they could maybe every week propose like a brand new formula of a random item that you have to sell to outposts, and then it's just bonus bills, and you have to.
All right, I like it. We're kind of, mine was a little bit different, having sort of like an actual merchant or something, but kind of similar to what I was just saying.
Build it. It's not like you have to, but do it in your own interest and time. They can do a sort of mini game of a factory where it doesn't allow people to copy blueprints, right?
I've spoken about this as well. I've said that having modes around the factory would be cool, whether that was like some sort of tower defense survival thing with the factory incorporated into it, or just, like I said before, I've said this before, on some of the tutorials, to get the bonus thing, it was like produce so many of the components per minute or something like that. So you followed the thing, and then it was like, right, now just tweak it so it's a little bit more efficient. It was pretty self-explanatory, but doing things like that where it's like, we need you to craft this item, we need so many of them in this set amount of time, you need to be producing so many per minute or something like that. For the people who really want to get involved in being super efficient and there's no blueprints and it's all on yourself, and there could potentially be stuff where it's PvP based or co-op or leaderboards, and there's challenges to do and stuff like that for the people who really want to engage with that sort of stuff as well.
It sets up a challenge. Can you produce a pipeline in 10 minutes? And they give you the formula where you know how to sequence everything without any sort of guidance.
I would suck at that, by the way.
Of course, some people will still use videos if there's no blueprints. But you get my point. Like, again, I'm not as good in terms of proposing a solution here. All I can say is, this is definitely a selling point, and it's an area they must work on. I am absolutely dying for something more replayable in the game. It's not going to appear in patch 1.1 because we've already seen what's in the live stream.
I doubt it'll be in 1.2 as well. I've got to be honest. I think the stuff that we're asking for here, and I'm asking for it as well. I think I'm probably just being a bit more loose in what I expect the time frames to be. I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that takes multiple patches, honestly. Now, can you wait that long? That's a question that's on every individual, and then you have to make up the mind of like, yeah, nah, this ain't for me. They're fucking up. I think it's going to take a few patches. Quite a few patches, actually, if I'm honest.
I still hope it's going to be a fun patch, and it's fine if all those experiences of side stories and main quests are one-time things that you settle in 2 days. But please, Hypergryph, we love Arknights for just how much you can do that is not just from
this is probably 2.0 stuff.
Alone.
Yeah, I won't be surprised.
All the past content that you have made permanent are still so fun today. Even IS2 that appeared in year 2 of Arknights is still a fun game mode today. So therefore, you can do
efficient copium gear parts is a step up from other rest. Oh, is it really? Okay. Obviously, I ain't engaged with any of it yet, so okay, that's cool.
The same in Enfield, please. Otherwise, I'm sad. Final topic. Gacha, welcome. I think some of you skipped the video to only listen to this part.
You know it. You know it. You guys know my opinions on the gacha system. I don't think it's inherently a terrible system at all. I think it's actually mathematically, and metrics are starting to prove it, better than lots of other systems. Could it be better? Of course. Is it still gacha? Of course it fucking is. It's casino fucking shit designed to rinse ya. We definitely could do with more Arsenal tickets. We definitely could do with more standard pools. And we probably could do with, I don't know if we could do with more premium pools, but I guess a lot of people want it. Maybe front load some of it more. I don't know. I'm okay with the way we get it personally. I would like more standards. I definitely would like more ways to gain Arsenal tickets. And at whole, I haven't really got any major things where I'm like, I can't stand the gacha personally. But I think I am in the minority there. I think even people who are kind of okay with the gacha system are a little bit more critical of it than me, if I'm honest.
Congratulations. Anyways, yes, gacha is a problem to me, but not in the same way that I think some people
give me more weapon pools. Yeah, I think we do need more weapon pools.
The thing about patch 1.0 is
we could get through standard pools. I think that'd be a way to do it. And that way then you kill two birds with one stone. You're getting more standard pools, some more dupes, and you're just getting more weapon pools at the bat, aren't you? Off the bat.
For what I can see for free-to-play players is that by the time you're at Yvonne's banner, which is what's happening right now, I do think that you can collect a total of 260 pools, around there, like 250 to 270 as a free-to-play, which actually means that you can guarantee 2 characters. Maybe you couldn't guarantee Gilberta, so you skip her and then you try to guarantee Yvonne. You all have all different methods, or some of you got lucky, right? You spent 80 pools, you won 50-50 3 times as a free-to-play player.
I think
so you got
from what I've seen, how the community and content creators are approaching the gacha, they're approaching it like every other gacha. And I think that's why some people hate it and some people are loving it, because some people are reaping the rewards of the 4% on weapons, getting units early, getting multiple units, getting multiple dupes, and then other people are getting fucked because obviously we know the system kind of is designed to make you want to wait, really. Or you probably will benefit from waiting, if you will. Again, if that affects units, you're only able to do it by the end, towards the end of a patch. That's a fair argument to have, right? It's a fair argument to have. Yo, Skybird, what's up as well, dude?
Amount of free pools that you've got, but it is very nerve-wracking to see that all these pools that you collect are not things that you get straight away at the start of the game. It's all
give me 2 Li Feng weapon, but not Li Feng.
About you experiencing the game every single hour, finding all the chests, finding all the side quests, doing all of the main story, completing all the stages for the first time, and then you claim all these pools ever so slowly to attain that 260. I think this amount of hard work that you need to get the pools is so unusual for an Arknights player, because it's not that difficult in Arknights for us to get pools. You just get your pools from your daily missions and Annihilation, and that's all the avenues that they put. Yes, you can get original time from completing stages.
I think some sort of Annihilation event for I don't know if would we have it for pools? Obviously, that means pools would come from elsewhere, which I I kind of like getting a lot of pulls from exploration, even though I've still got lots to do. Maybe for Arsenal tickets or standard pulls, maybe. I do think some sort of any kind of mode would be cool though.
For the first time, but we don't tend to use it for pools. We tend to use it for skins, unless in emergency scenarios, then we convert it. But in the case of Enfield, you are scrapping every time, and I think that just puts so much stress on the players. As a result, you have so many people every single day in the first month, and maybe even now, still complaining that Enfield's gacha is horrible. Pools are nowhere to be found. Like, what's the point if I tell you there's 260 if these people are not actually experiencing it for themselves? You could say, well...
You've got to understand though as well, there is some people who have valid criticisms of like, I would like to get my pulls a little bit earlier, if you will. Some people don't like them being attached to exploration because it encourages arbitrary exploration of just strip mining a world, which is a fair statement. But then you've got some people who like, I should just get pulls from logging in and just doing like 5 minutes of stuff and everything should be front ran, which I suppose like I disagree. I honestly don't care, if I'm honest, how you get your pulls personally, as long as you get enough of them, because I just play games. So like if I get those rewards of playing a game, I'm kind of cool with that because I like playing games. I'm not the type of person who's going to force myself to play a game that I'm not enjoying just to get pulls. If there's a part of a game I'm not massively into and I miss out on 10 pulls on a patch, it is what it is. It just is. Fuck, you guys know. I actually quite like Annihilation, but sometimes I just can't be arsed. Every fucking day I play Arknights, people are like, you ain't done your annies again. You ain't done your annies again. And I'm like, whatever. I know it adds up, but I'm like, I'm missing out on a few pulls here and there. I do. It's one of them things. I think it's just how you like it, right? It's just how you want it. Do you want your pulls front ran? Do you want them back ran? Do you want them spread out? Do you want them for logging into the game? Do you want them in end game? Do you not want them in end game? Do you want them in events? Again, it's one of those things, and I'm like, different games do it different ways, right? What's the right answer? I think it's a kind of a. I think it's like a. It's an objective thing, right? Does exploration give that much? You can get 150 out of the max. If you go through and do a lot of exploration, you get a decent amount. It's not the only way, of course. Like, and I don't even think it's the majority, right? Where do the majority of your limited pulls come from, actually? Where do they actually come from? Is it just playing through the MSQ? Is that where majority of them come from? And doing your nodes and stuff like that? I think that's probably where most of them come from, right? On your whatchamacallit. This far more shit with the 7-day login isn't fun. Yeah, like, logins are just a retention thing, right? I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like that we have banner-specific pulls. It's just dumb. I don't know why we have that. Do you know? It's just dumb. Like, if I don't want to, like, because I know why it's there. It's if you put 5 pulls onto fucking Tang's banner, maybe you're more likely to keep pulling on Tang. I ain't. I'll just use them 5 pulls and fuck off. Like, I'll just wait. I'd rather them either turn into premium pulls or standard pulls or just turn into Arsenal tickets or, like, just give me normal fucking headhunting permits that don't expire. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not a fan of them, if I'm honest. It's just a bit silly. I get why they're doing it, but I don't like it.
Sucks on them because they don't have the time to play the game. Then it's their fault.
It's like, okay, limited banners, but it just feels bad. Yeah, agree. It's not done as well as it.
You need to understand that when it comes to gamers, we are all still...
It's temple discount for literally... Oh, yeah, you're not wrong. But if I'm not pulling on a banner, they don't mean anything to me. And if they were just normal pulls anyway, they're still 10 free pulls, aren't they? Or 5 free pulls, or however many free pulls. With them just being pulls, it would just be better all around because I can use them as I want them, right?
Regular human beings that might go to work, that might go to school.
Are you talking about something else, you guys?
We have to invest in Enfield.
I don't really care that they're limited to as 10 free pitches towards a banner I actually care about. Yeah, you're not wrong. But you get that if they were just pulls, right? And if you didn't want to use them, you've got extra pulls as well. I understand why they're doing it because they're encouraging you to get onto the banner, aren't they? But personally, I think it'd just be better for us if they were just, you know, just pools.
It might only mean 1 or 2 hours of our day, and that's not really a very comfortable way to experience Enfield, right? A lot of you will say that you've sunk tons of hours in one go in order to play Enfield in this.
If you're pulling on every single banner, they're fucking brilliant, really.
Because it's just that fun. But for these people, it's so difficult for them to feel fun, and then especially with them feeling that, well, it's not their fault to feel that gacha is important. After all, Enfield is a gacha game. But when they have that in their mind, then they feel like, oh crap, I can't even get these things fast enough. I guess it's not a game for me. I feel that the problem Enfield has is a bit of a player psychology thing, which is because the pools are also like hidden in the background type of feeling, like you don't know when you'll find 100 oro barrel chests, or you don't know when you'll find a random side quest that might spawn you 200 oro barrels, and you also don't know what surprise events might appear and how many pools it gives, right? With them not being clear about all these things and you're always like mentally calculating what it could be, you just don't feel like the pools come in as easily. Whereas compared to AK, where every...
I agree with that, Jules. I think Super was right, Roy. It's a game that's objectively generous, but it doesn't seem like it, right? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't seem like it. It's like somebody giving you £1 every day of the month, or somebody just giving you 30 quid on the first of every month. You're like, fuck, sweet, 30 quid, man, buzzing. You know, where that £1 every day, it's exactly the same, right? But you're getting it up front. Or, you know, it's the same, it's the age-old question of like, would you like this arbitrary amount of money to double every day for a set period of time? Or do you want this upfront cash? Most people take the upfront cash because it sounds better, doesn't it? But when you work it out, typically those things, if it's not an idiot doing the maths, that the doubling every day works out as a much better value, right? But people like, whoa, give me the million right now. I want it, you know? Because we're creatures that enjoy instant gratification, don't we? Yeah, if you're doing the 10 free pulls every banner, not every patch, so that's every 17 days. Yeah.
Everything is so upfront, and you know that, hey,
I
there's
do the
a
math.
weekly game mode that you need to play.
A lot of people want that.
Pools, you understand that, oh, actually this is a loop that I'm okay to experience, rather than to always be in this secrecy sort of state. So I feel that Enfield needs to work out
50 quid every week or 10 quid a day, yeah.
With regards to not backloading all these pools, because again, it's one, to respect people's time and respect the fact that there are just going to be people who...
The 50 works even better, because if you do it over the 7 days, right, you're getting the 70 at tenner a day. A lot of people would just take that 50 right off the bat, though, because they wouldn't even think about the implications. They're just like, fuck yeah, give me the 50, right? You know? It's that kind of thing, isn't it? It's like, from a visual standpoint, from a perception, it can look worse than other games, and then when you actually get into the nitty gritty, it's better. Let's face it, man. Most people don't bother getting into the nitty gritty, do they? And if you don't get it off the bat, they don't want to know, and that's just the world we live in, right?
Play the game, but they just can't.
Not everyone is old school geriatric video game players like us speaks true.
Rather than to punish them, at least allow the pools to be more front-loaded. Experience a bit of a higher amount daily or weekly through logins, through a nice game mode, which, oh, please give me something better than HP Salvage, like 10 times better. But whatever it is, they need to work on that, because otherwise, like, it's very hard for us to like defend on the gacha system that Enfield has. We can say that the gacha system is all good, but if it feels bad, that's enough for you to say there's something wrong. Like, I agree.
I don't know if it's enough to say there's something wrong, but it's true. Perception is key, right? It is. It just is. Something can be objectively better, but if it kind of feels wrong, hey, it feels wrong, right?
Enfield's gacha, I think is good, but I also feel it's shit. What a weird problem it has. I'm gonna further elaborate on the part where it feels crap, but when it comes to the gacha side of things, I also see a lot of AK players bringing in the fact that they wish that Enfield has recruitment, because it's like a free and a nice interaction.
You would need a massive pool of 4 and 5 stars for something like that to ever be a thing, right? Otherwise, you'd just be, I know it's what you use it for anyway, but it would just, like, yeah, it can't work at the moment, yeah. I don't think it ever could either. I don't know. It's like the skins conversation, right? We're never getting a skin economy like we did in Arknights. It's just not happening. Some people still believe that we're going to have a skin economy like Arknights. I'm here to tell you, it's never happening. Now, will we get good skins? Hopefully. And will we get a decent amount? Hopefully. We're never getting what we had in Arknights. It's just not happening.
Way for you to get more units. I think players need to understand that it's just not feasible for Enfield to have recruitment because Enfield only has 23 characters at launch. AK started with like 150, I think, characters at launch. So it makes so much more sense that AK needs this unique recruitment system so that
Can only
people
cope for it.
more of the character pool.
Hey, you know, hope is a powerful emotion, man. And you should always hope. There's nothing wrong with hope. But, yeah. It's just not happening.
Whereas Enfield, recruitment for what? Like for a 6-star to appear? I guess they can, but then the 4 stars and 5 stars are so unentertaining in the game. So it's not feasible to do recruitment. Could they invent something similar? Maybe. To me, standard recruitment...
What did Bro say about 4 stars and 5 stars? Did he say unentertaining? Did he?
Unentertaining in the game. So gather more of the character pool. Whereas Enfield, recruitment for what? Like for a 6-star to appear? I guess they can, but then the 4 stars and 5 stars are so unentertaining in the game. So it's not feasible to do recruitment. Could they invent something similar? Maybe. To me, standard recruitment banners, being the one with the 5-6 stars right now in the game, is kind of a replacement to recruitment, except that they do need to make it feel like it's a fun thing to do by giving more standard pools rather than to never give it anymore. Okay, after that interjection of just
again, I still think we should have a rotating standard banner. Units going from the limited pool every now and then. They're staying there for a while and then they rotate out. It's probably never going to happen, but I think it'd be really cool.
A suggestion. Let's talk about the gacha system because
I agree, Easy. We do need more niches for 4 stars to fill. I think everyone harping on the gacha moving goalposts constantly for 2 years has contributed to the psychological view on it. It's a fair point as well. Yeah, I think the conversation from the get-go was just crap, right? It was just a mess. Yeah, from the and content creators were to blame for that, and like Reddit posts and stuff because you know people want that karma and upvotes and people on videos want to put that video out and it always has to be framed the worst, the best. We can't just have like objective conversations about it, can we?
Hash to you about the no 50-50 carry over 120 guarantee and all that kind of thing, and it's always hotly debated as to like whether this is a better gacha system than the other games. We don't have to get through all of that anymore, but I'll just simply tell you that this gacha system, I have one major critical problem, and I just feel Hypergryph, please listen to what I'm about to say. The characters that they release where they appear on a certain banner and later on when they don't appear on the banner anymore, they appear for 2 more banners. That's what they've done in this game, right? And subsequently, after those 2 banners, they don't appear anymore. It's a bit different from the other gacha games, yes, where in the likes of Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves, when you have a character banner, you can only pull it during that time. After the character banner is ended, you will never see them again until they rerun. This part where you can get the characters in other banners is so culture shocky to the global community, I would say. Like, if you are surfing Twitter, Reddit and whatnot, you will see that in the first banner, second banner, or any in particular, people were posting Twitter pictures about the fact that, wait, you can get Yvonne and Gilberta during Levitine? You can get Yvonne during Gilberta? That's so exciting! Look at me getting my off-rate characters.
Damn, where was he seeing that? All I was seeing, this is a scam! What? You mean I could lose to the other on-banner character? I need my fucking random shit operator from the standard pool. That's what I need. Like, I saw so many people that was just seeing that and only viewing it as a negative. Like, the one viewpoint that I was like, I honestly get, like, obviously, I've said this before, you can have objective metrics on a gacha system, but if pity is important to you, pity is important to you. If pity carryover and guarantee is important to you, it's important, and you won't like this system. But like one thing I really thought was like when I got where people were coming from was, you know, the limited's going into the standard. I could understand frustration with that. But yeah, as I say, I think that rotating banner could fix that because I don't think we'll ever see that happen anyway. Even when we get up to a big roster, I think it'll be something that happens in chunks if it ever does happen.
People are discovering the fact that they don't just need to get the standard characters that the game offer, and instead, even the more limited feeling of the characters can appear in later on banners. And that's like something that is so good. It's why we like Arknights. The fact that if you skip a banner, later on, if that unit that you skip surprises you.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm waiting for Rossi. I'm hoping I can get lucky and Tang Tang will appear in there as well. And I'll be like, sweet. Although I'm only getting Tang Tang at the moment for the collection because I haven't got a team for it to slot into. Would be really nice if I go for Rossi and I get Tang Tang. And being able to do that, it's nice.
It's a good feeling to have. Enfield could have made that AK feeling come back, but decided, no, we're just gonna do it for 3 banners and never again. Like, why? I do think it's quite harsh for me to say that Hypergryph lost the plot a little bit, but I also feel that I need to give them a bit of a benefit of the doubt kind of idea that I think they're just not very sure how they want to monetize the game. They tested and whatnot, but now that the game is launched, only here can they understand what are the player dynamics sort of thing. But I do feel that
Interesting. I wonder if, I don't know. I suppose to a degree, because there has been small iterations from the last betas, right? And the prior beta to that. So there definitely has been some change. So it definitely does seem like, you know, they're tweaking for sure. I don't know if I'd go that far, but again, you know, semantics.
if Hypergryph respects their AK player base, they should probably try to understand why we personally decide to pay for the game in the first place. And honestly speaking, a lot of us that we pay for the game, 1, we pay for it because the gacha system is good. 2, we pay for it because the gameplay is good. Enfield right now, with the gacha system more so feeling like it's using FOMO tactics in order to make you feel the need to pull, it's not very enjoyable to be in the position of like, oh, should I surrender my wallet or not? Whereas in the case of AK, it never feels like you're forced in a sense. You kind of just pay when you want to pay for it. So I do feel that
again, FOMO's such a subjective thing, right? I obviously haven't felt the need because I haven't pulled on any of the limited banners. And I don't feel at the moment I need to. Which is weird, right? Because I felt the opposite in Arknights, but not because the content demands it, just because I'm like, oh, I want that, I need it, I want it, you know? Not because I actually do need it, just because I see someone, I'm like, okay, I gotta pull. Fuck it. Let's buy a bundle. Let's swipe. That's been my, like, probably apart from like, PP, maybe like Monster. Just trying to think of all the units here that have really been like Ascalon, that have been like account defining, if you will, where it's like, okay, I could be doing the game without them, but they're like, yes. Every pull has just been, I really want that unit. You know, I need that unit, man. All my days. Nah, I'm not that interested. Somebody shows me a bit of gameplay. Okay, I'm sold, you know?
that only comes about if they do not make every single character in the game true limiteds. Again, this would be fantastic. It really sets them apart from the other gacha games. And they could do it at a certain point in time later on. Like if a character is released for 1 year, for 6 months, whatever there is, then they actually do get added into the off-rate pool. Re-emphasizing on how it sets Enfield apart, a problem that occurs in those other games is that when you get off-rate characters, when you lose your 50-50, like for example in HSR, the characters that you can receive are only restricted to the 5, like there's Himeko and all those other characters. So at this point in time for Genshin players, they're already on like C30 or C40 TT, and that's gonna piss the crap out of them because it's never interesting to get an off rate and to just see it be the same face all the time. Like, people like to pride those other games that there is the 50-50 carry over. But then I also feel like those same people don't describe the fact that losing a 50-50 has literally zero thrill or happiness. But that's something that you can get in the form of AK. And Enfield is doing the halfway point. Why not just...
True. Best 50-50 I ever lost, all PP. That was actually like, fuck, that was brilliant.
Go all in, and that way you can really help people to feel like, damn, gacha in this game, there is the 120 stuff and all that sort of things, but off-rate pooling actually feels pretty nice as well. This is definitely not going to be an instant solution. I think it's just...
He's not wrong, but I think at the same time, I know this sounds such a corpo bootlicker thing to say, right? I'm okay with losing feeling bad because I think when we have all these little safety net systems, right? I know people insulting me on the pseudo safety net of guarantee carryovers and stuff. I don't want to be encouraged to always run the risk because it doesn't feel like I'm losing, but I am because inevitably I form bad habits and then I'm fucking swiping more than I should be. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's a personal thing though, right? Again, losing to good units is objectively better, right? In terms of a gameplay experience. So
it's a matter of time. Maybe add it 1 year later and surprise all of us. Tell us that, hey, Levity is rerunning, by the way, but
so,
from now on,
if that's good or bad is just subjective. Like, what if, as well, to switch up reruns? What would you guys think of this? Say we just had Lev, Gilberta, Yvonne, right? Let's say it'd probably be a bit different with them because they had like a 3-banner rotation. We've got Tang and Rossi now, right? What if in the future on a rerun, Rossi reruns with Gilberta and Tang reruns maybe not Yvonne, you know, somebody else. So like the reruns are different, so the overlap's different, so the potential off rates then adds an extra level of randomness in. Do you know what I mean? So there's a, you know, oh, my off rate this time, shit, I want to get Rossi. Fuck, I can get Levy as well if I lose a 50-50. Buzzing, you know? I think I'd kind of like the idea of something like that, actually, I do. Rerun after a year, then add the character to the standard pool. Yeah, even, like I say, even if the character, like, rotates in and out of the standard pool, obviously permanent to be better, or even if that was the middle ground we had to go for, you know? I could work with that. But, yeah, I think going into the standard banner at some point, or certain amounts, you know? Even if it's not all 3 going at the same time, it's like 1, and then a few months 1, and it slowly starts to build up, right? Because also, like for me, the reason why I like the idea of the rotation is because standard pools can kind of lose a bit of what the speciality when they start to become bloated. So the idea of getting something really becomes less and less. But obviously, then you've got like a lot of chance to get a lot of other units as well. So it depends what you're looking for, right? Swings and roundabouts, I guess.
Levitin is in the off-rate pool, or Levitin goes into the basic hit hunting pool as well. The banners in Arknights are so much more interesting than what Enfield is offering, and of course, I think this is an unfair
Let's just make sure to at least do one rerun every 2 to 3 patches.
Enfield only just started, but there's a lot
of
regular
reruns,
that we
I
enjoy in AK. Those that gives only guaranteed 6 stars.
Like which gacha game at the minute does the quickest rerun rotation? Like runs reruns more than any other gacha.
Currently in Arknights, we have Orienteering banner. Choose 3 6 stars. They're the only ones that you can get if you obtain a 6 star. There is Joint Operation. There are only 4 that you can confirm get. There is also New Year banner, where the operators that you don't own, they're the only ones that appears in your 6 star banner.
If you continue this model of 1 character every 17 days, you'll end up with 22 characters within a year. At that point, adding character to the standard banner, chartered banner can be justified. Yeah. I think so, yeah. I suppose it's just like saying there's 2 arguments. Would you like your standard banner to be something that can be focused? I don't know. So there's that one unit you want to get. You don't want enough to blow out on your limited pools because you're saving for another unit. I don't know. Say you want Gilberta, but the units keep coming up. All right. I'm going to save my standard pools for Gilberta because I know at some point she's going to go in on a focused rotation and the chances of getting her there are high. And if I've got enough standard pools, I'm going to guarantee her, if that makes sense, especially if they pulled those units in then. So they was like uprated. So you had a higher chance of getting those set of units. So you could potentially sort of guarantee that unit in a way, maybe. I don't know if you could necessarily guarantee them. Or would you just rather them just to start to fill up the banner and the standard pool just gets bigger and bigger and bigger? Because there's positives to that. But then there's a negative of each individual unit then becomes harder and harder to get, don't they? And I suppose the amount of standard pools you get as well changes that also.
A lot of different stuff that occurs in AK that are actually enjoyable as a experience.
Wiwa does do reruns quite often, doesn't he?
That is something I'm going to have to observe patch by patch. I have one more challenge to give to Enfield as well. In Arknights, you can use your yellow certificates to buy 6 stars. In Enfield, you can only use it to buy 5 stars. But eventually, you're gonna get all the 5 stars. Again, Beta Test 1 lets you buy the 6 stars directly. Beta Test 2 and launch, no longer to be seen. So, Enfield, can you somehow let us buy 6 stars in the future with yellow certs?
Okay,
Would be absolutely amazing. Well, it's not called yellow certs, it's got 1 quota in this game. Whatsoever it is, summarizing on the matters of gacha. 1, make the pool economy feel nicer. It should have more front loading. It shouldn't feel like it's a pain, it's a stressful thing to do. 2, gacha system, make it feel better. Like I said, in theory or on paper, it might currently feel that it's okay, but the feelings that players are constantly putting up, Hypergryph needs to figure out how to deal with this. I'm already proposing the fact that just give me my off-rate units. That will make me and all your AK players so happy that it's the exact same thing happening.
I suppose it's like, because you got to filter that feedback, right? Of where it's genuinely people who it feels a bit off for them, and then there's those people it won't feel right to them until it's Wuthering Waves or it's Hoyo, because there is those people. Until I've got 80 pulls, I'll get it 50-50. 160, 158, guarantee, weapon banner, whatever it is there. There's going to be those people that it will never feel good until it replicates that. Even though they say those systems, they want better, basically what they mean is, I want that exact same system, but maybe I'll get it in 10 less pulls, right? Because that's what Wibber does, right? You get it in 10 less pulls and your weapon's guaranteed. I think a lot of people will only feel better until it replicates that system from those games, right? Rather than actually finding that middle ground where the system works, it's profitable, it's actually a good system, if a gacha system can ever be good, and feels good as well, right? Just blacklist all feedback from Saint. True, that would work as well.
The 3 areas that I touched on in this video, once again, difficulty, replayability, and the gacha, I think are super important. They are time urgent for Hypergryph.
And the most important one at the minute for me is replayability. I think difficulty is something that can come with iteration. It doesn't necessarily have to be harder, different. That's how I look at difficulty sometimes, because typically harder leads games to go down the same traps of HP inflation, resistances, gimmicks, bollocks, not actual true genuine mechanics and cool ideas that actually might not be metrically more difficult, if that's the right statement, but you got to think about it a little bit differently. Replayability, though, incredibly important. But I'm okay. I think as 1.0, I'm okay with where we're at the minute. Replayability, it's not really there, but I never really expect it to be in a gacha game on 1.0 because I suppose that's what we've been used to. Should we? Probably. Probably should be, right. It probably should be. We should expect more from these games because they make a fucking shit ton of money. So
the longer they take to not fix it, the more I'm inclined to join the crew of people that says that this game is just another Genshin or Wuthering Waves. Again, I don't think it is.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that because, yeah, it's not.
But it comes down to the content.
I'm not the type of person that looks at Genshin and goes, oh my god, it's fucking terrible. It's not that I think, well, if it's like Genshin, it's automatically bad. I just want variety. I do. You know what I mean?
Cycle and the type of content they produce. The longer they
something to do with faction on a weekly basis would be cool. Yeah, I've spoke about these, like some sort of survival type things, tower defense type stuff that's interesting. I've said like this thing where like a merchant appears once a week or something with recipes that he wants you to craft, and then new recipes that don't actually have a use in the game, maybe potentially could in the future, but he wants you, I need a bunch of water fucking whatever, and you make him out of bottles and something. It's a new recipe, and you take him to him, and he's got a stuff that he'll buy, and he'll sell you stuff, and it's a way to get some cool mats at a discount potentially once a week, you know, whether it's for artificing or etching or whatever it might be, or barrels, arsenal tickets, stuff like that. I think it'd be cool as well.
To not do it, the more I'm just gonna be like, I don't know why I'm liking this game in the first place. This game is definitely a humongous amount of potential. It's crazy, we call it a potential game, but like, when would that potential be realized is what we are all waiting to see. I don't know what sort of patience I have to finally be excited and see that, yes, Hypergryph has finally released a jaw-dropping game.
All right, let me ask you guys, what's your time limit then for this? What's your time limit then for this? Because everything that Cookie said, I think is totally fair. And I agree with some of the stuff he's saying, right? Some of the stuff, not so much. But it's not necessarily that I'm just like, yeah, that's wrong. It's more of the expectation in the time frame, I guess. What would your guys' expectation for the potential to be there? Because I think at the mini, this game's good. Personally, I think this is a good game. Story, we can talk about story in different situations. Let's separate that. It's not where it should be. That's got potential as well, but it's not where it should be. But as a game, I think it's a good game. I honestly do. I do think it's got potential to be really good. And I'm quite confident that it will fulfill that potential. Now, will it fill my expectations? I don't know, because I think we've all got different expectations of what we probably thought it was going to be and what we think it is going to be. And what it actually will be, right? This arcs back to the Tolbro videos and stuff, right? And I think there's some of that here in Cookie's video, right? I think he's got expectations and a vision of what he thinks the game should be, not unlike what Tolbro had as well, which he was actually quite critical of Tolbro for that. Now they're going about it in a different way, but I do still think there's a vision, an expectation, and then there's a reality. And them not matching up is an issue, and of course there is, because that's how we look at things, right? That's how we look at things. I'm willing to give. It all depends, right? Because at the minute, I like the game. I really like the game. Now, can I wait for its potential to be fulfilled? Yes. How long? It's hard to say what the time limit is, because it would come down to, okay, can you keep the engine ticking over with good events? Okay? That can be a big thing, right? If you give me good, regular events that can keep me going and good story adaptations, okay? Because the story will be important on that, right? That can keep me going to be like, okay, I can wait for an IS equivalent or a CC equivalent or whatever it might be, or I can wait for Etch Space to actually become something that's good, or I can wait for that replayability. Or can the replayability come before the other things come? It needs one or two things to happen quickly, right? Whether that be events, story, or replayability. Something has to come kind of early, right? For you to, okay, that's the hook. That's going to keep me going. Because at the minute, I am okay with the game's trajectory. Obviously, I still haven't played 1.1. Probably, I'd say for about 4 to 6 months, with no like dramatic change. I want the story to get better, which I'm hopeful will. But with the content we've got, and hopefully some cool events on the way. But I'd expect something major within that 6 months to change, to really be the hook. Now, I don't mean the game to be, you know, Arknights after 6 years in 6 months. I'm not expecting that, but just, you know, just something that's like, okay, ooh, you know, I got a taste here. I can go from there, because I really like this game, man. You know how he started off the video saying he's not a big fan. I'm on the opposite scale of things, man. There's lots of things to be critical about this game. Lots of things. You know, we've gone over them. Major one, probably for me at the minute, the initial start of the story. I think that's probably like the biggest thing for me, honestly. Because the content in the game's really good. And obviously we'll see over the next couple of patches how events do and stuff as well. Come on. I really like this game, I do. I really, really do. I really do. I'm surprised your deadline is earlier than mine, but I guess I'd also give it more leeway based on the other games I'm going to play. Yeah, like, when I say 4 to 6 months, I don't mean it has to have attained that potential. I mean, it at least has to have dangled some stuff in my face where I'm like, okay, we're not quite there, but I see we're on the right track. You know what I mean? I think in 4 to 6 months, if we're kind of going in the opposite direction and we're doing what Wuthering Waves did, where events are just becoming piss poor and endgame is just what it is, and it's getting gimmicky, and then yeah. And I'm not saying that happened that quick in Wuthering Waves. If we're at that point, I might start to be a little bit like, okay, all right, I'm hoping for a little bit more here. But if they dial the story up and it gets anywhere near what Arknights has provided, I could probably take quite a bit of waiting with this game. Because if the story's really good, that will be a major thing for me. Because I do love the universe, right?
Well, they've done something amazing to the gacha system. 6 months? A year? Yeah, time will tell, I would say. My shirt is a pretty good final message to this, you know. It says that, well, Kelsit says she's here for a good time, but not a long time.
It's a yap for a long time. I like that t-shirt.
But I gotta be honest, Arknights was both a good time and a long time that I've been spending. Enfield can do the same. Come on, give me both a good time and a long time in Enfield. That's all I can ask for Hypergryph. That's all I'll say to my review for patch 1.0. I might do a review every single patch, and well, I'm not very hopeful that the next patch I will say better things, but who
Yo, what's
knows?
up, Ramen? 1.1 fix a good chunky of issues.
Oh, surprise me, I would say. And I'm looking more
I've heard
forward
1.1
to
gets
patch
better.
1.2 than I am to 1.1 anyways. I'll see you guys in all the sorts of other Enfield videos. This is the one time I get to rant to my heart's content, and I hope that it was enjoyable for you to listen to this as well. See you guys in another one. Bye-bye.
So, like, all right, conclusion to this video, because we've been talking about this for ages. I knew this was going to be long. I blame Ken. We're supposed to be playing the game, yeah. I blame Ken. I agree with a lot of things that Cookie said in this video. I disagree with some things. I do think, as Arknights players, and I know he's cognizant of this, that a lot of the expectations of the vision we see, it's coming from a game that it's mature, and we can't expect that within that space of time as well, which I know he's not. Sometimes it feels like he's maybe expecting a bit too much maturation a little bit too early, but I also think he did a good job of explaining, like, well, this is why, and I don't necessarily expect this right now. I will say, I don't think X-Space is an embarrassment to Hypergryph's brand, but I do think in its current state, it's not worth it's not worth it, right? I think it genuinely is. Again, I suppose a lot of what this game is potential, right? There's a lot of stuff in this game that you can look to and you can dislike it, right? But I think there's a lot of stuff you can look to in this game and say, damn, that could be fucking really good, right? Is it there yet? No. And I think it's fair to have the opinion of, well, that's not good enough for me and I don't like it. And that's fair. And I honestly, I can't argue that point because I think it's a totally fair thing to do. I do think there was a little bit in this video where it was like an expectation of a vision that's not really necessarily there, which, let's be honest, Cookie was a little bit critical of Tobero for having that same way of looking at things itself. But also, we have to take into account the context of the videos and the conversation they brought to the space, which I don't think this will. The only way this will bring that sort of conversation to this space is because Saint Tontas apparently reacted to this video, and we know what the fuck that brings. It's just going to be, look, the biggest Arknights guy fucking hates this game too, because it fucking sucks, which obviously that's just going to happen, right? But I think this video was pretty fair. I think this video was pretty fair. I honestly do. Yeah, it's a game that I really like. Cookie's not so much as positive about it. But I think we both believe there's massive, massive potential here. Whether it's realised, that's on Hypergryph, right? That is actually on Hypergryph. Yeah, but Cookie can explain it in a way better and isn't inflammatory about it and says, well, yeah, we don't need to get into the insults with right. I just want to say as well, Tobero has took that back. He has took that back. Whether you accept it or not, I've spoken to him privately and he honestly says that was a bad look and he doesn't want people, he doesn't mean that. And apparently he's reached out to the people. I don't know if he did reach out to Dagon, I'm not too sure. Anyway, I don't want to get into that, but you know what I'm saying, right? I'm just saying, definitely I agree. He didn't do it in the same way. So I'm not comparing it and saying, well, he's doing the same shit, because I don't think he is. I'm just saying, I'm just talking about this expectation that even though we try to say, well, it's the dev's vision, we can't help our buyers come in and be like, well, I kind of wanted this. Maybe that was never going to be a thing. maybe the replayability thing is never going to be a thing, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe in 6 months, 12 months' time, they haven't added replayable stuff. It's just, we'll have to wait and see, right? We'll have to wait and see. I just, yeah, I'm optimistic about this game. I'm genuinely optimistic about it. I'm also cognizant of my biases, right? Again, I'm the dude that said the tutorials and the first few hours, Valley 4 had its issues anyway. We've spoke about this. The first few hours and the tutorials sucked sometimes, but I still enjoyed it because I was having such a good time. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm in a dive bar, but the food's good and the beer's good. Yo, it's a shithole, man, right? And there's a dude pissing in the corner by the jukebox. Man, the beer's good and it's cheap, and I can't help but be like, oh, I'm coming back here tomorrow, man. It's kind of the way I look at it, you know what I mean? It's kind of the way I look at it, man. And so, yeah. Oh, we've all been in here as well. Yo, what's up, dude? So, yeah, man, I think overall, yeah. I mean, the video was fair. I think Cookie, you know, he is fair about stuff, right? He's fair about stuff. But yeah, hopefully, you guys are happy now after telling me to check that out. Let me just have a look if there's anything going in React Smash before we get into it. Yeah, thanks for the sub, man. What happened? What the fuck is this? Okay, this might be just clickbait, right? What happened with this song? Yeah, I missed this. I was too busy touching grass. Cookies, my boy, we agree on potential fields. It was a really good video. It was a good video. Vulpez's video as well was a really good video. Hold up, guys. Apologies. Rosie's knocking the door. 2 seconds. I was just saying, I didn't realize I was muted. Fucking, I was saying, I'm lucky, man. Made me a cup of tea. Has made me a cup of tea. What's up, CJ, as well? How's it going, Dead? Welcome. Yeah, well, what do you guys think to what I was saying then about my reaction? What do you guys think about my opinions on what Cookie got to say? Curious to see what you think. I want to say, like, I'm very cognizant of my biases with Enfield, right? Which we all should be, you know. I'm not saint, and I know you guys are not saint, and it's, you know, not just dented. I think you're maliciously gay. Try, you know. I think it's just natural, man. I don't think there's anything malicious about it. I think I've just got a thing for Asian men, right? And that's what it is. I think I've got an obsession for Asian men. I saw one comment you can understand. They said it's like listening to KSI's The Thick of It for that Tang Tang game. Really? What happened to it? You got took down or something, yeah? Are you doing the daily grind for Enfield right now or playing it mostly as a non-gacha game? I'm doing my dailies. I don't always do my my deliveries, right? As I say, I've done trim medals for the left side of Umbral. I still haven't done the right side. I think with me, I'm just taking Enfield slow. Like I said, I didn't pull any of the initial banners. I'm just slowly taking my time with the game. I suppose I'm probably tackling it more just like an RPG. Do you know what I mean? Like an RPG. But I'm obviously aware and I'm playing it as such, like a fucking live service gacha game as well. Of course I am. But yeah, man, I'm just taking it as it comes. Like I've not really rushed through the game, and I'm quite happy. You know, like when we were first came out, I bollocked through it, and I was always chasing constant new content. And don't get me wrong, I think we were letting me down a little bit with its events, and Terraverse just fucking blows a bag of dicks, right? But yeah, I think I'd always find myself blasting through content within the first day or two, and then sitting there for the rest of the patch going, there's no content. I suppose I'm probably taking it a little bit slower this time. And maybe that's why I'm enjoying it more as well. I don't know. You know? Can someone clip that into context? It's a gameplay today. Yeah, I'm going to jump on the game in a sec. You've said to hire him out in his glorious drip. To be fair though, man, some of the jackets are sick. Drop the summary of the CN drama from ready. What about Tang Tang? Let me have a look then. Let me have a look at Book here. What is this video as well? I'm tempted to... What the fuck? Bro. Wait. Which video is this? What the fuck is that thumbnail, bro? And what? Okay, I'm gonna have to have a look at that. Is this it here? Okay. What the fuck is that thumbnail? Yo, that caught me off guard. He bombed in an animated short. Oh shit, yo. CJ cracks me up with his thumbnails, man. Too fucking much. Oh, here we go. Let's have a look at this. Can I have a quick look at this? Because I'm actually interested in this. And I don't know what the fucking deal is. I have no idea. I have no idea. Was it bad then, Blue? It's like, you know, what was the lyrics like? Garbage. Because obviously, like, coming from Arknights and knowing that Hypergryph really is just a music company, you know, it's like, what was up with it then? Oh, let's have a look then. Okay, summary of today's Tang Tang EP controversy in the CN community, timeline and context. Okay, so China was mad. China was mad then. In less than half a day, the Tang Tang EP incident around Arknights Endfield went through a full online narrative reversal. Below is a concise timeline of what happened to the CN community. It's an AI assistant. Okay. Fuck me, man. Bro's got the time. Bro's put this out like, you know, at fucking... like a fucking military thing at 10:53 a.m. You know, fighters cross the border. 7 minutes later, they engage the enemy forces. 45 minutes later, you know, the Air Force could be seen in the sky. What the fuck? Tang Tang's Epo Kringbo Village on My Life is released on YouTube with comments disabled. Interesting. They don't usually do that with EPs, right? Let's just say the lyrics were like Tang Tang wrote them. Really? They were, okay. So it went to YouTube first. The EP is uploaded to Bilibili, roughly China's equivalent to YouTube. Shortly after release, players criticised the EP heavily, saying the composition and lyrics are poor and the song is unpleasant to listen to. Was it unpleasant to listen to, though, for you guys who heard it? Was it a bop? Or was it shit? Players also point out that the characters' EPs are part of the game's content ecosystem. Something players indirectly pay for, so releasing something low quality reflects poor on both the character and the game. Now, I know Hypergryph would reflect that sentiment, right? But holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck, bro. I paid for this, so... Okay. I'm just going to move on from that. EP taken down. It was took down within 2 hours. In an hour and 10 minutes. damn. It won't even up an hour or so. Aku's dropped the song in React. Not a fan personally. If it's been took down though, I ain't gonna get fucking blasted, am I? I ain't gonna get blasted by Hypergryph here, am I? You know, considering it's been took down. Am I okay to listen to this on YouTube, considering they've took it down? I'm not restreaming that. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I feel like I'll watch it off stream. I don't see why, but I don't know. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. If they took it down, you know? It's like, yeah, but it's one of them things, man. It happened to Guitar Rock a few times. He reacted to content that was on YouTube, and then his channel got fucking hit with a community guideline strike. I didn't get hit when I watched it, but I don't know. Oh, you already watching it? You get it? I'll just check it off stream anyway. I'll tell you what. Hold up. Let's do what we did sometimes before. Let me mute that. Let me just have a quick listen. Let me just have a quick little listen. Oh shit, you know what? I ain't gonna be able to listen to that without you guys hearing it, am I? Because the way I've got my audio set up now. Hold up. Let me do something. Okay. I like it. I like it. I've heard enough. I already like it. Okay. Yeah. I kind of already like it. Yeah. I kind of like that vibe. All right. Okay, let's have a look. Katie posts, what's this here? Sorry, we've gone a little bit too far, haven't we? The Enfield team posts a statement saying the EP failed to meet quality expectation, has been urgently taken down. The main account makes no statement, which worsens the trust issue among players. Okay, damn. It has some vibes. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, it's not something I will be like, damn, no, that's a piece of work. It's a bit of a bop, right? All right. I wouldn't put it up there as the heights. Like, I will say, if you're new to Arknights, right, and this is your first experience of Arknights music, just go listen to some of the Arknights EPs. Trust me, they make quality, right? They make quality. I thought the big complaint from CM was not liking the lyrics. Okay, well, yeah, I don't understand. He just saying it kind of sounded like a vibe to me. Right, let's have a look at this then. Okay, it's took down. They said it's not hitting the quality. Players investigate the singer. Oh, God, of course they did. Of course they did. They didn't like something, so we've got to find the dirt. Digging into Katie's background, they discover she's mainly active in a low-tier rap scene known for crude or vulgar themes. There we go. Past controversies and internet memes linked to her tattoos, lyrics, the fragrant yoga pants, gender conflict jokes, etc. Okay, all right. We know where this is going. Okay. These elements clash heavily with the image people associate with Enfield anime-style post-apocalyptic industrial sci-fi. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it's about, right? Creating a bizarre culture clash that fuels discussion and memes. Okay. So they're not a fan of the singer. Okay. She's got bad tattoos and she's done rap music with some unsavory figures, I guess. Katie posts a normal song on doing TikTok China related to Enfield. Players start commenting there and inform her that her EP was taken down. Her response, she initially seems confused and she says she doesn't really care since she's already been paid. Based. Kind of based. Some players mock this response and memes like fragrant yoga pants and already got paid start spreading. Notable, none of Katie's prior content had anything to do with games or anime style games. Okay. Discussion escalates. Discussion grows while Hypergryph, the developer, remains silent. Since the company doesn't respond, some attention shifts towards the singer. Of course he does. It's her fault now, right? Katie starts live streaming. Katie begins a live stream. Probably not a good idea. Probably not a good idea if you've had any experience. Best just to be like, I'm gonna be quiet for a bit. Probably shouldn't have even responded, right? If anybody says, why didn't you respond? Oh, yeah, I was on holiday. Key points she clarified. She only performed the vocals. She was introduced to the project through a friend. She did not write the lyrics or compose the music. During recording, the studio asked her to sing with a cute and lively voice, which she described as she basically forcing a cutesy voice. Her straightforward explanation contrasts with the developer's silence. 3:15, Katie announces she downloads Enfield and jokes about cosplaying Tang Tang. She starts playing the game on stream. Viewers watch a rapper with no connection to an anime game destroy Enfield for the first time. Comedy moments quickly happen. She points at the protagonist and asks if that's Tang Tang. Struggles with basic gameplay and skills. Can't find the shift key and even reads as shit. It's kind of funny. All right, so it seems like we've got somebody who's not a gamer, who touches grass, has just done some lyrics for a project that she probably knows nothing about. Bad move. Because obviously, if you even walk past a game studio nowadays, you got to be a pro at the game and you got to know everything about the game, right? You know, you can't just be good at your specific job. You need to be a pro gamer as well, bro. I like that though. The shit key. That's a bit funny. It's like you never used a keyboard before. This one unintentionally becomes entertaining and changes how viewers perceive her. Okay. Stream reaches 12,000 viewers. Damn. She continues answering questions and addressing controversy about herself during gameplay. Compared to the developer's silence, her openness wins people over. She also jokes that streaming a little longer will earn her more than what I got paid for the EP. Ooh. Estimates suggest that EP payment may have been under $550. Okay. Like, if people are going to try and twist that as something bad, look, we can talk about money and stuff all day long, right? $5 to edit a video. If you're going to take the job at a preordained set amount of cash, that's on you, you know? Yeah, I don't like it when people take work, especially if, you know, if they ain't got a gun to the head and then, you know, complain about it after. Hey, whatever, I don't care. But it's just like, you know, you took the job, I guess, but I suppose it depends on how long she was in. If that was just an hour in a booth, it's probably pretty good, right? You know? I bet to them lyrics, she was probably in the booth for an hour or two, right? So $550, pretty good going, I would imagine. I'd take that. Yo, I'll do some really bad rap for your Hypergryph for $550, and I won't go live right afterwards either. I'll be quiet. By 1800, her stream still holds around 10,000 viewers. Chat sentiment shifts from criticism to things like protect her, support Katie. She's actually kind of cute. Meanwhile, Hypergryph becomes the main target of criticism. Outcome in half a day, the developer remained silent. The singer interacted directly with players and streamed the game. Public sentiment shifted significantly in her favour. Again, I get why people are thinking like this, but of course she's going to be able to react quicker. She's an individual, not a corporate entity. They're going to be like trying to figure out what the corporate line is, I guess, right? In this strange chain of events, Hypergryph disappeared from the narrative while Katie unexpectedly won over the audience. Top comment summary. Many players now feel the singer was unfairly targeted, by the people who were mad. Like, by them. She was simply hired to sing and had no involvement in writing the song. Instead of ignoring the community, she openly streamed the game, joked around and interacted with the viewers. Even though the situation wasn't their fault, some argue Hypergryph should apologise to both players and to her for how the situation was handled. It's good to see that people didn't attack her, right? Because I was worried this was going to go down the line of she was getting death threats and all that shit. So, GG, I guess, for the community stepping back from the brink. Good to see. Like to see that. Yeah. Why would you even think she's done anything wrong anyway? Only weirdos would think that. Of course, she's just got a fucking job and just, like, what do you think she fucking, you know, directed, decided what was going to go in the game, everything. Like, you know, of course, that's on Hypergryph. Can they act as fast as her? Of course not. There's steps and processes they need to go through. From what I just heard initially, sounded all right to me. So, once again, I think this is a situation where, yeah, it's just the community being the community. Mad that it was bad. They take it down. Mad that they took it down. Mad that they didn't say why they took it down. Then went to try and initially go after the singer and then decided, actually, yeah, let's not do it. She seems okay. So, yeah. Okay. I'd like to know specifically. Does anything about the comments? I don't think people even thought she made the song. People just want to be mad, right? Like I say, you know, that initial thing there when it was talking about the tattoos, I thought, oh, I bet them going through all her posts over the last 10, 15 years on the internet, right, to see if she's a problem. Okay. It's just a nothing burger. Yeah, it seems like he. Kind of. I wish they hadn't took it down. What they're going to do? Rewrite it? The attacks on the singer I saw from the CN community in the initial era of the video being privated but crazy. It shifted pretty quickly after she started streaming, thankfully. At least that's a good thing. I'd say, well, obviously it's good because she isn't becoming the victim of insane people. But it's just wild to see how quick people will just, like, not only assume, but just, you know, that's all I needed. I'm ready to just attack a stranger on the internet for no reason. Yeah, it seems such a nothing burger. Okay, people didn't like the song, so they took it down. They came out and said, yeah, we apologise, it wasn't up to our standard. What the fuck did they expect? I don't know what else they expected. Like, when did they make a statement? Well, they made one here. They posted a statement on the small alt Billy account. Well, that's what companies do sometimes, don't they? What, they're going to make it on the main Enfield account. It's like, you know, companies do this all the time. They might have a game like page, and then they'll have like the publisher's page, and they'll make the statement on the publisher page because that makes more sense because it's like a business decision rather than a game thing. Because if you're looking at new information about the game and they're talking about, I don't know, some lyrics in a song, you're like, I don't care about this. What's the new patch? So like, what's the problem in putting it on the second account? They already said that it failed to meet expectations. What the fuck was Hypergryph supposed to do? You know? They took it down, said it weren't up to their standards. Yeah, we move. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, all right. The community being the community, I guess. Bit of a nothing burger. Main takeaway for me is that the Hypergryph, when it comes to Enfield, doesn't have the balls. Maybe they agreed. I don't know. They're probably not, though, because I put it out initially, right? I don't know. It's just their way of saying, okay, my bad. we'll do something else then. See, I did all right to me when I listened to it. It's a shame. It's a shame. What's this video from CJ? Is this a new one? What's in this? The long shaft of truth exposed Wiwa's biggest CC for viewbotting, stalking, and lying. Brother, that title is fucking wild. That title's wild. How the long shaft of truth. What the fuck? Okay. This is the new summer Chen for CN, I guess. Yeah. The long shaft of truth.
Check this as well. I got this one as well, boys. So we can do a little bit of narration, a little bit of dulcet tones. We better get off this one though,
because I'll be bricking Saint up. All right, let's check out this video then, man, from CJ. Let's have a look what he's got to say then.
Seeing the 3'5", 48-year-old Smeagol lookalike with a micro penis is still clouding the judgment of a lot of gacha players. How you doing, guys? It's your boy CJ, and we're back with another video. And today we're going to talk about in-depth of why and how Saint Tontus is viewbotting. Now, before I made a video about this topic, and you guys really liked it, it's pretty damn simple to see how he's viewbotting in that video. I'll show you guys the video in a second. The video in question that I'm talking about that I made is this one. Okay, it's not.
Say the long shaft of truth for that voice.
Where is it? How the long shaft of truth exposed Who's biggest CC for viewbotting, stalking, and lying.
Is that all right?
that one. It has to be, no, it's not that one. It's this one. Okay, it's not. Where is the video? Right here. This is the video that
Fucking bro.
that I'm talking about that I made is this one. Okay, it's not that one. It has to be, no, it's not that
It
one.
hurts to walk every time I hear Saint say that. You know, when he reads off the thumbnails and the titles, and in Saint's way he speaks, it's the only time I actually find Saint funny, right? Actually find him funny.
This one. Okay, it's not. Where is the video? Right here. This is the video that I made. Saint Tontus, fall off, copium, body, no talent.
Did ya? I ain't looked, man. I'll have to have a look.
You might want is there, but some people are still not happy. Some people are still mad about the video. Some people are still saying that there's not enough evidence, paperwork, receipts. So in today's video, I'm gonna
got the
show
receipts.
you just that. The examples I gave on that first video
The glue.
weren't enough. They just didn't satisfy. They want more proof that the biggest loser in the Wuthering Waves community is actually viewbotting. Okay, I got you. Here we have Saint Tontus's channel. Now,
Okay.
I want you to understand something that's very, very important. Saint Tontus is a very performative guy, right? When it
Definitely.
comes to his
Oh,
content.
dude, I was saying, man, freaking earlier, bros, for the metric man, you know, because that's what he is, right? Like, I don't give a fuck about metrics, but for the metrics man, bros, metrics definitely don't seem like they're going in the right way, do they? You know, even like his Hypergryph rage bait videos now don't really seem to be getting the traction that the once did, right? It's almost like people really are starting to see the dude's just an agenda-driven grifter who's pretending to hate the game in the way that he does to get people to click on his videos, right? Because, brother, some of these videos, man, for the metrics, man, metrics ain't looking too pretty, right? Ain't looking too pretty. Better than me, but I don't do this for a living.
Likes to upload content when it's hot. And when it's hot, he'll viewbot the most because obviously it's going to be brand new content, it's going to get traction, so the viewbots kind of go unnoticed, okay?
Dude, if you're going to do it, it's probably a good time to do it, right? The real hype grifter, right? See, that's the thing. Obviously, I don't care what people call me. I'm a hyper glazer, right? I glaze. I objectively like the game, and I've got no qualms about it. He's a grifter. He's doing it purely for the money. Man, I'd still be playing this game even if it wasn't streaming.
With that said, let's go ahead and look. So here we have the beginning of the expose. Goodbye, Zani. Luke full kit reveal. I want you to pay attention to something from all these videos I'm about to show you guys. I'm going to obviously point it out, but look at it. Look at the amount of views, the amount of likes, and the amount of comments. Those three things are very important to have a
333 comments, 1,500 likes, 28k views.
look at when it comes to Saint Tontus's content, okay? So here we have a video about Luke that has 28,000 views, 1,500 likes, and 333 comments. We move on over to the next video. Here we have Chisa video with 28,000 views, 1,500 likes, and 256
Okay, that's almost.
comments. Now, you guys will begin to notice the pattern. Here we have a video with 29,000 views, 1,500 likes again, and 236 comments. Now, you might be saying, CJ, you're just cherry picking his videos. You're specifically going for the videos that have a pretty much identical amount of likes and views. You're doing that on purpose, CJ. Well, let's continue and see if it really plays out like that. A thing that is very important to note is,
Bro, some of your figurines are fire, man.
the amount of comments in comparison to the amount of likes and the amount of views. Now
Yo,
let's
some
move
triple.
on over and continue. Here we have another video, 35,000 views, 1,500 likes, 300.
It's very specific though, isn't it? That is very specific.
Crazy how despite getting way more views than these videos, he's still generating 1,500 likes.
Now, obviously, we usually have a core audience. Even that, you know, ebbs and flows, right? You'll have your core audience that like come for you for a specific thing, a core audience that'll watch anything, a core audience that are either Arknights, one that's for Enfield, one that's for drama, one that's for your fucking news videos, one that's here to watch your streams, right? It's
and
very
around
consistent.
the same amount of comments. Ain't that something, right? Ain't that something? Let's move on. Here we have another video. 27,000 views. 1,600 likes, 300 and some comments again. And this video just dropped. Once
So
again.
realistic like ratio to view is about 10%. It's usually considered around that. I think that's what's considered like a sort of like benchmark. I don't know what my average is. Let me just have a look. It depends really. Like I say, I'm all over the place. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm around about that. Sort of like 7 to 11%. Looking at them. Obviously, lower view videos tend to be a bit higher because obviously I think people come in, drop a like, but the videos just don't get traction, so they tend to be a little bit skewed. But probably on the higher view ones, yeah, probably say around between 7 to 11%. At a guesstimate, looking at those numbers. I don't know if that's the average. I've heard that number thrown around before, though. 7-11.
Brand new information. Everybody's hyped about the 3.2 update, or at least the character Hiyuki, because she's a badass. I'm loving it. I'm getting back into Wuwa because of that character myself. But interesting, right? 1,600 likes, 27,000 views, and once again, only 300 and some comments. Let's continue. 27,000 views, 1,600 likes.
Like, that is quite low comments. What is the average comments on a video like that, actually? Like, what's the typical, like, a video of that many views? Let me just have a look at mine for a reference here. It's like, on videos where I'll get, like, between 3,000 to 6,000 views, I'm getting, like, 150 plus comments. 200 plus sometimes. 287 on 5,400. So, I've got 100 less comments on a video that's had 22,000 less views. Damn, that's some low interaction, right? It's actually some low interaction. I got 310 comments on a video with 7,800 views, so 20,000 views less, and 80 comments less, with 1,000 less likes.
Some comments.
If you talk about bikes, you get way more comments. True. Let me look at that video, actually. How many comments did that video have? Let me look. let me look. Hold up. Videos. What will it be? 3.0, right? Will it be 3.0? Oh, shit. Is it this one? Like this, right? And this is what we... Is it this one? No, this is not the one. 955 dislikes, 1,200 comments. Wait. I fucking told ya. Wait, that's not right. Hold up. I knew that video got butted. I knew that video got dislike butted. That's had nearly 1,000 dislikes took off you. Yeah, that video was on nearly 1,000 dislikes took off it. I knew it was getting botted because, like, it'd jump up like a few hundred dislikes, like 200 to 300 dislikes, and then they'd get took off, and then they'd come back, and then they'd get took off, and now nearly 1,000's been took off. That was at nearly 8. That was last time I checked. That was at just shy of 1,800 dislikes, and now it's at 955.
28,000 views, 1,600 likes, 200 and some comments. We continue, okay? 25,000 views, 1,700 likes, 200 comments. 30,000 views, 7.
Just saying. About 1,700 dislikes. You know, just talking opposites. You know, remove like the real ones. Maybe. I don't know.
1,700 likes, 300 comments, and if you're noticing something, all of these videos.
Oh
are
yeah, for sure. The
videos
comments on that
about
video,
brand
like
new
I'm not even compared because that was a heated video. Like people came in there to shit on me, right? So the comments, like, yeah, they were much higher. Like your average 10k view video is not getting 1,200 comments. It's just not, right? That was insanely. That like I knew that video was going well within the first hour or so because I was like, bro, 250 people commented on this video already. I was like, holy shit. Let's just have a look at let's get to like Braxophone a second. I think he gets a lot more views, right? But let's just what's his okay, this video got 25k.
We are so back. The last time that I did one of these,
There's only got
part of the,
184 comments. What's his typical content? Because I'm guessing this is a bit. Saying that though, these sort of videos probably don't generate much comments, you know. People don't come here to talk about this stuff, do they? Discussion is a big factor. But the thing is, a lot of Saints content is like, it's very discussion based, right? It's controversial. So you would expect comments probably to be on the higher end, if I'm honest. Honestly. Because like his content is driven around that, right? If you're making guides, most people ain't coming to the comment section. You think about the way you interact with content, right? If you're watching guide content, you're probably not going to comment. But if you're watching the sort of content that Saint makes, more likely you're likely to comment, right? Because he's probably saying some inflammatory shit, or you want to say some dumb shit in his comments like his audience do.
Does is he waits for these important events, important, you know, news update, new characters, new kids, and he view bots more than he usually does. He view bots more likes, more views. But his comments, since he's not view-botting those, they reflect the fact that barely anybody's interacting with his comments, despite being dope.
Kind of like a lot of streams, right? I think it's a lot easier to get like bots and view bots than he needs to get comments, isn't he? So like it is quite reflective. It's like when you see streams, right? It's a lot. You'll see a lot more people with insane views. I know now there is actually like I think you can get like chatter bots now, right? But I think that's a lot more expensive, right? I think that can actually be quite expensive from what I've heard. But yeah, it's probably a lot easier to. I just saw you chainsaw man fucking push you down here as well. Sick. A lot easier to get them to just come in to watch the content, right? Keep in mind though, Brax's videos are guides across multiple games, so his audience is split between. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you think about the way you interact with games, right? You just don't comment on those sort of videos either, do you? Like, they're not there to generate conversations. They're there to give information, aren't they?
Biggest.
You're like, yeah, that's it. It's a consistency, Ken. That's what I'm saying. I'm seeing from what CJ's saying here. Is that consistency? It's like, okay, don't feel like there's much spikes in what he's showing here.
Wuthering Waves content creator with the most supportive and interactive community out there. He's still barely.
You can also get them to trickle in over a period as well, so the curve looks normal.
I'm just nitpicking. Let's continue.
That's what I mean. It's like anything, right? You get what you pay for. I'm sure there's probably like super cheap bots that look fucking sus as fuck, don't do anything, and like easy for sites to detect. And then you've probably got ones that are a lot more fucking, you know, bespoke, if you will.
Well, there's more.
Like anything in life, right? You get what you pay for, I suppose.
Still 1,700 comments.
Yeah, that is
and
odd.
Still 300 and something comments.
Like, you know,
how is it?
Even if that had less likes and that had a lot less comments, it's the consistency that's unusual, isn't it?
That despite the fact that
like,
his views go up.
Where's this army when you shit on Saint, right? I've been regularly shitting on Saint recently, and so has CJ, and so have other people. This army, he only ever seems to be in his streams. And you noticed? And it's just a small bunch of fucking idiots. But the army's not very mobile. They're definitely like, it's like the Russian army. It seems like it's a peril defensive tool. Ain't really good on the offense, you know?
Some videos having 30-some thousand, 41,000. His likes are almost all identical, and his comments are almost all identical. He'll get 10, 15, 20,000 more views on a video and still average the same amount of people commenting and still average the same amount of likes.
Which, let's try and play devil's advocate, right? Because, you know, maybe we could argue, is it because he's only hitting his core audience? You know, maybe now and again a video pops out the algorithm, but he's literally singing to the same choir all the time. Do you know what I mean? Now, this does look weird. As I say, I've got a small sort of core audience, but my likes are drastically different on videos. It does look weird, man. It does. Definitely an odd consistency, that's for sure. Do you know what I mean?
Once again, you might be saying I'm cherry picking, but if
Again,
you notice that
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just playing devil's advocate there. I'm just playing devil's advocate, right?
anybody else,
What is he? He's got a heart of gold, and I'm being neutral. Sorry, V, if you're watching at all. I know you don't watch more stuff, even when I try and get you to watch it on stream. For some reason you don't. But I'm just poking fun. It's fun to poke fun, man. It's all right.
getting these types of views on their videos, they're usually getting more likes. Not everybody. I'm sure there's a lot of people that be view botting too, but for the most part, that's kind of interesting. Let's continue. 45,000 views.
See, the thing is, I think loads of people am as well, right? That's the thing. I think loads of people am. And for a dude who's so obsessed with metrics, is it a far stretch? Probably not. Probably not. You know? It's like finding out somebody's really obsessed with money to find out maybe they'd be willing to do some stuff to get a bit of extra cash. No, I'm just saying.
1,500 comments or 1,700 likes and
Hey,
400.
look, we all love money as well. Not pretending I'm out here not liking money.
173 comments. This is the
Not the
most
metrics,
comments
man,
he's
though.
had, and arguably this is about Emmett, one of the most popular, most hyped characters in the entire roster of Wuthering Waves in a long time. Only about 100 more comments, and the same amount of likes as the other videos. The same amount of likes, bro. The same amount of likes. How does a video with 15,000?
What is controversial take? He's like more controversial takes. Showing, bro. Out of curiosity. Let me
Ladies and
okay, so that's a decay. That's only just gone up now, so let's go back a couple of days. Let the video to
ladies and gentlemen,
someone's got 813k. This is interesting though. Hold up. This obviously
ladies and gentlemen,
it's just a
we are
whim.
back at it again.
I'm not saying anything. 800, right? Okay, right?
And so, well,
900. $900 was at about 1.7. Just saying, is that the number? Is that the magic number? Around about 800 or so? You know? Is that the magic number? That without it, it's more under the realm of just under 1,000 of actual real ones?
And so,
So I'm just pulling this out my ass.
all right.
666, fuck.
All
Interesting. Oh. Yeah.
15,000 more views. Not no 3,000. Not.
I mean, an audience can throw
5,
1k
not
dislikes, you can
10,000.
easily go the other way. Oh, sure, yeah. It's
15,000
just
more views.
interesting that those dislikes are at 1.7k and then they've been removed now because they were obviously botted. which is actually quite surprising that YouTube saw them as that, right? And that's down to like 900 now. And the videos that aren't sitting at 1.6, 1.7 are sitting around 800 on the like ratio side of things. Well, just, hey, you know, not saying anything is true, just interesting to notice.
Views have the
Of course, I am biased. The dude's a dick. I can't help but see things that might not actually be there, seem like they're there, right?
same amount of likes as this video. Hey, bucko, you forgot to get more views for this video, bucko. You forgot. Now, ladies and gentlemen.
I love that now, bucko.
5,000 views, 1,200 likes, 200 comments. So what you guys will notice throughout all these videos is that
very
his actual
odd
average
consistency,
comments are
though,
about
right?
200 to 300.
Now,
His
again,
view-
I don't pay enough attention to all this sort of stuff. Is that a consistency that is consistent across multiple channels? I don't know. At least my own channel, it's not. But I have a much smaller channel, and I don't have probably a core consistent audience and hit the algorithm in the same way. So I suppose it's a bit hard to say. But it's a consistent is there. There's a pattern. There's a pattern.
Views are very weird. Despite
You saw
having
that too? Okay.
differences of 10,000, 15,000 views in between some videos, he's still averaging the same comments and the same amount of likes. Now that's weird. And it's not just Wuthering Waves, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever he's covering other games and he's trying to make the switch to other games so he can start shitposting, this has happened with games like Arknights Endfield, ZZZ, Honkai Star Rail, and now NTE, he does the same thing. 29,000 views, 1,500 likes, and 300 comments.
That is actually like that is probably more interesting than the others because it's NTE as well. So it's a total different game. So it's not the same wheelhouse. Do you know what I mean? And for it to be so similar is a little bit odd.
Videos, right? 28,000, 1,500, 300 comments. The exact same thing, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all notice that? It's not just cherry picking. It's exactly pointing out these videos and how they're so weird. And you could do the same thing for his like 12,000 view videos, 11,000 view videos. If you point out videos that have around the same viewership, you'll notice these weird inconsistencies where it's like, why are you getting so many views with the same amount of likes despite having like 10,000 less views? You're getting the same amount of likes and your comments are weird. Now you might be thinking once again, well, CJ, you're just, you know, being an asshole. You're just cherry picking because I know you guys. Let's go ahead and show you something. This is my video. The video that started the Arknights Enfield drama, which was my Arknights Enfield review. The biggest hypocrites in Gacha gaming, Arknights Enfield. And by the way, that title was from another YouTuber. I thought it was good, so I just put it there. In this video, I cover a bunch of content creators, myself included, and my takes. Creators like RNJ, Captain Cabinets, Gacha Smack, Saint Tauntas, obviously, Reen, amongst others, and their takes regarding the game. The good, the bad, the ugly. I tell my side of the story when it comes to the game. I want y'all to pay attention. This right here has 19,000 views. It has less views than Saint Tauntas's first examples. His first examples all have 28,000, 28,000, 29,000, and they all have 1,500 likes with 236 comments. We go back to my video. That's 10,000 less views. I only have about 300 to 400 less likes, and almost double, if not more, his comments.
Sip of the drink.
Double his comments, if that, in some of these videos. Almost close to his same amount of likes with 10,000 less views. You might be saying, but that's just drama, even though it was my review of Arknights Endfield. That's just drama, CJ. Okay, I'll entertain you. Here is another video from the drama. Harry Tauntas gets slithered in by the whole Gacha community and nobody comes to help.
Yo, bro, these titles, man, I fucking love them. Harry Tauntas gets slithered in by the whole Gacha community and nobody comes to help. These are like the stories, man. The short stories.
10,000 views. That's, bro, that's 1/3 of the amount of views he's getting on his videos. I have almost 1,000 likes with 450 comments. Once again, 1/3 of his views on his most basic example. DJ's
a master wordsmith.
Guys. And I have almost 1,000 likes. So
no clip, no viewership, no support. I'm a CC like me. It's surprising to get those numbers. Yeah, for real, for real.
What he has with 1/3 of his views, and once again, more comments than him. Guys, more comments. That's a very easy way to tell that his views are botted, because there's no way he's getting 5, 10, 15,000.
It definitely is odd when you go across a breadth of content, right? Especially some that's discussion engaging content, right? Now, if it was all just guides, I'd be like, all right, maybe we're reaching a little bit, because obviously, like I say, there's certain content that's less interactable, right? You know, the sort of content, the sleep content and stuff, right? Guide content, you know, that sort of like evergreen content, if you will, that you'd never comment on. It's on in the background, right? You know, that sort of content. We all know how we interact with content, right? The stuff that Saint makes isn't like that, is he? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it is interesting that there's that consistency throughout, whether it's a guide or whether it's this or whether it's that, where you'd think there'd be like massive spikes here and there of like, man, okay, this really engaged people here, didn't it?
More views.
Which I'm sure there is
It has
outliers.
less comments, my boy. Brother. Where is it? Where is this video? Brother. 45,000 views. 45,000 views. 473 comments, guys. 450 comments, 10,000 views. He has almost 5 times as much views as me on a video. And I have almost the same amount of comments. And I would say about half of his likes. And he has almost 5 times more views. Explain that. It's that simple. Hold on. You might be saying, but this is all just drama, CJ. Okay, I'll entertain you again. Here is my content from when I was doing Withering Waves content way back when. It was hard finding content for Withering Waves because I don't make a lot of Withering Waves content.
Fuck, bro. As somebody who was playing it daily, man, it was fucking hard trying to get content out for that game sometimes.
Right now, nowadays, but
That's why I like just doing a bit of everything now. Right, I know some people get annoyed when I might talk about drama or I might talk about another game that they're not interested in. It's just like, trying to bang on the same game every single day. It makes you play the game in a certain way as well, and it takes all the fun out of you. I mean, the only game that I think I could probably do daily content on, and it'll probably be more streams for probably like the next year, it'll be Arknights. The OG Arknights I'm on about.
To make guides and everything, as you can see. Here we have a 15,000 view video. 15,000 views. I was a nobody little gacha game content creator, okay? And this, you could say it's kind of drama. This is bad. Kuro is worse than Hoyo Burst. Now, the reason that title is there is because it was a quote from a Saint Tonta's video that he said that, pretty much. So I was like, I got you.
You got a very grindy game to do, yeah.
The title.
Or like a multiplayer game or something, right?
15,000 views, 568 likes. I'm a nobody content creator, and I was going against Saint Tontas at the time. I was going against Saint Tontas.
We're getting OG
This
Arknights.
whole video is about Brent. And
Probably Tuesday. I want to play some tomorrow, but I want to do more 1.1 because you've ended up fucking yapping a lot today.
A bunch of nerdy shit, okay? And Saint Tontas at the time was saying that Brent is trash. So I was going against Saint. It wasn't really a good thing because you know how it is. Now, watch this once again. 15,000.
Yeah, you know how it is. You know how it is. Well, hold up. Saint Tontas is a problem you don't want to have. Saint is bad because he's bad. Kind of. Kind of how it works, yeah. Shit stinks because shit stinks. Don't mean the shit don't stink just because it stinks. And you can say it stinks.
Almost 600 likes, 349 comments. Now, do explain to me, guys.
It does make me laugh, though, that people still have that idea that, oh, he's a problem you don't have. Okay. Maybe if you just don't want to, like, argue back, but, you know, like, I feel like throughout this entire time, right, like, the only time I feel like I've potentially took damage, even though I never really see it like that, right, is when I had my 3.0 take. But I didn't give a fuck. Because, like, I put my opinions out there. If people hate them, they hate them, right? It just is what it is. It's content. I've got thick enough skin. like through this entire time, like it feels like, and I'm sure CJ will agree here, right? And I think probably for everybody, probably only for Cap, and that's probably more because of things that have happened because of it, you know, like the Discord stuff and all the other stuff. That bro spent so much SP. Bro was burning through DP, right? And put out no damage. You know what I mean? No crits. His AoE was wide as fuck, but did very little. Apart, like, and he sat there thinking, yeah, man. Yeah, I fucking, yo, I cleared it. And it was just like, okay, bro. Like, he's definitely not a problem, in my opinion. He's a problem if you look at it that he's a fucking dickhead and he's made some people's lives misery. But when you think about it, if you don't play by the rules that he's set and actually get in the mud with him, right? Dude, really, and I know that's a sad thing to say because that's how you have to tackle it, but that's how you have to tackle it with him, right? Because that's all dude does. Like his whole argument has been fighting people on unfair battlegrounds for the longest time, right? Pre-watching their content, getting a bunch of glue sniffers to go out and try and find all of these things to strawman them, to poison the well, to make them look bad, and then to use his army of sycophants to try and drill that content creator into the ground till they break, right? And it just don't work anymore. It's like, if you don't play by that rule set, bro's got nothing else. So he just throws around a bunch of pejoratives that have like about as much impact as like a 14-year-old girl's insults. Do you know what I mean? That's like his insult level, right? He's like, oh, you're maliciously gay, you know? Like, you know, look at her, she's a fat bitch. You know, it's like, oh, damn. Scathing, brother. Scathing. However, will I recover? You know, or me. I'm obsessed with Asian men. Oh, let's put the Grinder app on. Like, I don't know what I mean. I don't know what that sounds like, but I bet Pixel will.
Video with 45,000 views. A video with 41,000 views. 41,000 views. Has about the same comment ratio as my video with less than half of that. Less than half of that. You know why? Because I don't view bot. So this is normally
you're doing it wrong, bro.
The amount of
you need
likes,
you need to start view botting.
Views, comments, all of that stuff.
Straight. He's super straight. He's not straight. He's super straight.
Another Saint Tonta's video, 10,000 views. Once again, 541 likes. Once again, I was going against Saint Tonta's when it came to Brandt. I was exposing his calculations and how he was saying that Brandt is a bad character. Yeah. His idea...
I remember, this is when I first saw you, actually, CJ. It was when you had this avatar. It was like when you was on your old channel, right, before you lost it. I remember seeing you. I think it's when you were streaming. I remember, I think I lurked in your channel a couple of times. I've seen you streaming.
Was... Brand's kid
gone back
is
a hot minute now, that is.
All I did was once again grab his title. Brand's kid is not a disaster, and I went bar for bar comparing.
Well, it was similar to that. I remember it being. I'm sure it was Calcharo, right?
How is it possible, guys, that a video with 10,000 views has the amount of comments that a video with 29,000 views has? That's pretty much triple my numbers. I have 1/3 of his views, and I have. Do I have more comments than this dude? I have more comments than him.
That's actually crazy, man. Bro, like, I've got videos with like half the views that you've got on this on CJ and as much comments as him. That is kind of crazy though, right? When you think about it, that the level of interaction is actually really low. Like, let's even say he wasn't being botted. Let's just even say that, right? That's just odd in itself. Like, if you even don't have that conversation, like, wait a minute, that's a bit mad, you know? And then you take into stuff, obviously, I've seen with like his Twitch numbers looking fucking weird. I know people have said, well, lurkers don't get counted. What, 300 people just started talking at the same time and then stopped talking? Well, I don't know about that.
It's in him, guys. Listen. It's pretty damn simple. He's very performative, and he does not get the views. He doesn't have those people supporting him. He just doesn't, right? We just had the 3.2 Withering Wave stream happen, right?
That's true though. Like even if these, say all these are real, right? It's good views. Like I'm happy with whatever I do. If I enjoy making content, I'm happy with it, right? Obviously, it's always great when a lot of other people enjoy it as well. If I was getting like 20k views a video, I'd be happy. It didn't pay my rent, but I'd still be happy. But like the way Saint does talk about metrics, man, like you'd think dude was doing moist critical numbers, right? You know what I mean? The first hour, 120k views. You know, he's hitting 800k regularly. The bro's posting up numbers. I'm just like, what? You wouldn't call it a large YouTube channel. You wouldn't even call it a medium size. It'd probably be like small to lower end medium size YouTube channel, right? Them sort of views. It's just the fact that he pumps out 3-4 slot videos a day, right? That makes up for it. Like if he was uploading how a normal content creator uploads, his views wouldn't generate much at all for him, would they? It's just that he pumps out a fucking shit ton of videos every single day.
And he was pulling more numbers than pretty much everybody else in the space. Any other creator had less views than him. And you might be thinking, well, it's because he's the Kuro bot. He's the #1 Kuro dick sucker. That's why. No, bro, it's because they're view-botted views. He knows it's a hot moment. Brand new information is dropping, so he view bots. It's that simple. That is why when he drops content like this, where is it? Let's see if I can find it. Right there. Right there. Right? Hiyuki saved 3.2, right? Less than a day ago, it's going to perform big views right away.
Not gonna lie, this is not very scientific.
Content.
Well, you can only go off like the public impression data, right? That's all you can go off. Like, you know, there is definitely an odd consistency, right? As something that's like, okay, and you add that in with the stream stuff, and somebody who's obsessed with metrics. Now, I'm not even saying this is a fact, right? But you know, it's definitely something that's like, you know, it looks iffy, right? It looks iffy, man.
Creators that actually get those types of views, because he's going to want to, well, you already know, get those views to be the guy in the algorithm, right? But still, 1,600 likes, pretty much.
As well, you've got to understand with how much this dude's built up this whole thing of like his only argument against us really throughout this whole thing to try and write off any criticisms we've had about him, right? You know, because most of our criticisms I think have been fair and valid, haven't they? You know, most of the time it's literally us just going, look, he's literally saying it right here. How mental's that? And his reply's usually been, well, they don't get no views, so I'm right. And he's always talking about views, right? So let's even be kind, right, and say, all right, let's say he's not view botting. Is it a stretch to think as soon as those metrics take a turn for the worse, which he's going to be the first person to see, because he's got all the data on the back end, his click-through rate, his retention, all that sort of information, right? You know, how much he's earning, his CCV, all of that information, he's getting it first. Somebody who is so drastically attached to metrics, it's really not like a, you know, it's a proper dokes moment, right? You know, it's like, I'm fucking watching you, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, he won't stand up in a court of law, but I'm fucking watching you.
The same as all these other videos, ladies and gentlemen. Quite interesting, don't you think? And here's a perfect example. You compare him to Gacha Smack's video.
And like, you know, you've only got to speak to people like Tectone and Asmongold, and they'll tell you one thing. Anybody who's successful, especially on Twitch, there's something they're doing. Right? This isn't whether they're doing it themselves or somebody else is doing it to them, it's happening, right? And I'm never the one to always look to the face of authority and be like, well, that person's bigger than me, so I believe them. Or when it comes to things like that, they've probably interacted with that sort of stuff behind the scenes far more than I've ever done, right? Do you know what I mean? So I do tend to listen and I'm like, oh, you know, if all of those people are saying it, maybe a lot more people are doing it than you think, right? It goes towards this dead internet theory, right? You know, if it's happening in our interactions with things on social media and corporate entities, it's not a. You think about it, there's a reason Twitch doesn't stop it happening as well, right? It looks good to investors. It looks good when they get to Amazon. Look at the growth on the last quarter. Even if none of it's real, it looks good, right? And that gives you more investment, and money's money, right, at the end of the day.
He has about 8,000 less views than Saint Tontis. About 7, 8, 9,000 by the time this video goes live. 10,000 by the time this video goes live. Less views than Saint Tontis. Has almost the same amount of likes and almost the same amount of comments. With almost, if not 10,000 less views. How do you have 10,000 more views but almost the same amount of likes and almost the same amount of comments?
Yeah, I saw the other day as well. I saw the clip where, like, I think Saint was basically saying viewership in the gacha space overall's down. I can't attest to that because I haven't looked at every content creator, right? And I'm sure he referenced one of Smack's videos as a comparison. And I thought, I don't know if that's a fair comparison to make, because Smack just uploads when the fuck he feels like it, right? Sometimes he'll be consistent, sometimes he'll be super inconsistent. So it's like the idea that if Smack uploads one video a week and it gets the same amount of views as Saint, I don't put that down to, oh, that's proof that, oh, I'm not getting less views, everybody's getting less views. It's like, you're uploading 3 a day, you're saturating the algorithm to fuck. You should be, in theory, you know, hitting that strike. Because 3, there's a reason he usually does 3, right? Because that's the limit, right? Because after 3, your notifications don't get sent out to people, do they? Because YouTube don't want to spam people off the site, right? So typically 3 within a 24-hour period, and then notifications stop going out to people. So that's why people typically have like a maximum of 3. Some people go beyond that, but that's usually like the sweet spot to pump out as much content as possible to saturate the algorithm without oversaturating it or overstepping the mark. So YouTube kind of like pulls it in, kind of thing, because YouTube doesn't want you spamming your subs at the end of the day. Because guess what happens then? They start turning notifications off. And guess what happens then? They ain't watching ads. YouTube honestly doesn't care who you're watching at the end of the day. They just care that you're watching and you're clicking on ads and you're watching ads and you all that stuff, right? So, yeah. People complain that I compared Saint to Brax Phone is with, when it comes to gacha video viewership, despite saying gacha games are getting no views, so I compared him to smaller CC in this, yeah. Yeah. Content is somehow not king then, at least in the abundance of it. It's... When it comes to YouTube, it's all about retention. It's all about what really pushes your videos. There's 2 things that start your videos getting traction initially, and that's subscribers clicking on the video. So that's like the people, you're subscribed to a channel, you get a notification, you watch the video. That bumps it up a step, right? Then click-through rate. So what happens is the video gets, you know, put in the feed here, and somebody clicks on it. Now, the higher that percentage of people clicking through, that then pushes it again, and then the longer people are watching the video, that then pushes it again, right? Because that's why most people do 8-minute videos, because at 8 minutes, you can add mid-rolls, more money for you, more money for YouTube, you know what I mean? So, like, that's what then starts to push the content out. So, like, if you're saturating your name out there, so when people search for things, which 3 videos a day will do that, you'd think you'd be doing better than your contemporaries who are uploading less. Do you know what I mean? So like for him to then go, well, this person's not getting much, they're getting less than me, and that's an argument to make out that Gacha as a whole. It's just like, nah, I think your views are just down, buddy, because it's clear, right? And by the way, I'm talking about Smack being the smaller CC. I'm talking, yeah. Nah, like, he's bigger, objectively, right? Gacha Smack in this space commands 100, like, whether you like Smack or not. I like Smack, but I know for some reason some people don't like Smack, and I've never understood that. Some people really don't seem to like Smack, and I don't get it, because to me, he seems like a dude who just enjoys playing what he plays. He gets the bag. He seems like just a wholesome family man. But like, he commands fucking 100 times more respect in the space than Saint, right? Because like, outside of like his community and maybe Nicholas Light and Tectone and maybe VXV, I don't think people really respect Saint. I might respect the grind and the money, maybe, but I don't respect Saint.
Something don't add up. And that's really it for this video, ladies and gentlemen. If all of these things aren't enough to clearly show the dude is view botting, honestly, I don't care. That's up to you to believe or not, but at the end of the day, it's just clear as day. Stop thinking he actually has the clout and the motion that he says he does. He doesn't, okay? He over there getting Turkish subs. He getting views from Zimbabwe. He ain't getting real views.
I've heard that. The Argentinian subs and shit, yeah. I've been hearing that. Like, I think people go through certain regions, right, to get super cheap subs, yeah.
Real support. That's why when you shit talk Saint Tontas, you barely get grilled back. So what if 10, 20, 30 people come shit talk you in your comments? He don't got support.
And
like
I swear it's not even 10, 20, or 30 now. Feels like 2 or 3 people say some wild shit and they get roasted by everybody else in the comments.
Guys, of pointing out his flaws, pointing out the shit he does if he attacks the game you guys enjoy. If he's out here, you know, spreading misinformation, pointing out stupid things that really aren't that big of a deal and making it seem like it's the end of the world.
Right. What is he? The game's got problems because it didn't have a capital T on the Twitter post, and then went on to complain about them being $1 billion company, forgetting all of the early freaking translation errors that were in Wuthering Waves, to the point where people in Japan went and spent money on weapons that really weren't benefiting in the way they thought we were going to benefit them. You know? Definitely not agenda driven though.
For a gacha game, yo, call him out, bro. He ain't got an army like that. He ain't got shit. But that's going to be it for this video. If you've enjoyed it, hit that like button, subscribe, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace. With that said, like I said, this is what I showcase in the video. Things like this, for example. So let's go ahead and show you real quick. They go back.
I think I've seen
and they had just
one of these
gone
clips.
down. Graphs like this from his videos. And there's a lot more in
this is what I said earlier, right, to you guys. This is a bit unusual, right? Because majority of your views have come in off the bat. That's not how it works. But this is typically usually a bit more of a gentle linear curve, you know, like within the first 24 hours. That's where majority of them come through. And then it starts to taper off. And unless a viral moment happens, right, it usually flatlines. Unless bots happen. You can usually see parabolic at the start, somewhat a bit sus. And then if it flatlines and then goes parabolic again, that's another indication, okay, something's happening here. Now, it could be, I don't know, Moist Critical reacted to your video and then the next day you woke up and you got 1 million views. Could happen. But then, if there's no evidence of that, where else is it coming from, right? So, typically that a parabolic, either at the start or at some other point, is weird. There's just no doubt about that, right? That information's right there. That's like, I showed you graphs earlier, right? Typically, you'll see a more linear thing. You know, this is this one's interesting.
Here, okay? There's a lot more. Now, I want you to pay attention to something that's quite interesting.
That's literally like what?
Only
30k, so 23k. So like majority, like 90% of the views are almost like right off the bat, right? Now, like what you got to take into account as well with YouTube sometimes, what you're seeing on the front end is not necessarily the real views either. You know, like usually as a YouTuber, you'll look in your dashboard and it'll have more views than what the video's got on the front end. It like kind of lags behind until it kind of catches up. It's kind of a little bit like do any of you guys remember the old school like situation on YouTube? I can't remember exactly what the technical reasons were behind. Do you remember when if a video got like a lot of likes initially, it hit 301 likes and then it would stay there until it updated at a later point? I suppose something like that. I don't know. I ain't a tech guy.
5,000 views, 500 likes, and 204 comments. Overall, pretty normal. About 200, 300 comments, you know, 500, 600, 700 likes is the average for these type of videos, right? That's pretty much that video, okay? Now, in that video, I made comparisons to the content of creators like Braxophone and creators like I Win to Lose that make content for Wuthering Waves guides and stuff like that every now and then. Now, the main reason that I did that in this video is because he went out of his way to say that he's getting less views, guides, and content. 300 comments, you know.
Which one was that? Casteris was a mistake. Is that the video? Just want to have a look at that myself.
500, 600, 700 likes is the average for these type of videos, right? That's pretty much that video, okay? Now, In that video, I made comparisons to the content of creators like Braxophone and creators like I Win to Lose that make content for Withering Waves guides and stuff like that every now and then. Now, the main reason that I did that,
So I'm saying, man,
in this video,
you'd probably be surprised. I bet loads of people are doing it. And at the end of the day, I'm in the point where, whatever, it is what it is, right? But I think when you've got somebody who, like, uses a weapon, it's like, yeah, man, it's like, it's a bit different then, right? Do you know what I mean? It's like the same thing as I said with his Enfield account, right? With his what looks like he's got an account manager, right? Okay, cool. But then the way like he uses, well, I play the game more than everybody else. You know, then it's like, okay, it seems like it's a bit of a problem now, right? You know what I mean? I like, 'cause I know some people that get offended by botting in itself, which to me, I'm like, it is what it is. Then when you have a person like this who's doing it and their whole thing is, I get more views than you, so I'm right and I'm better. It's like, okay, all right. See.
Because he went out of his way to say that he's getting less views now because it's just a period of, you know, gacha content creating of the year where they get less views. So, well, I proceeded to go ahead and compare him to content creators that don't upload as much, don't stream as much, don't make as many videos in regards to...
Okay, yeah, CJ gets it as well. You know, people don't upload as half as much.
Waves, and they're still mogging his views. Well, people went out of their way to say the rest of the video is cool, but I Win to Lose and Brax have 4 to 5 times as many subscribers as Saint, so of course their viewers are higher. Like, that's just basic data and algorithm science, which is exactly what I was explaining when I said, how are these creators that upload way less, barely cover the game, are getting more views in their videos for Wuwa than Saint Tontus is? Then they proceeded to say, I don't like Saint, but those were weak as fuck points. I would like to see him get attacked with real strong points, if anything. Okay, I'll entertain you. I got you. This is Saint Tontus. This is his Emeth guide. The best main DPS, complete Emeth guide and review. 74,000 views on that video.
How did you notice that? Is it in his channel? Saint Tontas, he, him, his.
On a channel that has 96,000 subscribers, okay? This is Sweetly, a channel that has 81,000 subscribers, and her Emeth guide did 107,000 views. So her Emeth guide did about 30,000 more views, and she has 10,000 plus less subscribers. Does that comparison make y'all happy? Cool. Now, that wasn't even the video that I was
going to... the thing now. Bro ain't even the flag bearer, is he? For Wua. Look, the amount of people in the Wua space now, not even just in my comments, on random Twitter posts, in videos that have got nothing to do with the drama or even talk about Saint. Seems so many people even in the Wua space now are like, yeah, fuck that guy. Do you know what I mean? Like, they'd rather go to other people who don't like... Because I think there's so many people in the Wibber space initially who played defense, right? Because they were like, man, big bad Hoyo constantly shitting on us, right? But it ain't like that anymore. We were in the little toddler. It's a big game doing well, right? And I think we're all cognizant of that. And then you've got this new game on the block, and they're doing the exact same thing they were claiming was done to them. And I think people are starting to realise who were even Wibber fans and might not even like Enfield, right? Are like, wait a minute. This shit's weird, man. You know? Like, because, like I said, the amount of comments I've had recently in my videos, I've even shared them in my Discord, of people, like, being like, I used to be a massive fan of this guy, and, like, I'm not anymore, for whatever reason. And then some people being like, I thought you guys were all idiots, because what Saint said, and then I came to your guys' channel, and lo and behold, it don't actually seem like you're idiots. I've watched Cap, I've watched CJ, I've watched you, and it's like, that's why those comments there are like, to me, we know why he doesn't anyway, but they're like that reinforcement of that's why he doesn't watch the content on stream, right? It's been funny as fuck watching the Pokey situation, right? But it almost makes me sad because it's giving him that ability to be like, well, that's the reason why I don't, because I ain't getting copyright struck. And it's like, you know, we ain't going to copyright strike you, bro. You just don't want that. Even if it's 10 out of 1,000 people who are watching the stream going, wait a minute. That guy's kind of fucking spitting there. shit, I never seen that clip of Saint saying that crazy shit. Because that's the thing. Most of the videos that we put up isn't even us, like, tearing Saint down. It's just Saint saying some insane batshit crazy stuff, right? That anybody who's, like, normal would look at that and go, bro, that's fucking wild, man. What the fuck? Like, why am I supporting this guy? You know what I mean? And that's why I don't think he does it. Because, like, in his streams, he's the master, right? He can control the narrative. But when it's other people's content, it doesn't have that ability to control the narrative, right? So, like, that's why he tries to, like snip it, like, little tiny bits now. We'll just go to the fucking, the transcript and pick out a particular word and be like, well, that's the video, you know?
Make today, guys. I just added that at the end of the video, and I was like, you know what? I'll start off with that.
Okay, yeah, man. Yeah. As I say, it's one of them things, right? Like, you can't say for a fact, right? You could just look at the stuff on the front end. And the stuff on the front end looks fucking weird, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, whether you think, I don't know if that's a viable thing to say, that's a bit, you know, that's a bit of a stretch or whatever. You can't deny there's an odd consistency, right? It's just like, okay, something stinks a bit here, man. Like something's a little bit weird, if you ask me. Again, like, I just like laughing at Saint, I do. I don't think I've got the patience sometimes to look through the shit, if I'm honest. That's why, like, I rate CJ. People who are maybe a little bit more analytical will be like, you know what? Let me go fucking check this shit out, man. I just like to see him say wild shit and then meme it. But yeah, man, fucking it looking kind of schmelly, you know. There's such consistencies across the board with the comment numbers and the likes and the views, and then even when the views are out, the other thing's still saying the same. It's like, you know, it is odd. Find Saint to be a boring guy in general, to be honest. See, like, for me, Enfield after 4 hours on our, Ken's fault. He told me to watch that cookie video, man. That lasted like 2 hours. Blame Ken. Like, for me, you just hate him because you hate him. That's it, right? True. What is it you said? He's got an amazing mouth. Fucking sus. I can't believe when I heard him say that, I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, dude, he's just outside of, like, I find him entertaining when he's being a lolcow. You know? Your DSP moments. Your Wings of Redemption moments. Do you know what I mean? Other than that, yeah, he's just like, yeah, man, he's just not an entertaining guy. Right, so what's the mission then to start 1.1? What's the mission? Is this what it is? Go to the Jingbo stockade to check on Tang Tang's situation. I'm assuming this is what the one is, yeah? The long feud. Bro, is we were supervillain nowadays or something? Nah, I think that gives him far too much credit. Bro's just a dickhead, right? It's just simple. He's just an arsehole. You know what I mean? That's all it really is, right? He's just a bit of an arsehole. Like, to call him a supervillain, far too fucking much of an aura for him. Supervillains have aura, man. You know what I mean? The Joker's got aura. Bane's got aura. People still mailing the DMs. Oh, not 2 secs.
Hey, man. Tung hasn't contacted us for quite a while. Did she...
2 secs. Oh, fuck. And what are these? Oh, maybe that's the one arsing then, that first one. Bro, they are insane. Am I alright showing these? Bro, he's not Dr. Doom, right? check that out. I'll probably watch that tomorrow, Mr. Comment. I think that very bottom one is the one I've seen. Bro, your thumbnail game is crazy. Crazy. He's a lightning rod for people who like to find reasons to be angry and hateful. Yeah, definitely. You've only got to look at his comment. Like, dude, whenever Cat gets brought up in his stream, some of the out-of-pocket stuff that people say, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not offended by it, right? Because it takes a lot to offend me. But it's like, damn, man, bro has got an incel audience, genuine incel audience. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can tell, man, like, the way they talk, it's like, okay, all right, it's weird as well. Like, obviously, you don't like that. He's mega oiler, that dude, fucking Iono Feet Lover or whatever his name is. He's got to be like a crypto bro, because you'd think somebody with that amount of money, like, would probably be turned off by that sort of community, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude, those are fire thumbnails. I definitely like the fucking top one with the sausages. Didn't think the game would get booted today.
Trouble?
You underestimated me.
The enemy is lurking.
I do apologise for yapping a lot.
We should go check on Chinguo stuff.
I enjoy yapping, man. I do. Guys, do you know what as well? I will be doing lots of content on stream with this game going forward, right? I know I've been a little bit sporadic with it, but I will be honest. This game's become one of those games for me. I really do like playing it off stream. It feels like it's mine. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it's mine. That's how much, and that's a big thing. Like, Arknights, I love that game, right? I think that is a better gacha game. Like, I feel like I've really enjoyed playing that with you guys. Where this feels like, I don't know, man, it feels a little bit more personal. I really do enjoy playing this game off stream. Chapter 16 is dropping soon.
This is the way into the fort, right? It's supposed to keep out dangers that include the Blight, Landbreakers, Angoloi, and even Wuling City. This gate feels like a physical manifestation of the Gulf of Misunderstanding.
Is it because we fly me too much? No, don't bother me. We know just
just don't get along, despite all these years.
Nah, honestly,
don't think too much of it. Let's call Tong Tong again.
Don't bother me that you guys I'm incredibly critical, in my own way, right? Probably less so than some of you guys, but yeah, man, I can happily play something with 90% of my comment section having issues with it, as long as you guys are having fun, you know.
No response?
Should just wait around.
That's true. Tong Tong does not seem like the quiet and passive type.
Bro, she's got a $550, man. She's fucked off.
It's from Tianshu Zhuang.
Live streaming now, she's out.
Endman, we have some key information to sync with you. After restarting the monitoring center, we reviewed the depth readings and identified at least 5 locations with ether activities. In other words, we're close to tracking down Neferith.
Okay.
The monitoring center stopped updating its readings just 10 minutes ago.
Does Neferith get more interesting in this patch?
Investigation had to be suspended.
This is too much of a coincidence. It might be the enemy's countermeasure.
And given that the monitoring center went silent without warning, something does feel suspicious.
We'll investigate and see if this has anything to do with Neferith.
So, what about Tong Tong?
Return after checking on the monitoring center.
Guess that's our only option.
All right, team. We should head over once we're ready.
There! Look! Are the bone crushers on the move?
But how could they attack this place without being detected? Regardless, prepare to engage hostiles, team. I don't see anyone.
They're probably helping to put out the fire. We should hurry over and help stockaders.
Don't get distracted. They don't look friendly.
All these people are wearing masks.
Fight carefully. We'll need to check them for information we can use. Jingbo Stockade attacked the monitoring center?
Might want to pull Tang Tang by the end. I'm hoping I can get some Uber luck and get her in with Rossi, but we'll see. Where am I? Oh shit, I can't do it, can I? Fuck. I wanted to check my my pullage situation. Can't help it. I have to repair them, even if they're annoying me.
Engage. Stay safe, team.
Leave it to me.
I see you over there, buddy.
Outstanding technique. Impressive.
Bro, I'm so used to my my two teams at the mini. Every time the game gives me a different team, and I'm like, shit, forgot how to play.
They packed up and ran at the first
Yeah, I got my
sign
free.
of
Yeah, I got
trouble.
my free balls. I got like 70,000 Aura Barrel. I think I've got like 13,000 when I turn over Aura Geometry, and I've got like, I want to say like 20 or 30 tickets, something like that.
None of them are people we knew.
And I've got about 6,000 Arsenal tickets now because I burned through about 10k.
Take the monitoring center last time.
But Tang Tang is the chief of Jingbo Stockade. It doesn't matter if she knows of this incident. It won't bode well for her.
Got a copy of Yvonne and Ardelli with no Tang Tangs on broke for both for now. Rip.
Did something happen at Jingbo Stockade?
Someone definitely planned this attack. But could the stockade residents have avoided those watch guards in Qianshu on
Yo,
their own?
CJ, you still here? You streaming
Probably had
tonight?
help. Maybe from someone who knows this place very well.
Spies in Wuling.
Nothing is certain so far. We must find more information and intel.
I've never breathed.
I think
that?
I heard someone. Sounds like we're getting closer. And
Yeah.
can you perform a scan and look for potential traces?
Didn't need to do the scan really, did we? Oh, damn, bro. Fucked all these guys up, yeah.
Enfielders? Are the Tanzai pirates still out there?
Well, those attackers ran away once they saw how good we are at fighting.
They spat on Wuling's goodwill and generosity.
I love the
knew
regional
we
accents.
did not help for those dirty criminals, yet the captain kept defending them.
Why don't you make a distress
Those
call?
dirty snakes lived inside when we were changing shifts. They sabotaged our comms and monitoring facilities. Thankfully, you intervened quickly and prevented things from getting worse. We'll get the monitoring center back online shortly. Can you tell Tianzhuang what happened here?
Of course.
Thank you for your help, Endman.
Got a lot better with that. Or not?
The stockade residents did more than just disable our monitoring system.
Nah, I don't look good, does it?
Do we have another situation?
We do. Mifu just reported a new group of stockade residents attacking the field logistics depot. They're trying to get close to Wuling City. I know.
It's Zhuang's EM voice.
Calm and restraint in Wuling City for now.
I don't hate it, but
For the rest,
it's definitely nowhere near as strong as Tang Tang's.
I get the feeling
Or
that
Mifu.
Qianshu Zhuang is trying to
You
give
know?
us a hint.
I think Mifu and Tang Tangs
She
are
knows
brilliant.
that we're on good terms with Tang Tang and doesn't want us to be caught in a dilemma.
I like Burlicus. Just a job and we have our plans.
I was hoping you'd say that. Mifu definitely has news about Tang Tang. Let's head to the field logistics depot right now.
All right, boys. What you ranking? What you rating? You arrive at the field logistics depot. No spoilers. What you rating? 1.1 story then.
Are out for blood.
I'll tell you what. Give me 2 ratings. 1.1 story out of 10, and then just 1.1 as a patch out of 10 as well. So 2 separate ones. Give me your freaking story rating first, and then your overall rating. I'm interested to see what you guys are thinking. What's the temperature check, man?
I've seen other Hongshan sword now.
Yeah, Tang's VI is brilliant, man.
Everyone seems to perform
First off, the story's really good. 7 out of 10. That for the story, yeah? Yeah, that's pretty decent.
The will, not the form. Being one with the blade is far more important than drilling a move over and over.
So many people here. Most were just knocked on.
And it's been going down.
The watchguards.
8 out of 10 for the story. Okay, 8 out of 10 for the patch. Oh, that's pretty decent. Okay, I'm optimistic then. 10. 5 out of 10. For 1.1 for comparison, was a 3 out of 10. Okay, so you've gone from below average to average. Okay, that's an improvement. 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 overall, 6 out of 10 for story. Patch has to wait a while. Okay. So, alright then. So, improvements then. I'm guessing. I'm assuming that there because I don't know exactly what you all thought of 1.0. Okay. Alright.
Just gonna throw us in a cage?
Chatty. Just do your part in the investigation.
You should know exactly what Jingbo Stockade wants. This is our land. Get out!
Bring this lot to Wuling and keep them there.
Mifu!
Why are you here?
I'm gonna ask you about Tang. Too much water.
I've been meaning to find her. Her stockaders went in my people and tried to burn down the field logistics depot.
This direction's good then.
And Min, I'm afraid the Dark Mask card won't work this time.
Wow, Mifu's beautiful.
Tong, the Supreme Chief would never do that.
Supreme Chief. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm getting worried myself. I don't have time to worry about that little kitty, but her ability to keep her people in check worries me. There's been bad blood between the stockade and the city for a decade. If this continues, nothing good will come of it. Boss got me on this because she wants the situation contained.
If you intend to enter the stockade and investigate, Enfield will offer full support.
So, you're willing to step into this mess?
We're also doing it for the Supreme Chief. We want to help you too. Fly to our base.
I see why my boss and Tang both enjoy your company so much. Alright, then let's be off.
Still want more voice lines from Enmin.
Follow me. I know a way.
Bro's a beast. The fucking size of him.
Yes, boss.
Bro's
I'm here.
fucking forearm is wider than fucking Helga's shoulders.
We're working with Mifu to sort out this mess.
Imagine that grip strength, bro. Holy shit.
I've opened this channel to Enfield.
Isn't this supposed to be our private channel?
It's alright.
So good seeing the whole crew here, isn't it?
Please look out for Mifu. She has a habit of neglecting her own safety.
Perhaps I should block the team from this channel.
Things you'd let Mifu do. Damn,
What's
bro.
the point?
Right
It's
up.
already done. This is it.
But there's nothing here. All I see is a wall.
This is a secret door, and it looks little used.
Maybe 2 soups head salad. Yeah, man. I need
Not
Enmin
many
because
people know about it.
she's so likable. Yeah, man. Mifu's design's so good.
This path takes us directly to the fort. But I have no idea what's going on inside. Sure.
Didn't know there was a trail to the fort.
It's always been here, just not well known.
But I think Tung Tung always knew about it.
And that's why I decided to seal it shut.
Ah, okay. Stop them sneaking up on you and causing problems, yeah?
These drawings seem really old. Looks like kids' work.
I know nothing about it.
Okay. Forget I said anything.
Do you reckon she was involved in making them? This is kind of cute. There's the old geezer over there with the moustache. I was trying to look at the view, bruh.
Maybe we shouldn't keep running around.
See, like, you know, for stuff like this, being semi-open world, now some people won't like it, right? Because they want the freedom to just do whatever they want. But it, man, it provides such beautiful vistas, looks so much more natural than the typical thing we get in, you know, compared to like Rerun and Genshin. Not saying either's better.
They're bickering about something.
Are we into their voice now, chat?
Don't alert them.
The voices like them. If I put it on, we could sound like we're in the Jingbo Stockade.
Okay.
Something dangerous is up ahead. We better be fully prepared.
Let's listen. Oh, he sneaks in. Okay.
Mifu, did you install this gate as well?
This is Tang Tang's work. Such a little kid.
Now, Tang Tang and a Sig from physical and team main. That might be an indication. Oh, okay. Oh, it's worth it.
Haven't I told you before? I thought everyone knew about it. Stand back a little. I will smash the gate open.
Hold on. Our jet drone should be able to activate the gate opening mechanism. It'll also make less noise.
Go ahead. Supply crate. She's been stealing again. And then they might give us.
I was just about to say
something
that. Is that
useful.
going to be water for us to fill up? Can't even remember if I'm. Can't even remember if I'm full. Okay, there we go. Oh, what did you want me to do from here? Wait. Oh, brother. There we go. I didn't realise my shit was fucking full, man. Oh, do I need to, actually need to fill it? Oh, yeah. I need to switch fluid. Because my backpack's full. Oh. What? Dude, I really should have, emptied some of this shit out. I forgot to fucking pull these because I stashed that what's it, didn't I? Is it because it needs to give me an empty bottle? Is that why? It's because I stashed, one of my, fucking, I forgot what they're called. From my, my sub pack in Valley 4. Okay, that's cool. And I forgot to stash them. Yeah, dude, I'll dump them anyway. I don't want any green batteries.
Everything looks quite peaceful.
And that's why it's weird. It's too quiet.
Oh, what is
no
happening?
den stacks or breaker camps. And no signs of any physical altercations.
Maybe the bone crushers haven't gotten hold of it.
Unlikely. That doesn't explain the landbreakers we ran into back there. Neferith has adopted very different strategies in Wuling. She seems to be subject to a higher command. Or she might be working towards a more concrete goal.
Is she hiding something? Perhaps Ardashir has a hand in this.
That's possible. But what is his motive? Ardashir is obviously not a member of the Bone Crushers. He can even order Neferith around.
Trouble just keeps piling up. We really need to find Tong Tong quickly.
That's right. We should nab someone for questioning.
Chen's looking at her tits. Okay.
I bet a lot of stockaders know your face, Mifu.
That shot was totally necessary.
So, let us handle the nabbing part, okay?
That's true. Ranyi and Tong Tong might know you, but not every stockader has seen your face. Go ahead then. Just be careful.
That's racist, Chen, apparently. Can't believe it, people trying to argue that was for a while, right?
Take this trail to reach the stockade.
Can I submit? Can I just go off the beaten path a sec? Oh, got my squad back. Well, I just realised. Okay, I should be able to check on my shit now, yeah.
Another step forward, Enfielders. We've done it. Hope you're not tired.
Let me go get rid of all this crap.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Guys, I've got to individually move these. Man, this game's so. Oh, what's that? Quick stash. Huh. That's funny. Thought it was just bad game design. Drop my event. Yeah, I'll just hold up, yeah. So yeah, 70,635. We've got 13,000 overall, and we got 32. Should we do our we've got any standards? We've got 7 standards as well. And I'm sitting on like just shy of 7k. Let's pop these. Let's pop these 5 free pulls, because we may as well, right? So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. You'll never know you can control click. Dude, so funny that was. It was like, even remove the quick stash. It was like, just think of how games tend to do inventories when you can move items around. You'll be halfway there, buddy. I think it's something like 170, 180-ish, something round about. So we're guaranteed. We're guaranteed anyway. And we've still got plenty of pulls on the table, you know what I mean? In terms of exploration and finishing up content and stuff. I'm gonna skip past that then. That was weird. Come on, just give me a god pull, man. Give me a god pull. You can only get 5-star fake outs, yeah. You can't get like 4-star fake outs, can you? Crash. That's it, guys. I gotta make 15 videos on how shit this game is. Oh, let's do some standards. God pulls only show up for the tenors, yeah? Only 5-star fake out, okay. I see somebody actually made a physical one of them, yeah.
Captain!
Oh, again, Arsenal tickets, so... Not all is lost. Let me try the cookie. Nah, didn't work. We try the cookie move. We could get grab ourselves some might as well. I don't know if I actually want to do. I was gonna maybe get some. Oh, is this okay? The Sky King Flats construction site outpost can be leveled up as the regional development continues to improve. Cuprium parts have been added as new tradable goods at outpost level 3. Cuprium batteries become tradable as well. Cuprium ore can be used to produce cuprium parts. They can be mined by rigging cuprium mining spots with the hydro mining rigs. Okay. We can take a look at that in a bit. Let's continue on. Let's continue on. This area is lovely. That's so, like, just playing this game for me is a pleasure, you know. That's what I think I'll. Ooh, we'll come back to that. I'll let slide. Actually, no, we won't. We'll do that now. Am I doing this? Am I going? Oh, this way. There's something else. I feel like I heard something else then. I think I might have missed something, yeah.
What? How did you get inside?
Quick and quiet, Chen. Of course, I got this. Here we go!
Oh, John mining. You can buy those pulls there, always worth it. Balls. Let me change my team actually. I've got my Ardell here in my squad.
What do you want?
I was expecting a break.
Oh, she's so hot.
Not a
Just
stock
fucking so hot. What are you gonna do?
He's a stockader. Then we play by stockade rules.
People, don't! Please don't! They forced me! They totally did!
So you confess to working with the breakers, huh? Little
Damn.
is too soft on you people. that you forgot.
That's just like,
what
mama?
happens to traitors. Time to help you remember.
Get my snoo.
Mifu really does have quite the reputation in the stockade.
Look at their faces. More like notoriety, I think.
Yeah. If Mifu's from the stockade, then her attitude toward Tong Tong and the others makes perfect sense. Didn't think Captain Mifu the Decisive had a past she'd rather not talk about.
Bro, I need Mifu on my account.
That's why she can be the buffer between the city and the stockade.
Another 60 pulls in content to get. Yeah, I got a good amount, yeah.
Assigned her to help us.
I think anyone would have folded there. Yes. You're kicking shit out of bro.
And there's no way that a community the size of Qingbo Stockade is built overnight. I do not wish to see generations of hard work being reduced to ruins.
Talking about something. I'm done working the grill.
Don't work in the grill, you know. Bro, her accent's just perfect as well, right? It just dials up the sexiness to 11, man. That's really quick.
Barely a challenge. Threatened to turn up the grilling heat, and he got cooperative. I also fed him some mud pie, punched a hole in the ground, and stuck him there for his well-being.
Look at Chen's face.
Sounds like you deep-fried the poor boy.
You don't love a voice direction, really? Fair. I love it. Got any intel on Tang Tang?
They have her detained. According to him, they kept Tang Tang somewhere over there. But that's all the small-timer knows.
Dream Chief is in trouble. Let's go.
Decisive. Let's move.
Holy moly.
All this time, I want to be the first out of the door.
Yeah, dude, that camera angle was insane. Actually insane, boys. Like, holy cow. I should have took a screenshot of that, man. I really should have. Can't unsee Chenna's pie, mum. You reckon? That's... I can see why people would come. I don't necessarily agree. I like Chen, I do. But I'm well aware that a lot of people not massive fans of it, so... And you're not the first person I've heard say that, to be fair. I think the accent's a little too thick for your liking. Really? Love it, I do. I can water the slug. That was video was a compilation of Chenna's Pieman scenes. It's too ingrained for now. Like I say, I don't think it's a stretch to see her as that. Just for me personally, you know, I suppose I like her when I wasn't exactly a big fan of Paimon. Plus she's hot, so I suppose that does a lot of the heavy lifting, you know? Oh, that's cute. There you go, buddy. Didn't need more. Nice one, dude. We saved his life. We just basically, like, sugar water to a bee, right? Let's go. Did that good deed for the day, chap.
There are stockade residents on guard everywhere.
These defense works were recently built as well.
What are they doing? Turning Qingbo Stockade into a stronghold?
If that is the case, it would be very unsettling.
You pussy. What's going on, Miracles? Oh, what's his deal? Oh, interesting. Oh. Fucking hell, getting clapped with me. That's kind of interesting.
Good work, everyone. Nicely done.
Those designs cool, man.
At my command. Our battle plan proved its worth.
We made another step forward, Enfielders.
Now that's what I call a real fight.
Your end awaits.
Oh, can he? Okay. Okay, that's interesting.
Stay alert. The enemy there is strong.
King Bow Monument might be spicy.
I'm with you.
Okay.
It's round and it's shiny. Oh, this is the actual size of Oraline.
I just enjoy exploring in this game, man. I really do. It's just a pleasure. It's just actually a pleasure. Like, much more so than, like, than I'd find...
Oh shit.
My bad. Turn my filter on by mistake. My bad. Much so, more so than I would like, you know, in Wua. And that's not shit on Wua, right? It's just old school for me, man. It's just old school for me.
Flashy moves deviate from the essence of the fighting arts.
I need to get one of the Malgato things now, man. Bro, got a mounted crossbow over here. Did you hear Apple Pot? Yeah. Fucking around with my same board. I didn't mean to click on it. I went into my personalized sample thing. Yeah, for some reason as well, they're audio looping. I don't know what, because they weren't at first, and then all of a sudden we started doing it. I'm just like spamming pretty much. Watch it. I ain't really running my skills properly, so I'm probably doing a little bit less damage than I be. To be fair though, there's only really Heligrew's like leveled up really. Still got to sort out all my essences. Or is this new shit? Okay. Almost like a copper or something. Oh, the sounds of the frogs and shit. It's reminding me of Final Fantasy 9.
This path will take us to where they are holding Tang. We must get the bridge turning.
Let's check over there.
So you thought you was going to schizo? Yeah, I got this as well.
Arknights.
These people have passed out. Judging from the marks on the cages, they've been forcibly dragged and thrown inside these cells.
This doesn't look like the Landbreakers' work. But why would the stockade residents attack their own?
Looks like someone finally made a decision.
I'll stop that playing then. I turned the volume down a bit on a man because I'm deafening loud default. Like deafening.
The Wuling Science Station was hit by an ether side disaster 10 years ago. My boss probably told you about that. The stockade also had to face the Blight Tide and Angelos attacks. Many lost their lives. The stockaders back then believed the outsiders were responsible for starting the disaster. We've lived here peacefully for decades. What are those Tianshu doing? Such hate grew amongst the stockaders. Since then, conflicts erupted between Wuling and Qingbo. They told me that
designs. I love the design.
his father was killed by the Tianshu.
What?
But people in Qingbo and Wuling are both of Yunni's descent. It's hard to believe the Tianshu would kill the stockade residents.
Yeah. Stupid kitty. You better not get yourself killed.
So you can tell she genuinely cares for it, does she? Try to find clues to explain what happened. Hey, look. This is what Saint gets up to when he sees CJ with his top off. Do it fast and clean. Pause. It'll help keep everyone alive. If you look too soft or slow, Nephari's cronies will decide to do it themselves. It will get people killed. And Qingbo's stockade exploitive woman is the craziest madhouse lunatic I've ever seen. Sorry, during the Landbreakers.
What are you doing?
Recording. Since we were kids. You've never won an argument against me. Even when I'm all caged up like this.
What are you sticking up for? Do you really want to waste your entire life in this stockade? Think about our ancestors. They came here over a century ago and raised the Qingbo stockade right next to a bloody rift. Just to protect the people. Now that's real courage. Look at you. Nothing but cowards. How long are you gonna put up with Wuling? Our beautiful place went to the blight after those Tianshu arrived. Those arrogant bastards and their awesome plans brought nothing but ruin. They depoted in the rift 10 years ago. Our families, our people.
You don't deserve to talk about our family or our ancestors. You know nothing about why our ancestors actually built Qingbo stockade. Oh, I almost forgot that you don't read any of the writings they left for us.
Oh, he's
I'm gonna
Yen.
fill you in. Our ancestors were war refugees, fleeing the chaos where people killed each other. Now look at you. What do you get from attacking Wuling? I know. 20 years down the road, your kid will be pointing his blade at me, demanding to know why I never stopped his old man's death wish. That's exactly how things will turn out.
Okay.
They seem alive, but they aren't looking too good.
More will end up like them if we keep dallying around.
I quite like the design of this area, the layout. I'm liking it. I like it. I like it a lot. More double jump, more wall climbing, more power. I need a barrel rolling fucking what's it fucking called?
Help! We're right here!
Bike with a yeah. I'm out of brain parts.
I recognize that voice. It's locked.
We'll give Tilbury clean water. The place seems to be a source of water for the Qingdao Stockade. Despite being so close to the very large rift, clean water shortages are rare at the Qingdao Stockade. They must have a special technique to create this supply.
Back to where we left off. I recognize that voice. It's Long Toe.
Dark Mask! I'm so glad you're
Not for me,
here!
I feel a bit bothered by the design because it's not very realistic. Do you reckon? It doesn't feel abnormal to me, personally.
Almost died at my own place.
He's hot.
You're a lifesaver, Dark Mask.
Have you been attacked by the stockaders too?
You probably saw other victims.
A bunch of our guys took us by surprise. We got jumped in the middle of the night. The blighted breaker scum definitely got a hand in this.
So an uprising did take place at the stockade? Civil war.
We got locked up here and are totally in the dark. Those stockade wretches, they started acting up ever since those outsiders arrived. They got these night meetings for their big move against the city. Darn it. I guess they slammed up every fam who refused to go along.
We gotta get them to safety before trying to save Tang Tang.
Are you busting the chief out? I heard they locked her up in a new cell. The one behind the water wheel.
And I bet Mifu would be really scary if you didn't get an A
The breakers
on
heard
your
him
homework.
badly and took him away. I must find him.
This is too dangerous. We should move as a team. Tang Tang might know where Rani is.
I don't think he's gonna last that long. Please go and save our chief. Only she could stop this stupid war amongst ourselves. And I know Brother Ran really well. He hardly speaks about hating Wu Li. He even acts as though that disaster from 10 years ago never happened. But he's keeping everything to himself. He's only playing along with the chief for now. I fear
He's the
those
baby Asian
breakers-
parent.
Oh no, I must go and find him.
On your own?
The stockade is now filled with wretches and hotheads. But they were all our brothers and sisters once. I don't think they're really out for our blood. Waterbill likes big bro.
Yeah, I bet these
and
geezers'
she's
protein
actually
farts
pretty
are
good in
insane.
Solo jobs. Maybe she can do it.
Just let me handle this myself. I'll be extra careful.
You got big hands.
Gutsy. I like that.
The stockade is our home, so we know where to hide. You be careful out there.
Good to know that the little kitty is in no immediate danger. We should prep quickly and move out. I really want to see the looks on her face.
Trans Olympics for stereotyping
when I bust her
Asians.
out of prison.
Bamboo water chimes.
You recognize these?
I read research papers about them in Wuling City. Stockaders make these for loved ones who passed away. When water flows through them, the chimes sound like whispers from beyond. They also believe...
Sorry. Many of our elders were killed in that battle against Wuling City. I'm not against vengeance, but we shouldn't let these breakers lead us by the nose. These outsiders are just going to treat us like cannon fodder. Why did Big Bro or the Supreme Chief allow this to happen?
that wishes made to bamboo water chimes would receive blessings and answers.
The gate opening switch should be nearby. Use the jet drone to activate it.
I need some more water soon, yeah.
The switch to turn the bridge is up there. There should be a way to reach.
I still think Helga's got the best dash animation. It just slick. Think there are any deficiencies remaining at the infiltration? Yeah, right, bro. We'll talk later. I love this design of this area, I do. I think it's brilliant. A huge water wheel as well. See, like, you know, with things like this, like, what if we could, like, have this sort of mechanics implemented into some potential combat going forward, right? Not necessarily just for this specific thing of removing water and applying it to other places and stuff, you know, you can in, like, the area in Wuling. But, like, potentially for having, like, a mechanic where, you know, like, not unlike in Arknights, we could potentially, like, wash away a blight or something. Or move it around, you know what I mean? To potentially, like, debuff an enemy or remove buffs, like, buffs that are added or allow us to, like, you know, do particular things within the fight. I think, like, so many of these sort of things could be, like, introduced. And this is what I say, like, when I was talking about before, because, like, I was trying to think about recording my Gambit video, and I think, really, all the a Gambit system in this really needs is, like, an offensive, defensive, and a positioning thing, really, more than anything, doesn't he? To allow you to, like, it's like, I think one of the fights that really shows off some, for me, so far at least anyway, is the annoyance of the AI. Is, which one is it? You know, I think it's on the right. Is it on the right side or the left side? It's that one boss in Umbral Monument. You know, the one that jumps up and down, and it's got, like, the fucking shit at the front, like, so you need to attack it from the back, and you've got that point that you have to attack to break its, it stands to really put some DPS into it. It does the waves and jumps about and shit. I forgot what it's called now. Like, the amount of times when you, like, pull back, and they just go fucking running in, and running to the waves and stuff, and, you know, don't avoid the danger that they need to be avoided. It'd be nice to be able to, like, have some sort of proactive control over that, so they actually fucking listen. Like Sages in OG Arknights flooding. Yeah, that's the one, Casual. Bring in the lily pad mechanic and use it to create arena space. Yeah, like, I really want to see them use stage mechanics, because not just boss mechanics, like, stage mechanics were so important, and still are so important to Arknights. I'd love to see that come across into the game, I would.
Who's there?
Running out of air.
Talking barrels, I'm not hearing things right.
Come out, or you will be sorry.
I don't think they can.
I told you not to hide in barrels.
Oh.
Stop moving. I'll go first.
Miss Watchguard, I know you are kind. Don't kill me. I surrender.
Man, they're all scared of me for you.
Bobson, get out of there now.
I'm stuck.
We're We've been hiding here because we want to ditch the stockade. Some of the fam have gone crazy, messing with Wulink. They're gonna get everyone killed someday. They even threw our chief into the brig. We're so worried about her that we...
So worried about her that you ran off?
Oh, we could lead you to our chief and save her. Just let us go when you free the chief, please.
Sure, I don't intend to hurt the stockade fam. You're really good at parlaying, you know
that? Gotta do anything to save my skin. Sorry to ask, but could you get my brother out of his barrel?
Still stuck.
That's easy.
What the fuck?
Serious rust has jammed the bridge actuators. You gotta get them turning to make the bridge work.
Would have been cool to see the barrel all just fall apart then.
Sounds like a job for our jet drone.
Guess they didn't have the animation for
So
it.
you've got the tools. Oh, great. Turn the mechanisms first. We'll wait for you on the bridge.
So many NPCs look great in this game though, don't they?
We should activate this mechanism first. Time to unleash your drone, Edmund.
Oh shit, I'm back in Bellabog.
There are 2 more rotating mechanisms. We'll go to the bridge and point them out to you.
How long must we hide? 3 days? We'll starve to death? I say we hide till tomorrow. They'll definitely get themselves cooled at Wuling. Then we'll jump into the underground river where we have buckets and ride the currents of the sword-quenching marsh. Genius. But what should we do if they keep someone on watch? Distract them with fireworks? What about the blight? We'll pray to Lady Luck. The sword-quenching marsh. Is that somewhere that we've got on the map at the moment? Or is that a new area? I don't think there's anything down there, is there? It's like it's telling me to go down there, though. Did you just take me back to that? I don't think that goes anywhere, does he? Right, there is a mechanism down there, though, right? Shit. Can I get that from here? Shit, shit just went off the edge. There's a range.
Moving! Wait! You got a really useful device right there.
Good stuff below side moment, right? That's right. That's just giving me this. I feel like it's telling me to go down there, man. But I can't just kill myself if I need to get back up, though. I can't see anything. Doesn't look like I can get to anywhere else from down there either.
It's working. Those 2 didn't lie to us. Where did they go?
No!
I think they lied to us.
Run for it!
It's all right, Mifu. We gotta save Tong Tong first.
Looks like they lied to us. There is anything. A fellas. Oh, look at that. Looks pretty. Water looks pretty good, actually, doesn't he? I'm a big fan of this area, chat.
Lifang and Wuling, ready to fight.
I'm with you.
Are those two gonna be okay?
So, regular folks like them who love to goof around, they are the stockaders. Let's find Tonton first.
Okay, we gotta... Not gonna be able to hit that from here, though, are we? I'm guessing we come back to... on that, don't we?
Who's that? Lifang and Wuling, ready to fight.
No second chance.
Lost my crystal.
The results speak for themselves.
They didn't like just dipped as soon as I could, I think. Suppose.
We made another step forward, Enfielders.
Oh shit, I meant to look at that. What's up, guys? Don't mind me.
Look, over there.
Very observant.
You. I know you. I saw their younger dame hanging out with you people.
You talking about Tang Tang? Who is the real big shot you mentioned?
Some white-haired outsider. Even Big Bro doesn't dare cross him. Told us he'll help, as long as we obey. That means we won't have to get ourselves killed. I don't care who you're looking for. Just get out of here. Hold on. Here, take this. And don't tell anyone that you saw us. It's failed to impress the real big shot. It's useless to me now.
Okay, cool. Hatred does not disappear. Blood does not wash clean. The dead do not forgive. Well, we'll come back to that. Let me do a bit of exploring tomorrow. Carry on.
Legs firm.
Can we reach that from here? Oh.
Shoot, shoot! I'm busy.
Nice. It's working.
Oh. Oh, you fucker. Whatever it is, yeah.
Its strategic
Bingo.
significance probably exceeds its operational value.
Oh shit. Planning on through all the stories today? No. We'll finish it tomorrow. Oh yeah, there's a guy in a cage. You have a choice to either let him out or not. There's 2 parts of 1.1. If you get through the first half, there's a good stopping point. Okay. Platforming the stockade is fun. Yeah, man. I love exploration in this game. Full stop. I love like sort of like Dark Souls type jumping gameplay.
Everyone, an easy victory.
The results speak for themselves.
You, Masked One! I see you are amongst those who can think for themselves. Free your lord and master from this place, and I shall name thee High Protector of Qingbo Stockade.
High Protector? Who are you, geese?
Lord speaketh. The Assessors have spoken to me in the dream. Only I can end the troubles of the stockade. Rangi and Tang Tang are losers. We must be hard and merciless.
Sure, how did they lock you up?
End the foolish talk. Release me.
He does seem sus, doesn't he? He broke the lock and opened the cage. I'm surprised we've been letting everybody out.
I'm free. Death to the blinded breakers who triggered the war and ruined our stockade. Rangi and Tang Tang shall also
Oh, he's a
be judged
bastard.
for being spineless, stupid losers.
Is he?
I shall rain divine punishment on the breakers. Then I shall overthrow Rangi and Tang Tang.
How did we do a bad thing?
And I shall also liberate every prisoner who follows my lead. Masked One, here's my special relic. Take it. Once I become Supreme Chief, you shall become the High Protector of my realms.
Was that a bad move? Seemed a bit sketch.
Time to fight. Leave it to me. Your end awaits.
Our battle plan proved its worth.
How's that what you were looking at? You never let him out.
Looks like something super strong tore it open.
What's that? Careful, this Raker beast is a wild one. Locking up does nothing to tame it. Based on my family's knowledge of Rakers, those with steel-like tails and lightning-keen eyes are the true sovereigns of their beasts. This one has the potential to rule them all. Legends say that my ancestor tamed a Raker with a blind left eye when he first arrived. The beast only listened to his command, fought along his side, and chomped splatters like dessert. The man and his beast eliminated many threats when Qingbo Stockade was being built. My ancestors treated it like family, but when he passed away, his Raker brother left the stockade that very night and disappeared into the grove. And the Raker we now have caged is probably a progeny from the legend from over a century ago. If I could tame it, this would far surpass its forefather.
It's a beast cage.
Man, the stockaders tried to tame wildlife.
Oh
this
shit, must have been
ferocious?
bigger.
They are probably planning to use the beast in battle.
Is that the boss fight that we saw?
Why are they so
Is that what that
intent on
is?
starting the conflict?
Was that good? I don't know.
Coward, you actually got some skills.
Who the hell are you? Get lost, you bone crusher bastard! Hold on. You... pink-haired suck-ass. You're... Mifu. Are the Woolingers here already?
Good. You know me. What's going on here?
Bro knew better.
It's those pipe faces. They promised these idiots something. They launched a full-on power grab, saying they'd make Qingbo Stockade their stronghold and boot every Wulinger off these lands.
They've got a death wish.
That's what I said. There's no way we can defeat the Tianshi of Wuling. Look at their gear and that pretentious Zhuangfang Yi.
Enough. So you were just waiting for a war you can win? Huh?
Say whatever you want.
That disaster left orphans thirsting for Wuling blood. Shame we've got some gutless cowards!
Shut your trap!
All this hating on Wuling is really unnecessary.
Look, I'm not a hater, I'm just... Look, Mifu, listen to me. They're traitors, yes, but please, spare them. I know I'm asking a lot, but the recent blight tides are devastating.
His voice acting is pretty
No one knows
decent.
if we'll survive this. Not even the chief herself. Many stockaders lost family or friends in that disaster. This year's been brutal.
Oh, he's a
People
rat.
are desperate, which is why they fell for those lies. That's why...
Oh shit. Sucker punched his ass.
Screw you, you blighted ingrate! They killed our ma! Friggin' coward! You deserve this!
What the fuck?
Stop him, Chen!
Time for revenge, me fam! Markham!
Markham, you know. Oh shit.
Stepped away for a few days, and the rabble just got bigger. Emin, you can have half of this rascals.
There are a lot of them. Watch out, these ones are tougher.
Oh, he's a big geezer, isn't he? He's a big boy.
No second chance.
Is he a different type of bird? Oh, he is, yeah. Ooh.
Is everyone all right?
I'm okay. Huh. They're actually
I liked how all them
pretty
dudes
good at
popped up
fighting.
out of nowhere.
I thought Tang Tang and Mifu were the
It was a
only
very,
good warriors around here.
Anime type scene.
It's all about survival. Our fighting skills have been passed down for generations. They could hold their own. So...
I haven't, no.
About my fool of a baby brother.
No idea. Maybe he sneaked away during the chaos.
I should go. He must be found.
Oh, sheesh. This is so
Yo,
frustrating.
I think that's a
What
really
is
good
my
VA
friend
for that
planning to do
NPC,
to
yeah.
Qingbo Stockade?
She is manipulating hate and turning this place into a permanent thorn in Wuling's side. We must find Tang Tang.
Judging from the mob we just fought, I believe most of the stockade traders have gathered nearby. That's why areas outside the stockade have been so quiet. These traders must be planning something up ahead.
In any case, it's time to press our advance.
Yes, but we don't know how many enemies we'll be facing next.
Is it all over?
Waterbill? Weren't you trying to find Ranyi?
Brother Ren should be up ahead. But they also posted stronger guards. I was worried about not getting past them when you started a battle here.
Since there are enemies up ahead, this path must be the right one.
I really do hope we get a continuation of these regional accents for different areas.
That battle raised quite a commotion. Their reinforcements are
I need a bunch of
probably on the way.
cockneys
What about
for a Victorian-inspired area.
I'll lead the way and try to avoid alerting them. We'll first check on the chief, and then decide on our next move.
Maybe a Scottish bagpipe. Sounds like a plan. Let's do it.
Avoiding direct encounters will also keep the hostages safe. We'll follow your lead.
They locked the chief up there. We gotta hurry.
What be up here then? Where's it gone? Shit. Just being here would have been a good spot, yeah. Long time no see, we love seeing you well. YouTube gave me $100 to give away on your gift so I can drop some. YouTube gave you $100 to give away to turn on.
Oh, this is the actual size of Oraline.
Oh, I think I get what you mean. That's kind of sick. Was that just like, how'd you do that? Was that like some sort of competition thing, or was it just like a random thing? I'm good as well, dude, man. Hopefully you're doing well also. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. How'd you... I don't even know how you turn gifts on. I thought that just automatically... Because I'm like... everything else? I don't even know how you do that. I've got super stickers, super thanks, and super chat. But yeah, buddy, I'm good, man. I'm good. My mind immediately went to, this is a scam. Afterwards, you find older brother and you find LB's killed the younger. Yeah, those TikTok type gifts I got last night and they gave it to me. Okay. Yeah, I think gifting should be on. As far as I'm aware. Could be wrong, though. I think I've got all, like, things turned on. Yeah, that's pretty cool, though. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you. Work's been crazy. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. Don't worry, don't worry. Appreciate you stopping by, though. Hey, it's better to have too much work than none, right? Let's get rid of this stuff a sec. Give me that. Thank you. Go on, where are you taking me? Ooh. Dude, you know, like, the more I see environments in this game, it makes me excited for some of the vistas that we're potentially going to see. Because, like, the scale on some of the things is pretty fucking cool, right? So that looks good, man.
They got more stockade prisoners here.
I have to free my fam. You go.
I mean, are you an Apple device? Sometimes I think Apple can be a bit weird with YouTube. Oh, that's kind of sick. Could we top it up, couldn't I? You mean with the lack of realism though, there's no way these people built these? I suppose. couldn't potentially any arts be involved in the craftsmanship? Come on.
She's safer here.
Rip in there.
That voice. It's Ardashir.
Yeah, she just said Odyssey.
Look, it's Ardashir and Ron E.
Plus, they're a spacefaring civilization. Engineering skills are probably quite good.
Her safety is the only thing I care
They'll have some
about.
powerful materials.
But your choice has already disappointed her. Do not wallow.
Hey, yo!
You and your people deserve to be part of a truly grand enterprise.
Let me just let him finish his sentence. Yo, Moa, thank you very much for the 20, man. Jim Peak's got you to work a bit harder, got your deadlift to 100 kg. Let's go, man. PRs are always good to hear, buddy, man. PRs are always good to hear. Keep it up, keep pushing, man. Keep pushing. I'm glad that some of the picks could, you know, get you to keep going at it. I'm really happy to hear that. Keep pushing, eat good, and keep that progressive overload up, man. I'm sure you'll be flying past that in no time. That's really good to hear, man. I love to see. I love to see. As somebody who loves the gym, I love to see people doing well. So I'm really happy to hear that, man. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work, dude. Thank you for the 20 as well. Appreciate you.
Built anything great. Go forth to the ancestral spring. You have yet to master the new powers.
Picks for peak pecs.
They're leaving.
Save Town first.
Okay. So there is a split then. What's made him decide to do we get in here? Then have we got to go around? Looks like we have, yeah. But yeah, dude, thank you very much for the super chat as well. I'm really happy to hear that. Consistency is key. Sleep, good food, and you got nothing but gains ahead, man. You got nothing but gains ahead. I can't wait to once I got this surgery out the way, and I can get back to proper squats and deadlifting myself as well. Beefcake! Beefcake! Come on, bro.
It's round and it's shiny. Oh, this is the actual size of Orly.
It's round and it's shiny. This doesn't sound like Chen at all, does he? I'm actually disappointed with this. Just doesn't sound like it. Probably doesn't help the way I sound.
It's round and it's shiny.
Doesn't help that I've got a Midland accent as well. You're right, mate. Have you seen this Orlean over here? It's pretty grand and it's pretty shiny. I really like it. Yo, Enmin. Enmin, have you seen this?
Mild fever. Nothing life-threatening. She's probably just having a bad dream from all the stress.
Oh, poor Tang Tang.
Don't go.
Tanta, Father and I will return with food from Wuling. No one will starve anymore.
Let me help too.
Once you are old enough to hold hand cannon steady, I'll let you call the shots. But right now, I need you to look after our homes. We'll be back soon.
Oh shit.
Father, please don't die. Please! There's been light intention!
Where are you, big bro? I can see you.
Tang Tang, why are you here?
You're on. Who did this? Does it hurt?
It's not hurting anymore. But I'm so sleepy.
Okay.
It's okay, baby sis. Just sleep. We will be home.
It's our
You
dad
wake up.
on the floor.
Tung Tung? Tung Tung.
What did Dad call her, baby sis? No, the body on the floor.
I was dreaming about past again. Wait! Where's my big bro?
He's with Ardashir.
Big bro's in danger!
Don't be rash. What can you do?
Let go!
Calm down, Kitty. I can help you.
If Big Bro really did something wrong, would you still save him? Then let go of me! Dark Mask? You wanna stop me too? I knew you would help me. Come with me.
Oh.
I know how to catch up to them. Here, build this in a rush, so it's not so stable. Let's go.
I like that scene. I like that scene. Oh, dude, I get so frustrated. I'm just like, fucking give some voice lines to the admin. You know, that was a great scene. Could have been so much better. Like, oh, it really pisses me off. And it's only from a point of view that it's just like, it just could be, it's just better. It can only make it better, right? That was a great scene, man. Like, I'm liking this dialogue. I'm liking the vibe of this so far as well. Once I avenge my father, I will let her out. She wants to avoid full confrontation with Wu Ling and still believes that the Tianxi killed their father due to a tragic misunderstanding. That is something I cannot do. Okay. If it weren't for those Tianxi who stupidly devastated the North, father wouldn't have to risk his life to acquire supplies for the stockade. And Tang Tang's eye would never have taken that injury. Take care. She's my only family left. Well, who killed him then? Sorry, but this small indie company doesn't have the funds to do full voice acting. A lengthy imprisonment failed to weaken the previous occupant, Misty. His or her original marks are still capable of ripping apart the holding cell.
Gotta ride a water wheel. Just hop on. This looks really awesome from up close. We should have... Wait, did we make some kind of promise? You finally remembered. I'm sorry, Dark Mask.
Holy
I was
shit.
gonna get it on, but things in the stockade just blew up in my face.
Can you ride that to the top?
5 minutes ago, you were talking in your sleep.
Any potential way to get on that and ride it? Huh?
I never talk in my sleep, man, woman, and I never asked for your help.
Mad woman.
Back on topic. Those weird abuse made to threaten my big bro. Despicable. Disgusting.
Neferith is giving Stockade residents the power to oppose and fight Wu Ling. This is exactly what
I don't think so.
The Stockaders are already desperate to act, and she's just handed them a knife.
Big bro, please don't do anything stupid.
This is cool. Real sense of scale, isn't there? Oh, fuck. Oh, God, that was lucky. There was a fucking hole there. Oh, my God, dudes. Bro.
Something lurks. We found a cooling and right mine, right? Guess which hand will crush
Oh, yes, you can. Oh, okay. Not sure that Edmund voice lines in the beta they took out in 1.0 slightly. I think it's more immersive for the PC, not to speak, but it's a huge mistake. Yeah, I think it's solely for the self-insert audience, right? To think, oh, you know, nah, fuck that. Give me a voiced protagonist with some personality, because the scenes we get of her talking, I think she's great. You know, I think she's voice acted really well. The direction whenever she's speaking, and she just seems so likable as well. Every time I actually genuinely hear her speak to somebody, like a genuine conversation, I'll just come out of it going, man, I really like the ending. I have to go back over there. It's a big water wheel that leads to a platform to the top. My hope is that once the mask comes off, Emmy will be fully or at least mostly voiced. That'd be cool if it was like kind of like I know, although she's saying lines and we're not hearing it, but that would be a cool progression from an artistic sense, you know? Almost like the voice becoming a thing. Yeah, I hope it's something that the change. Probably even the Twitch stream of their first time playing and voice ending lines as they came up makes it so much better. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to pull that off. But yeah, it's a shame that, like, I understand some people like self-inserts, right? But it's just so much more enjoyable in terms of a story, right? To have that's one thing I'm really happy about with Silver Palace. It's what I like about Bell and Wise. I just think it's better all around, isn't it?
Approach with caution.
Oh shit, this is one of them ones that's gonna fuck me up, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. Phone an ambulance. But not for me. I how much worse she looks without the mask. I just want to hear her talk, man.
A raker beast? There's no other way through here. Let's get rid
Oh,
of
that's what a raker beast is.
Really angry. Wait, could this be the pet that escaped?
Oh, that music.
No second chance.
Oh shit. It never gets old, that does it, man. It just never gets old. It's still the best ult in the game.
Tonton? I heard that some Chanshu killed Rani's father. And King Stockade was also affected by the Rift event 10 years ago. This is why they...
That's just ancient history that doesn't matter anymore. Everyone had it really tough back then. Even drawing the lightning rod. I don't like bullying, and I got a list of serious grudges to settle with them. But not today. And definitely not in such a manner.
Thanks for that.
Shut up, madwoman! It's none of your business.
I like their back and forth as well. I like their relationship. The music in Jimbo was fantastic. It is. It's not surprising to me though. The Hypergryph are doing good music. Personally, don't see unvoiced pro tags as self-insert as much as voicing is only a positive for me. Well, I suppose it's how. I suppose it's the writing as well, right? I think when it's just simple little options that don't really add much, I feel like that to me feels like a self-insert. You're right, just because a character's a mute, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a self-insert. Like, man, look at classic RPGs of back in the day that were unvoiced entirely, that weren't self-inserts. I just think, I don't know. I'd like to know the reason. What is the logical reason? Is it something that they've... Because, like, it can't be a cost thing, right? Because you've got characters like Chen and, what's it? And I don't know, the pay voice actors by, like, word count and stuff, but...
reveal itself.
Do you know?
Is there something
On RPGs, by definition, self-inserts. I suppose you could argue that on the genre and the definition of role-playing games, but it depends, right? Like, if you're looking at something like a Fallout, then yeah, like self-inserts, right? Then, like, if you're looking at an RPG like The Witcher, then no. Now, I know you can have choices that impact the game, and you can feel like you're in there then, but, you know, Geralt is Geralt, right? And argue that's the same case for a lot of RPGs as well, that still have RPG elements to them. It's just better, right? I think. Like, for me, typically when I don't mind it being a self-insert, and I think it can be an advantage, is when it's a game like Fallout or an Elder Scrolls game, right? Where it's literally, there's little choices that have consequences, and there's a variety of choices, right? And there's so many different ways to play the game and tackle things and outcomes and endings that it makes more sense to be a self-insert, you know what I mean? Because, like, obviously, you decide the outcome, don't you? But where with games like this that are pretty much linear, it just never feels like it makes sense to me. And the only time I ever think there's reasoning for it, even though I disagree, is it's because, you know, people want to feel like they're the master of the waifus, you know? When everybody else is talking to them, it's just a click-through line. It makes it like she's really... Yeah. And I think the worst thing about it in Enfield, right, is obviously some characters sometimes, their main characters, so okay, whatever. But you know when she had the conversations with Levy and with Gilberta, and when she's actually genuinely talking to characters, I'm just like, oh, she's so good though. Like, more, please give me more. Yeah, I gathered what you meant, Roldan. My favourite example is Persona. The protagonists are almost completely unvoiced, but they're still very distinct personalities. Yeah.
Enemy sighted. Let me handle this.
You know, like, because when she was chatting in the Levy story, she was just... I just found us... Wait a minute. Oh, shit, I'm supposed to do that, yeah. Are you kidding me, bro? Nulu. Bro, nearly out of water. I can just fill my water up at any water source, can't I?
Shiny. Oh, this is the actual size of Orly.
It's got to be water I can stand in though, right? I guess we could just hope, right? I guess we could just hope. It's one of the things I'm a little bit worried about now. Like, I'm genuinely confident the story's just going to get better. And at the end of the day, it's not going to be a deal break for me, but I'm worried that we'll have the moments where it's like, oh, wow, okay. That was really cool, and okay, I really like the Enmin as a character and stuff, but, you know, it'll just feel a little bit few and far between, like. When I'd rather be being involved on a regular basis. Games in majority spoken dialogue tend to have less words, which makes emotion and inflection key to establishing personality. Yeah. I'm liking these guys' voice lines.
Good work.
These bird dudes.
Is that it? I haven't even shown you my best moves. Our battle plan proved its worth.
Almost there. That's where they went.
Voice games can have a lot more talking that does the same thing. And this story will really pick up after Wuling, honestly. Like, Wuling is still somewhat an introductory phase to me. That's what's going on in the story. Yeah, like, already so far, I am liking this. The pacing feels a lot better. It's a lot more interesting. I'm liking what was slowly learning about Tang Tang here. I do find Ardashir somewhat interesting as well, so more of him on screen. I'm definitely interested as well. I'm really loving the environmental design as well, so I think so far this feels like a step in the right direction, right? I think I'm just really adamant. I want to see Enmin be more, speak more. Yeah.
You can still turn back.
Interesting.
There's no turning back.
Oh, shit. Oh, poor Tang Tang. Yo, that is fucking sick.
Time to go.
Yo, fuck big bro. That was a cool scene.
Endman, are you all right? Are you hurt?
Where's Tang Tang?
Ron E. Has he decided to stand with Ardashir?
What the fuck is that fella?
Did he do this for Tang Tang? Or has he deceived her as well?
Is that arts or is it some sort of corruption? Tang is definitely feeling bad right now. It's hard for her to accept what Ronnie did.
Yeah.
You can't beat him. He would just kill you even if you catch up to him.
It's none of your business.
I'll report all this to my boss. She will figure something out.
Shove it, you traitor.
Tell that to Ran Yi. He totally fits. I'm done bickering with you. I have duties to fulfill.
My bro is the one who needs help. We just gotta rescue him.
So what about your job, Supreme Chief? If you get yourself killed, who the hell's gonna defend the stockade or people like Lang To?
Just stay out of this.
Tang Tang.
What?
What happened in their past then?
If you really want to go, just run if things get out of hand. You are good at that, right?
Damn. Talk to Tang, talk to me, Fu.
You came at the right time.
Exactly, Weldon. Getting back to fulfill your duties.
You can say that.
Yeah, I'm interested now in what's going on with her brother, man.
I reported everything.
Like, what's the
about
deal?
current
What's
situation to my
Ardashir
boss.
told him? Like, he was even seemed to be willing and encouraging,
We
like,
must
yo,
assume
you
the
can
worst.
go.
Wooden City will declare a state of
It's not like a gun to the head kind of thing, right? Potentially more depth to what's going on.
You're worried about Tang, right?
That's right. The boss let me tag along with you because she wanted me to keep a lid on the
This is why I didn't necessarily write off Neferif right off the bat.
Thing is boiling over.
Kind of liking the
I
mystery.
must fulfill my duty as a watchguard. But you are different, Dark Mask.
Keep her safe.
Imagine fighting alongside the Administrator and Dark Mask. Sounds like real fun. My boss
Almost
will
like Ardashir
probably
seems
miss
like a
her
guy you could
chance
grab a
to
beer
witness
with.
the Dark Mask in glorious action. I don't care if you win or lose. Just survive this. I'll be waiting for you.
Neferif sees how to place in enemies and not necessarily the bad guy scenario. I guess I need to learn more, right, to judge fully. It can be like that, right, when you don't have the full picture sometimes in stories of like, okay, this doesn't make sense, or this seems out of place, and then you get to the grand realization, if you will, and then you're like, oh, okay, a lot of that shit kind of makes sense now. Whether that'll happen, I don't know.
Dark Mask. My bro is being... They must have forced him. We gotta get him out. We must have saved him. Dark Mask. Will you still help me? Ron definitely has intel we need about Ardashir or Neferith.
Endman, Tang is not the type to give up so easily.
I shall assist you, Chief.
Oh, give me more.
Do you also think that my bro turned traitor, Dark Mask?
I'm sorry. But I can assure you, no matter what the truth may be, I, Dark Mask of Chimbo Stockade and occupant of the third seat, shall stand with my chief.
That's all I need, Dark Mask.
I suppose as well for me.
Follow me. There's another path to the ancestral spring.
I suppose as well for me. Like, what gets on my tits right is because when she speaks, it's actually good, right? Not to be shitting on Wiwer here. But like, I suppose I didn't mind so much in Wuthering Waves initially because whenever the female rover spoke, he was like, oh, please shut up, right? Where this is the opposite here, as my camera froze. Dude, that's a sus freeze, bro. Where it's like the opposite here. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that now. I think I might need to update my drivers, maybe.
I've seen other Hongshan swordmancers, and everyone.
I think we'll call it here now. We haven't. We're back to our squad. But let's just level somebody up quickly to get my data done.
Sleep of mind decides.
A strong team is one without.
So this
But
is what a debriefing looks like.
So far, I'm liking this. It's I like it. I like it. I'm liking Tang Tang. I liked her as soon as we met her, right? I liked her as soon as we met her. Let's cancel it for the time being. Deal with this one. Agility critical rate. Well, the skill applies vulnerability during the next ultimate cast in 30 seconds of will against damage dealt. Maybe be good for Chen.
The slightest sleep of.
Watch this! Awesome, right?
Nah, that's probably better, right? The lifted. Difference in direction, methinks. So that issue, what with the disconnects? We had one disconnect, right? But we haven't had multiple, so I don't know. No, we'll have to see. I agree, Perlica's VA is a lot better as Perlica's female rover. Yeah, mad. Because that's the same VA, yeah. Easy for the end. Mad difference, right? Yeah, man, so far I'm enjoying it. I like it. I'm loving the area. You know me. Exploration is probably like the world and exploring it in this game. For me, man. I'm gonna say it's like a 9.5 out of 10. Potential almost 10 out of 10. I know that's kind of crazy. I can't say 10 out of 10 because that's perfect. It's really good though, right? It's really good. So obviously I'm loving this new area. New place to explore. Nice bit of verticality. It's a little bit different from the other areas we've explored. Just look at it. Looks fucking beautiful, right? Story so far seems that positive. Story so no, not the story. No. Story so far seems like a positive. I won't rate it yet because I haven't finished it, but definitely I'm liking the flashbacks to her youth. It's like, okay, let's not be afraid of things like death in the game going forward. I'm interested and intrigued by Ardashir. What the fuck's been offered to the brother? What's going on there? I'm curious. The brother's power looks insane as well. That's fucking cool. Tang Tang's just Tang Tang, and I love Tang Tang. Every time Mifu's on camera, I am fucking happy.
Straight, Shoulders relaxed.
So yeah, so far I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. Well,
legs firm.
first half of the story is really good. The second half I have some issues with. Okay, I think the subdued emotion is perfect, but doesn't really fit how Rover is portrayed. Verse 1999 does the same thing, having accents from different languages. Verse 1999 is a good game. Presentation in general continues to be amazing. Yeah, I think that's one thing you can't really knock this game for at all, right? The presentation's like as good as it gets in this space, right? I think the only other two games that come close is Wooer and ZZZ, right? In terms of presentation. Maybe we've had more bombastic cutscenes in Wuthering Waves, but I think when this goes into the full-on cutscenes look amazing. In-game, I think it just does it better than Wooer, personally. Wooer does do it well as well, and so does ZZZ. But yeah, man, I'm enjoying it so far. All right, boys, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you very much for hanging out today. I will be live normal tomorrow. Back to normal stream time tomorrow. We reacted to a bunch today, so unless there's any like gacha type news, I don't think we'll be. Unless there's some cool... Actually, there's a couple of reactions around this, right? Maybe we'll look at some Enfield videos and talk about Enfield, maybe, for a potential video. But other than that, we'll just be playing, I think, boys. We'll just be playing. So, yeah. Guys, enjoy what's left of your weekend. I will see you all in tomorrow. So, yeah, I'll catch you then, guys, all right? Still procrastinating the top, but I need to get around to doing that. I do. He has asked me to watch it. I should check it out. But yeah, alright guys, I'll catch you later. Get on.